I realize the devil's plan. What's going on, everybody? Hope everyone's having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Wednesday, October 8th, 2025. This is NCC TV coming at you live from the Amami Airport. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to my senses. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real, synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body in a slightly hot apartment, like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia, forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, however, and whenever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. So yeah, I had an interesting night and morning researching as much as I could of the Hasan dog allegations. As anyone, I am concerned for the welfare of animals, particularly pets, which we often think of pets as like, having a good life, but I mean, free Maya? Wait, what? Kaya, you mean? Wait, sorry, Maya? Has Maya not spoken on this yet? Maya Higa is who you're talking about, right, Chenter? Who's Maya Higa? You are Maya Higa. You are a woman. You can, anyway, sorry, it's an old meme. It's an old meme. No, we are not all Maya Higa, fortunately, right? Because we wouldn't want to be canceled. People forget about that. I guess that cancellation didn't really take, but yeah. Maya, a long time ago, involved in some not so savory activities in a certain streamer house, but yeah, people do not remember that anymore. The theme song is called #X. From Devil Summoner, what is it? Shin Megami, the whole name, Shin Megami Tensei, Devil Summoner Soul Hackers. Not to be confused with Soul Hackers 2. And it is actually part of the Devil Summoner series. In fact, I think Raida, is that a spoiler? They kept calling Kaya Maya? Really? Wait, who? Just, the Sloptuber is dead, or... Maya is QT's ex-podcast host. Yeah, wink wink. They gotta get the band back together. They gotta have a wink wink reunion tour. Like what would it be? Like a 25-year reunion tour for Wink Wink. I didn't know Maya had. Well, I mean, it's past drama. Like, nobody really talks about it anymore. But I always remember because there was like a copy pasta. It wasn't, it was more like Maya being used to do something bad, right? And I guess participating in it, but like I said, that's long forgotten news. I'm not trying to recancel Maya, I guess. Wait, very 2010s coded bullshit? No, I'm talking about the TwitchCon thing. Yeah. She was friends with Miskiff. I guess that's the sin of Maya Higa, right? But also the sin of Hasan. A lot of people are friends with Miskiff. I don't know why. I don't know, chat. I gotta be honest though. I do not know Miskiff outside of clips. He just doesn't seem very likable from what I'm seeing. And considering, what he was. Anyway, wow, chat. I was like, yeah, let's just turn this into a Maya Higa hate stream. No, I'm not trying to do that. I swear to God. But yeah, the reason that people are mentioning Maya in addition to Kaya is that Maya Higa is a friend of Hasan's. Is doing like, I guess, animal. Like, what is it? Does she live on an animal sanctuary? Is that it? Yeah, she has an animal sanctuary. Seems to do excellent work. Absolutely. But yeah, I mean, look, most of the time on Twitch, when somebody does something bad, it's because their fucking friends pulled them into it. It's because Twitch, in fact, Twitch isn't, I won't even say friends, right? You know, your, I don't know, streaming cohort, people that you raid into, people that you talk about positively, people that you collaborate with, right? These are all strategies for, you know, growing your channel, and you're incentivized to do it. And, you know, people end up kind of forming relationships with other people, you know, thinking of them as good people and wanting to help them out when they're in trouble. Although sometimes when your friend's in trouble, your friend fucking deserves it. That was the situation with Miskiff, and, you know, Maya should have had a better judgment, but I'm sure she's apologized. She's apologized 1,000 times over. That horrible Regina George liberal chorus influencer. Oh, the Mean Girls one? Wait, which one is the Mean Girls one? I feel they are all kind of Regina George liberals to me. Is this the one that posts American Girl dolls on Instagram? Leading the charges on Hasan's abuse of dogs. You know, did Hasan even talk about the chorus stuff? I don't think Hasan ever talked about, I don't remember Hasan talking about chorus. Did he? MR has talked about chorus. I think the Vanguard, I'm sure the Vanguard must have talked about chorus. Did you see Aiden Ross desperately trying to remove himself from politics? I saw a thumbnail and a title along those lines, right? God damn, I could really use a fan today. Oh, look, there you are, chat. I've got plenty of fans. No, I mean a fan to, like, blow on my face. No, I don't mean I'm gonna hire one of you to, you know, buy you an all-expense-paid ticket to Thailand to come and blow on my face. I mean, I literally just, like, I have these USB fans, and I can't, and I'm tied to the stream because of this thing. I can't get up and walk around. I don't have a 30-foot cable anymore. Her name is Susan Lambert. Oh, the Regina George chorus member. She was one of the influencers named, okay, so probably because of Taylor Lorenz. Yeah, you connect Taylor Lorenz to Hasan, and then Hasan's on the team of your ops, right? If you're Susan Lambert, I guess. I guess that's probably what's going on if I was to guess. Wow, so Hasan gets ops even when he's got nothing, because I don't think Hasan even talked about chorus, right? I'm tethered to you, yeah. Look, usually, like, when I sit down, like, right when I sit down, that's when I get hot. Somehow I cool off, but, like, I don't know, I can see it, like, my hair, you know? And this is the thing that bothers me more than anything, is when my forehead is a little bit sweaty and then my hair starts to, like, strand together. It's just, it's annoying, but I'll get over it. I'll deal with it, chat, because I'm a professional. He did talk about chorus properly. Oh, wow. It was 2 weeks ago? Oh, what? Somehow I missed that, Ash Bradford. Thanks for, I'm glad you caught that. What was, you want to characterize his overall opinion on chorus? But yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, there, you know, even apart from considering somebody a friend of your op, there's definitely reasons that people find to jump on another large content creator's controversy, right? I mean, there's just, you know, it's what half of Sloptube is even built on. Hasan did talk about chorus, says Zara. He read the article on stream. Okay. Why don't I remember that? Why don't I remember anything, chat? Oh my god, too much information. Too much in extended cable, interlinked, wait. Oh, and I also need, oh my god. Okay. Let's see if this helps things. It's not gonna help me like the way that my hair looks when my forehead is sweaty, but it will at least keep my hair from, it'll at least keep my back from getting sweaty. He doesn't like paid influencers. Hasan was highly critical of them. Well, I mean, like, you know, yeah, nobody's against, like, influencers, you know, getting paid, right? The problem is when there's a conflict of interest. And yeah, Chorus presents a huge conflict of interest that I think that, like, look, I tried to be very generous, you know, and give, like, you know, extend all the charity that I possibly could, and saying that I think that maybe a lot of the Chorus members just looked at this as a sponsorship. like a means to an end, a way to do their job, and didn't see that, you know, it is a very beautiful collar, right? It is a golden collar, but it is a collar nonetheless. And there's a leash tied to that. Now, right now, you know, when you start off on chorus, you don't really notice the leash, because the leash is like long, and the leash is, you know, the leash is not tight, right? It's only when you get too close to what chorus considers a third rail issue that you would even become aware of the leash. But it's there, and it's there for a reason. They're not paying you for nothing. They are expecting a return on the investment, and especially for the ones that were like, well, I'm pro-Palestine, so, you know, that defeats your whole thing. Oh no, like look, if this was all libs doing this, right? If this was all Democratic Party dick riders that were doing chorus, I wouldn't, like, you know, okay, their Democratic Party is paying its strongest soldiers money, but these are people we kind of like already know are on that team. It wouldn't have that much of a, you know what I mean? It would, you know, it still sucks, but it wouldn't be that big of a deal, right? It's the fact that they've got, you know, yeah, some further left, like, content creators on their roll too, that actually gives them that ability to, and again, this is how, you know, this is how bad people in general work their way, manipulate through networks of content creators, right? I experienced this myself, right? Where, you know, some of the hatred against me came from people that were, you know, closer to the right, closer to the intellectual dark web. But it's kind of like when something's out there and you don't see it, or when somebody's friends with somebody who's, you know what I mean? There's a way to kind of, through like friendships, right? To kind of, you know, 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon yourself into getting someone who you'd think wouldn't fall for that kind of shit, like a right-wing cancellation campaign. You can get somebody like that to actually pick that up, because it's not coming to them from the right-wing content creator that's you know, authoring it. It's coming it's coming to them third person, like by way of a friend, somebody that they do trust, right? Somebody that had, you know, the bad judgment to make friends with the wrong people. So I mean, like, and that happens all the fucking time. That is just like business as usual in the wild world of the internet. Would Hasan ban me if I greeted him with "What's up, dog" comment? I wonder. Post some lyrics to "Shock Me" by Kiss. We're gonna take a look at the shocking video, and look. First and foremost, I want to say something. I want to say that the video looks bad, right? The video. There's a clip of Hasan. You know, Kaya gets off of her gets off of her bed, and Hasan says "place." Kaya, you know, goes back on her bed and then yelps, right? Right as Hasan kind of reaches and pushes. Now, chat, if you looked at my desk, you'd see not over here, but like over here, right? There's a thing called a Stream Deck that was crowdfunded through viewers like you, through people that were kind enough to support me on Throne. Hey, remind me, I need to change the Throne thing. I've got to, apparently I've got to get a new computer. So that's what I'm going to be crowdfunding next. Oh my God, I got to fix everything on the stream, don't I? I thought I was ready to go. All right, let's fix this. So many things I need to do right in the beginning of the stream when I'm trying to talk to you all. It's easy to get distracted, but yeah, I'm gonna add that to Throne. But yeah, you know, people crowdfunded a Stream Deck for me, and it allows me to do things like have a button to pause the video. It can actually do a lot more things, but you kind of gotta, I don't know. I need to update some of this stuff, right? I had a whole elaborate setup a couple summers ago, and yeah, it's I don't like it, but I haven't replaced it yet. Like, look, I can mute myself. I can mute myself if I want to stop hearing what's going on stream. Or wait, no, I can't. Oh no! What the fuck? That mutes me on Discord. Okay, that's neat to know. I should have recognized that as a Discord color button? Oh, I can turn up the volume. I can turn down the volume. Hopefully I didn't stay muted. Did I? Okay, I'm good. I'm good. Kaya really doesn't behave like an abused dog. He named the dog after Bob Marley's song. That does seem to be true. Yeah, Surly Barber. I don't know any other reference to Kaya. Although I guess it's a name. You'd figure Hasan would be a bit more chill, yeah, than to shock his dog. Out of so what they're saying, right? You know, because what happens is Kaya gets back on her in her place. Kaya gets back on the bed, and while she's stepping on the bed, she yelps, right? And it's right as Hasan goes like that. So what's happening here is a narrative, right? We look, politics, we deal with this shit all the time. Trump, we deal with this shit all the time, right? Narratives, stories, right? Things that sound true, things that seem common sense, right? If I see somebody reach at the same time as I see a dog yelp, I want to connect those two things. Look at that. That happened really close together. He reached, the dog yelped. He must have a button to shock the dog right there, right? Because what else are you going to put there? Why did he reach? In reality, it could have been to turn up the volume, to turn down the volume, to change the screen that he's looking at, to, you know, like literally anything that you, like if he has a stream deck up here, right? It could be for literally anything. But that doesn't make as good of a story as Hasan shocked his dog, and that's why he reached up here. And so it's really hard to get people, once you show them a picture, and then you're like, what's happening here? He's shocking his dog. They get the narrative. It's really hard to sort of like, it's trying to pry like a disgusting like tennis ball away from your dog, right? You know what I'm talking about? Anybody have this experience? Your dog likes to play fetch, right? Your dog has a tennis ball that they constantly chew on, and it gets really slobbery and really disgusting, and you kind of don't want your dog like bringing the slobber ball to you all the time. So you try to get rid of it, you try to throw it away, you put it in the trash can, the dog finds the slobber ball, digs through the trash, gets it out of the trash can, right? It is really hard to get that slobbery ball out of the dog's mouth, to get the dog to leave the slobber, because the dog just really wants to play fetch with the slobber ball, and the dog doesn't realize that you don't want dog sputum on your hand. You don't want to play fetch with and slime your hand like all the time, and that you have a perfectly good tennis ball right here that your dog, if you want to play fetch with. Your dog doesn't want to play the fetch with the fresh tennis ball because it smells like tennis ball, and it's not worn down. It's, you know what I mean? It's not that this is your dog's favorite tennis ball, right? So that's what we're doing with the narrative, right? The narrative becomes the slobber ball. And Narwhal is reminding me that, oh my god. Wait, what did I miss? Crystal Saphira, thank you for the super sticker. Let me get those up here, because it's about time to, I need some Void coffee right now. I'm gonna need some coffee if I'm gonna get through this. We got a whole Ethan Klein stream for you. Anybody excited about that? One in chat if you're excited, if that's good news to you. That Ethan did a whole stream on Hasan's dog, right? Anybody excited about that? So we gotta do the goal. Super chats, 10 super chats, steal or higher, 2 hours, put a butterfly in my hair. Okay, see, I should have on my, a great thing to put on my, my stream deck would be, automatically fill out the stream goal. Like, right? It would be awesome if I could just reduce all my work there. Okay, so we got that. Then we pop this out. Pop the chat out. Like, I have to do the same thing every day. But I don't think there's any way to, like, automate it. 'Cause it's technically like a different URL each time. To do my magic with putting chat on screen. I mean. Boom. There we go. It is time Oh yeah, chat, I wanted to tell you something, right? So, you know, we might have a new emote soon, if I can get one. We've already got Void Coffee, right? We've already got Void Coffee, but in Thai, when you drink coffee, the verb to drink is doom, right? So, chan doom cafe, right? I drink coffee. It's doom coffee. It's doom coffee. Oh no, I pressed a button. What did the button do? I don't know. Hopefully nothing bad. Look, it probably shocked a dog somewhere, chat. It probably shocked a pet that was being nice, but yes. Cheers. I love to do that anytime somebody uses that that particular super sticker. That's a great one to start the stream off on, Crystal. Thank you. Omega Star, thank you for the 4 butterflies. Reminding everybody that we have a butterfly goal. That's right, if we collect 10 teal super chats in the next 2 hours, I will put a butterfly in my hair and maybe cover up for how sweaty my forehead is, given how overly hot I am. Given how what a tightwad I am with the you know, I should have like the, it would be nice to have the remote control to the air conditioner right here. Doom coffee, does that mean it passes through Daisy's digestive system over in Mars? Over on Mars in hell? Wait, what? This is a reference, isn't it? Live stream fails. Yeah, we're talking about live stream fails. So I guess that is that what we're saying is the source? I like coffee scrolling. Overly hot, yes. And I'm like trying to decide. I don't like getting up this early, right? Because it's like we're trying to start the stream. Literally shocking the weasel on screen. That's right. Well, I mean, like, why is it moving around, right? I press a button, the weasel moves. Obviously, those two things are it's pattern recognition, right? Humans are great at pattern recognition because it becomes useful, right? If you, I don't know. If you're a human, like, you know, trying to survive out in the wild, and you see like, you know, like a certain people take berries from this plant and they get sick, and then they take this berries from this plant and they don't get sick. You want to recognize the pattern that the people eating from this plant are not dying. The people eating from that plant is poison, right? You want to notice like particular stripe patterns on a snake. People that get bit by this snake die. People that get bit by this snake do not die, right? So maybe you want to hunt the snake that doesn't poison you, right? Maybe you want to run from the snake that does poison you, right? It's pattern recognition, so it's useful. There's a reason that our brains work like this, but in the modern world, it tends to serve to trick us and get us to believe that we know things that we don't know. And that is the opposite of wisdom. Real wisdom is knowing the limits of your own knowledge, your own understanding. Pretty common for people to latch onto the first narrative shoved in front of them. Yeah, exactly. And here's the deal. All right. So I want to also be sure that didn't Ethan kill his dog with cheese? Look, allegedly, right? And by allegedly, I mean according to... Like his statements seem to indicate that yes, he did. He had a dog ironically named Shredder, and he used to feed this dog. And this isn't funny, okay? This dog is dead, possibly because of Ethan's actions. So, you know, I don't want people joking about this, right? But the dog loved shredded cheese. And he would always put shredded cheese on the dog's like food to get it to eat the food. And yeah, the dog died of some kind of, I can't remember exactly what it is, but people have hypothesized that it's a condition. So just like we don't know that Hasan, like, it's because Hasan reached here and the dog yelped, we don't know that Hasan shocked the dog. We don't know that, and I'm gonna say, like, just on the clip alone, we don't know that Hasan didn't shock the dog, right? There's just not a lot we can tell about that clip. There's not a lot we can definitively conclude, right? Yeah, people, he at the very least was negligent. I guess that we can say, he was negligent towards his dog, who eventually died of a pathology that could have very well been caused by excess sodium, aka cheese in the dog's diet, right? Dogs and other animals like that, they don't need as much sodium as we do. Humans need a certain amount of sodium in our food. We need to always balance our sodium with potassium. Dogs, for some reason, their regulatory system works differently, so that they don't need to take in a lot of excess sodium. In fact, excess sodium can hurt them, right? So that is the deal with Ethan's dog. In stage kidney disease and failure, that's what people are saying could have easily been caused by excess sodium in the dog's diet. We don't know that that's, this was the deciding factor in Ethan's dog passing away, but look, I'll say it this way: there's a lot more evidence. There's a lot more of a clear chain of logic towards that than there is towards Hasan shocking his dog. When we look at everything, when we look at all the evidence on balance, but I do want to also mention, right, that. So I'm going to show you the clip. I'm going to show you Ethan's stream, as much of it as I can, as much of it as we can stand. I'm going to show you Hasan's response, but I want you to know that this story is widespread at this moment, and that narrative is very appealing, right? I think it started, from what I've heard, and correct me if I'm wrong, anybody, I think it started on LSF, right? I think it started, if you don't know, Livestream Fails is a subreddit that used to be, that used to just collect clips when streamers said something embarrassing, did something embarrassing, like had an accident or something like that, right? Like an interesting stream clip that's embarrassing. That's what Livestream Fails was for. And it used to kind of like, any streamer, Asmongold does something goofy, here it is. XQC does something goofy, here it is, right? And then over time, it's basically been taken over by the Destiny community. So that, that a lot of what is on that subreddit is streamer fails that are interesting to Destiny fans, right? And not stream fails by Destiny. And as Destiny's career progressed, and so usually what happens is, chat, Destiny will bring somebody on, he'll have a fight with them, either just because he can't get along with people, or maybe he engineers these things for drama. A lot of people say that, Destiny's stream, his career, his whole thing kind of runs on drama. But for whatever reason, he has a falling out, and then he farms them for content, right? They become a villain in his cinematic universe, and he's like, let's check in and see what the villain is doing, right? So Hasan was one of those people, and normally the effect this will have is that the person is an orbiter when they're getting views from Destiny's audience, right? When you're on Destiny, and now, you weren't watched very much, and now Destiny's fans are aware of you, so they watch, whatever content you have with Destiny, and then maybe some of them subscribe, some of them take interest, some of them recognize your name now, so you're getting more views than you normally do, right? And then when you have a falling out with Destiny, that is the end of your career. That's how it's supposed to be, chat, because if Destiny has people, coming in and out of his life, then there's the chance that some of his viewers might actually, when they have that breakup, some of the viewers might take the opposite side of the breakup. Some of the viewers might leave Destiny. Destiny obviously doesn't want this, right? So he's incentivized to destroy people. And he's usually pretty damn good at that. Just low orbit ion cannoning them, what is it called? The nuke? Low orbit nuke? Chat, I'm trying to think of what is the name for this. It's like a sci-fi thing. nuke them from orbit. Yeah, I think that's the phrase I was looking for. He just nukes them from orbit, right? And then they, you know, they're not a problem, right? If they become people like, I don't know, like I think Lavloon, God, who else is there? Oh, I can't remember her name. But yeah, there's you can think of a number of streamers that Destiny was friends with, fell out with, and who are just nobody takes seriously. Even when they have what sounds like some pretty serious allegations against Destiny, no one takes them seriously. I just think they're trying to run on this narrative. Well, Charlie Brown, the problem is that they're not the only ones sharing this narrative now, right? So you've got online outlets that, you know, were legacy media at some point. I'm thinking Forbes, I'm thinking New York Post. There's a whole bunch of these, right? The dog story is even in the Australian newspaper website sheet. Yeah. So yeah, you've got all these you've got all these like offline outlets, all these legacy outlets, like all these outlets, they used to be you know, legacy journalists, like mainstream journalists, and they've, you know, that's the bottom has fallen out there, right? That market is much smaller. So they've, you know, tried to develop online versions of themselves, online you know, websites and everything else. And with that, right, to stay relevant, to not get, you know, scooped and you know, scooped by online outlets and then ignored by their viewership, they tend to cover online stories, right? Is it Erudite? No, Erudite is still in good graces, fairly good graces, I guess, with Destiny. She's been a little bit critical, mainly of Destiny going too hard on Trump fans, I guess. But I can't remember. Lavloon starts with an A, doesn't it? The name I'm thinking starts with an A. I cannot. Anavoir. Yeah. Anavoir is somebody that was a Destiny fan, had some kind of accusations against Destiny, and they just basically wrote her off as a BPD girl, right? This is a shorthand for, wow, Destiny, you know, had sex with this Orbiter, and it turns out the Orbiter's crazy. So they'll just, yeah, shorthand for that is just to call them BPD girls, and therefore you can ignore everything that they say because they're crazy. And he's done this to a million people in chat. I'm going to tell you right now, they're not all crazy, okay? It doesn't take, you know, it does not take like a mental health issue to, you know, make you critical of Destiny. There's plenty of real stuff to be critical about Destiny, about both interpersonally and, you know, as far as his role as a content creator. On Reddit now, people can post anonymous mode. So now so many posts and comments about this are being made by people hiding their histories. Okay, yeah. But so yeah, they ran with it on livestream fails. I think it blew up on livestream fails because again, it looks like if you show them that, and we'll look at it in a second. If you show people that clip, and you say Hasan shocked his dog, right? People will bite on that. People will buy that. Like, you know, that's an explanation that people are willing to entertain. And then like the idea that like, you know, because like look at what it does for online, like, right? So for live stream fails, obviously the attraction is fuck Hasan. For Ethan Klein, obviously the attraction is not only fuck Hasan, but Ethan himself has been criticized recently for, I believe, what's called a pinch collar that he put on one of his dogs. Now, I don't know if the pinch collar hurts the dog. I don't know if that's like, I don't know I don't know enough about pinch collars to know if they're ethical or not. But apparently a lot of people in Ethan's community felt like that was fucked up, that he was using a pinch. I mean, it looks pretty brutal, right? It's, you know, it's not just like a collar. It's got these prongs like all over the collar that kind of like, I don't know, pinch in on the dog. And I guess it's meant to, like when you pull the leash, there's supposed to be maybe a little bit of pain, a little bit of discomfort. And so instead of your dog, you know, sometimes dogs will not respond. Sometimes the dog is like, I want to go over here. You pull the leash, the dog is like, I'm going over here, right? And the pinch collar, I think, is supposed to make it so that the dog is like, all right, I'm getting pinched now. I think I'll actually, you know, let me loosen the slack. And when the dog loosens the slack, they're coming towards the direction that you want them to go. but I don't know if that's ethical or not. I don't know anything about pinch colors. I do know that Ethan was getting criticized by his own community for having a pinch color, and it seems to me like this is a pretty convenient way to redirect that hatred towards an op, towards somebody on the outside. So that seems to be going on. Like, how is this not defamation? Assassinating his character as an abuser? Well, in the US, like, there's a higher standard for defamation, and there's especially a higher standard when it comes to public figures, right? That doesn't mean that you can say anything and everything. You know, obviously there's examples of successful defamation cases, but the standard's just really high, right? You got to prove that the person, knew that what they were saying was a lie, or were at least maliciously negligent in verifying, you know, whether it was factual or not. You got to prove that it caused you damage, like monetary damage. You lost money because of this. And like I said, the only people who are gonna like lose money, are the people more likely to lose money for something like this, are people that are public figures themselves, right? And when you're a public figure, you got an even higher standard, right? Because the U.S. law, you know, tries not to conflict with the principles of the First Amendment. They're pointed segments that contract when tightened, basically. Yeah, so I don't know. Hasan used a prong collar on Fish, his last dog, nearly 10 years ago. He no longer uses one. It's a civil claim too. Well, yeah, it's not that it's you know, it doesn't have that criminal burden of like proof beyond a reasonable doubt. What it has is just the burden of proving there's several you know, hurdles you got to get over, right? The person lied, so you got to prove that what they were saying was wrong, usually. And then you got to prove sort of malicious intent, that they either knew they were lying or they were, you know, negligent. I hope I didn't say criminally negligent there. They're negligent in not checking the veracity of the claim. And then, like, then you prove the damages, right? You say, you know, this is, I don't know. My income has been hit by this, right? You could somehow prove that too, right? So it's very hard to carry through a defamation case. Who can compensate me for the psychic damage? I don't know. Who's gonna compensate me for sweating on stream? Oh yeah, somebody was like, I wonder what Irene's gonna drink today. It's not that exciting, but I think a cool drink might be just what I need right now. Okay, that's good. I put a little bit of passion fruit juice into, which, you know, when you get passion fruit juice, you never get just the juice. You always get the creamy filling of a passion fruit, but it's very cooling. I've also got some watermelon if I need something else to cool me down. Okay. I feel, yeah, you have to chew through. It's the kind of drink you have to chew. A lot of videos of Hasan were heavily edited to show him saying the opposite of what he was actually saying. Like he said he used a shot collar on, like saying he used a shot collar on Fish. Yeah, that I know he didn't. When what he's actually saying is that he didn't put one on him. God damn. Well, we better get into this, chat. I mean, you know, look, oh wait, I also have to put the goal. The goal is, there we go, 9. I can't make this work. What the fuck? Yeah, out of 1,000. Sorry, chat. New bonus goal. You have to hit 1,000 to get any bonus content. There we go. But yeah, like I was saying, we got a lot to cover today. I think that this is going to be the main topic. So let me just show you the way the stream goes usually, right? So I have the topic that is the free half, right? That we do the free half regardless, right? This is just, you know, what you get, you know, every day that I stream, right? And I choose that content, right? So this is going to be about Hasan and Kaya and Shockgate. Does Hasan use a shock collar on his dog? More specifically, the actual accusation is not just that he uses a shock collar, but that he's using it like out of anger, right? The claim is that he's mad at Kaya for being out of her place, that he has a rule where the dog must be on screen at all times, and when Kaya does not act like the perfect prop for him, he gets mad and he punishes her physically with a shock collar, right? And what we have is a clip of, yeah, Kaya getting off of the is she like laying down or something? Because I know that's what Hasan said, is he doesn't, you know, he like she it's not that she's not, it's not that he doesn't want her getting off the bed while he's streaming, it's that he doesn't want her to lay down on the wood floor, because that's actually bad for a dog's joints. Like a bigger dog like Kaya, if they lay on a hard surface enough during their life, they'll end up with hip problems, really bad hip problems, like later in life. And so, so yeah, but anyway, so she gets off the bed. He's like, Kaya, place. She gets back on, and as she's getting back on, she jumps. At the same time, Hasan is like moving, you know, off screen, right? But the allegation is that that is him pressing a button. Now, if you're XQC, you think the button is on a Stream Deck, which is actually kind of funny. Actually, a little bit funny there, right? That if you know what a Stream Deck is, it's just like, Krachi says, fake unify against elite streamers, against the elites, Sagar and Jetty, please. Oh, hell yeah, okay. So Krachi is putting, yeah, so like I said, the free half is for free, and we cover that regardless. Now, if you want me to stick around a little bit longer and cover other topics, I've got 4 lovely topics for you to select from, right? They're listed right up here. We got Trump gathering together a roundtable of Antifa experts to have a discussion about how to defend against this horrible threat called Antifa. And it's actually pretty funny, as you can imagine. There are some gaffes. There are some gaffes, right? You know, it's people saying things that they shouldn't be, that if they were smart, and it, you know, they wouldn't be saying, right? That kind of cutting against the, Yo, Krachi, thank you for the gifted membership to Alan B. Alan B, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. But you said towards, unify against elite. Oh, Sagar, yeah, Sagar and Jetty, I got it. Wait a minute. Yeah, that's the one. Okay. So we're gonna add 6 to Sagar and Jetty, and 15 on the goal. Non-alcoholic White Claw sounds delicious. Wait, who said that? Here's more butterflies for her take. Okay, I'll put both of yours on her take. Yeah. Oh God, the other goal 2. Gotta edit that. All right, so we're at 2 here. I think. The struggle. There we go. He started seething as soon as she got up. He should have several beds. He should just make the floor into beds, right? That would be better if he took out the floor and replaced it with a trampoline, then Kaya could just sleep wherever. I fully support that malicious communications. Hasan Piker, with all the money that he's got, he should definitely convert his floor into a trampoline. Didn't seem to say the place that one time comes across a little yikes out of context. Oh yeah, no, girly sound, you're absolutely right. The clip itself does look bad, right? And that's what I was saying when I saw it happen, right? Or when I saw it happen. When I saw that clip was circulating, I was like, well, I don't know what the story is. I'm gonna keep an open mind. Because again, you know, you don't have proof of anything there, right? You have a clip, it looks a certain way, and when people put a narrative to it, people buy it. People are like, yeah, I mean, that makes sense, right? You know, like, how do we make sense of Kaya yelping all of a sudden, right? Because he went up here, maybe he was pressing a button, maybe he was shocking her, right? So it definitely does look bad. And it's the kind of thing that it's viral, right? You know what I'm saying? Like the thing that's convincing people, though, isn't that the clip is definitive, right? Because it's not. The thing that's convincing people is that the clip is interesting, right? Did you guys see the tape allegations? What are the tape allegations? I'm still trying to deal with the shock allegations. He was also mad because his internet kept on going out. Yeah. He was mad at the moment because he was having issues with his internet like we dealt with yesterday. Had a little bit of Hasanabi internet myself for whatever reason. No amount of parasocial sleuthing will give you more insight into the dog than Hasan, the owner, does. Yeah, and we do have a clip of Hasan. So what do we have for you today? We have Ethan just going off, right? First on Instagram and then on his own live stream. And we have XQC reacting to it. I believe we have Asmongold saying, what did Asmongold said he should get banned, right? Didn't Asmongold basically say that they're claiming he puts tape over the prongs? Wait, that it's a shock collar and he puts tape over the prongs? Wait, what? What? What would that? I don't understand. What, the tape over the prongs? Is this from Ethan's stream? If Kaya didn't want that spot to be place, it wouldn't have been place. He moved her bed once since she didn't like it. And yeah, this is the whole thing. So you got like two different audiences. One audience that watches Hasan a decent amount, knows enough about the stream because they've watched multiple, like, 8-hour sessions of it to hide it from the viewers. Okay. Oh, wait, puts tape over the prongs though? Wait, I don't understand how that would work. Oh God, Luke, I wish you could draw a diagram in YouTube chat. I don't think I'm quite understanding how, like, if there's prongs on a shock collar, they're coming out of an electrical box that is on, usually kind of hangs down in front. Like, that's where gravity would usually pull it. I mean, it might end up on here, it might end up there, it could end up anywhere, but like, right, there's a heavy box with the electrical stuff that makes the shock happen, and then the two prongs are coming out of that box and going like right here, contacting the dog's neck here and here. Wait, what is this? I just noticed the Vanguard's YouTube post, apology for attacking Hasan and Mike from PA. The comments underneath are wild. Their fans are pissed. Oh no. Don't tell me there's more drama. Chat, I barely have, my problem is I'm using logic. Removable prongs, yeah. Wait, don't removable prongs, yeah, I saw that get brought up. Don't removable prongs, like, you unscrew them, but they still have, like, like if you unscrew the prongs, because like, right, people have different sizes of prongs. If you unscrew the prongs, isn't there something still there that you screw it into? Like, wouldn't you still see two, like, jacks, I guess? I don't know if you call them jacks. They think they're electrocution machines or something. Oh yeah, that's the other thing about shot callers themselves. Like, so I can't speak to the ethics of this. I have complicated thoughts about pets, right? I grew up with dogs. I you know, always loved my pets. I had a cat, you know, in when I was in undergrad, and the Vanguard banned you? Oh no. Oh no. Sounds like there's some drama going on over there. But they did apologize, it sounds like. So what is the deal? They came out, did they go hard on Hasan, saying that he's an animal abuser, and then have to eat shit when they realized that wasn't... I mean, I guess the whole thing, though, is that, like, this is kind of unfalsifiable, right? Like, just like I said, that the clip doesn't show definitively that Hasan is abusing his dog, I don't think that I don't know how Hasan would prove, like, beyond a shadow of a doubt that he doesn't. So if people want to believe that, you know, he is using Kaya as a prop, he doesn't give a fuck about her, you know, he gets mad and shocks her when she doesn't obey, I don't know, I can't, like, you know, beyond a shadow of a doubt prove to you that that's not true. We don't know what goes on. We don't know what happens when he shuts down his stream. Yeah, all we have to go from, chat, is like, I don't know, thousands of hours of stream that seem to contraindicate those claims. But if you're not a Hasan viewer, you kind of wouldn't know that, would you? It's Zach, not Gavin. Wait, what's going on? Oh my God. Vanguard on Twitter joined in the Hasan hate and said something homophobic against Mike from PA for supporting. Oh no. I mean, that's what did they say? It wasn't just glazing, was it? They didn't say, like, I mean, they instead of posting on Twitter, they went to YouTube to apologize to their fans. Oh, I see. So wait, is it a problem for people that they didn't apologize on Twitter? Are people saying that they're trying to hide their apology? Or were they going to YouTube, I don't know, to... I really hope the Vanguard doesn't get into a drama with Hasan, because if Hasan fans start going after the Vanguard, the first thing they're going to notice is that name, right? And then if they look at the name and they compare that to the content, they're going to find a mismatch, because the Vanguard's not named after, like, the idea of Vanguardism, right? It's not a leftist terminology. They're not using Vanguard as leftist terminology. The Vanguard, it literally just, one of them used to have a van, and the idea is they have to guard it. I don't know. Like, you know, it's one of the, like, I don't know, like, you make your name when you're way younger, and then, you know, you have to explain, like, why do you comment so much if your name is nocommentchick? That seems kind of, right? So they're dealing with the same issue as I am, and if they were ever to get into, like, a real drama against Hasan's community, I'm afraid they would get, like, roasted hard. As I think people would interpret them as LARPers, which is not they're not LARPing. They're not pretending to be, you know, communists or really, you know, they don't represent themselves as, like, experts on leftist theory, or, you know what I mean. It's just a name that they came up with when they were younger. That's all. Train mini dogs. It's funny how people when people condescend me about it. Okay, well, hopefully they, Hasan and the Vanguard can kiss and make up. I'm not gonna worry about it unless it continues, I guess. The issue with the Vanguard is that one member used the main Twitter to attack Hasan. Oh, okay, so that's why people are saying it's Zach, it's not Gavin. Yeah. And we've seen this before, you know, where, you know, Zach likes to use, you know, is just used to using the R slur. Gavin, not so much. A lot of their audience doesn't like that. You know, they've disagreed on a few things, right? You know, sometimes there's... And yeah, when you're sharing an account, you know, it's difficult. Like one person has a strong opinion about this, the other person maybe isn't completely on board, and so yeah, it's like impossible to tell, like even who's like using the account, right? When it's mostly a drama channel, they used to do interviews. I mean, they still do interviews, don't they? I'm pretty sure they do. And they talk about politics too. My name is like from 2010, just like you said. I didn't expect to ever have to explain it. Wait, I watched the Vanguard for the first time. What the hell? This isn't about 401ks. There we go. There's the other meaning of Vanguard, I guess. The quote and tweet of and about Mike is someone's jealous. Somebody's jealous Hasan only puts collars on the dog. Damn. This drama is spreading like wildfire. It sounds like it. I don't know. So yeah, I mean, like it's their own chat went pretty hard on them this morning. I don't know. We'll deal with the I mean, we'll deal with the Vanguard. Hopefully not. Hopefully this is misunderstanding, and we don't have to deal with Hasan's community versus Zach and Gavin's community. Because, like I said, that would be messy. That would be really messy if that happened, and I don't think it needs to happen, right? Anyway. We gotta get going. We got so much to cover. We got so much little time. Like I was saying, these are your topics. These are your bonus topics. If you want me to cover other things, it's infuriating how anyone can do a shock gate takedown of Hasan when Trump is invading American cities, shredding the Constitution, insane priorities. Well, don't do that. Don't say that, because then people will say you're deflecting. Some other people have brought up that the real reason that people are going, that the people like Ethan, Asmongold, you know, XQC, and I'm sure Destiny's not far behind. The reason that people like this are going after Hasan isn't because of how he treats their dogs. They don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck about it. They're not animal, you know, rights people. You know, they're not out here. They're not like 5th level vegans, all right? You know, they don't eat anything with a shadow, right? They don't give a fuck about animal cruelty. What they care about is, you know, is that they think that Hasan's, they don't like Hasan's takes on Israel-Palestine, and they consider him their mortal enemy. From tracing this controversy started with DGG astroturfing. Ash Bradford, would you say it was astroturfing on, livestream fails? Is that basically the origin? Because the other possibility, I guess, would be that it originated with Ethan. The two groups of people that are kind of watching Hasan's every moves. Well, I guess, yeah. Wait, let's see. I mean, I kind of consider it at this point. I consider Ethan's community and DGG to be one group. Like, I consider that to be, it went from DGG then to LSF. Okay, so Ethan's not the originator, it sounds like. First saw it on LSF. Yeah, they're not even human rights people. Good point, Joel.x. Good point. It's giving me flashbacks of leaning on electrical fences way too often. Wait, have you ever done that for real? I would be so scared if I got zapped by an electric fence. They're also going off of is when, oh yeah, Jennifer from I've Had It came on, said Kaya's collar was too tight. Hasan said she's just got a lot of neck meat. I still don't know what a lot of neck meat means, right? I do remember always hearing that she should be able to get 2 fingers under a dog's collar. Does anybody want to explain the neck meat? Like what is, she got a lot of neck meat, right? What does that mean? Is Hasan saying that on bigger dogs you got to put it on tighter? Just because there's more like loose flesh here and skin. Actually, Ethan Stan is clipping Hasan streams 30 minutes after the fact. It's already up to LSF within 30 minutes after the Yelp happened. Wow. Okay. Well, now I understand. Ash Bradford, thank you. Now, I think I understand what's going on now, right? And I've got some experience with a DGG member that used to, let's see, like the story was, and I've never, there's no way to confirm this, right? But the story was that she set up some sort of a, like she actually wrote
Joshua Cal super chatted $5. Here's some money. Sorry, I haven't been around much lately.
No apology necessary, Joshua. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for getting us closer to that butterfly goal. And to the bonus goal, and for reminding me to get back on track and not talk about yay old days and how a DGG member used to wrote a program to automatically record any stream that came from my account. Anyway, that's all I was trying to say. So yeah, watch the whole thing, says Ash Bradford. Happened live. I was watching Hasan. I follow Reddit and Twitter stuff, so happy to talk about what I saw. Yeah, no, it's very useful. You actually made me realize exactly, because I've had the same thing happen. I know it's common for them, right? They're used to going after ops, right? Anybody that's Destiny's enemy, they will, watch them like a hawk and watch for any misstep. And that's how they're used to taking everybody down, right? This is how they keep their streamer, who's like this huge fucking lolcow waiting to happen, from actually suffering the consequences of his own action. This is how Destiny has remained viable. So yeah, what you said actually connected a few dots for me that make this whole thing way clearer. So thank you for your contribution. Anyway, we got to get to this. I got to explain all this. I think of when you have a really big floofy pet and you get it wet. And oh yeah. Okay, so wait, that's not neck meat though. That's fur. But I don't know. Maybe I've never owned a big dog, so maybe that's a thing. Maybe collars feel tighter on big dogs. I'm not an expert. I'm more of a cat person these days. The farms? Oh no, the farms is involved, of course. Yeah, there's some real animal lovers there on the farms, definitely.
Narwhal_by super chatted $5. Kaya has extra skin because she has a double coat. She is genuinely not fat, just fluffy.
She's a fluffer. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't say it that way. I realize a fluffer is actually a thing. She's a fluffy. I'm sorry, I said that wrong. Wow. Has lion? Yeah, I was gonna say she looks like a lion. If you see Kaya's backside and like if you don't see the dog head, she kind of looks like a lion. She could be a lion. Do you know that a lion got loose, chat, recently in Thailand? And it was owned by an influencer. So yeah, great press for influencers in Thailand. I'm so happy that somebody fucking owned a lion and then were so negligent that the fucker got out and mauled 2 kids. 2 kids got mauled by a lion because this influencer did not take, keeping their lion secured seriously enough, right? And it got out. And there's fucking video of they're literally like just walking down the street like anybody in Thailand, right? And they're like kind of like, wait a minute. Is that a dog running at us? Because it doesn't look like a dog. It kind of looks like a lion. But we're in the city. Why would there be a lion running at it? No, it's a lion. It's a fucking lion. Anyway, I gotta get to this. I gotta explain everything. All right. So here's the deal. And am I up to date on everything? No, I'm not up to date on anything, apparently. 4 out of 10 is what this goal should say. Is 30 out of 10 what the other goal should say, I think? Anyway, what are all these numbers? What do they have to do with? I will explain, right? Like I said, I cover the free half regardless, like whatever's on the thumbnail, I will cover. And then we also have a fun half that you get to decide. So I decide what's in the free half. You decide what's in the fun half. How do you decide what's in the fun half? You vote. The vote is open on youtube.com right now. You can go over there. You can place your vote, and you can just help us decide what we end up watching, right? And we've got for you Trump's Antifa Roundtable gaffe, right? He had an Antifa Roundtable with all of his friends, all of your favorite MAGA influencers who are now like cabinet officials and shit. They're occupying positions they never should have. And they're on a round table talking about what they're going to do about Antifa. And as scary as it is, it's also kind of funny because these people are ridiculous, right? So that's one thing. We got Van Jones going on Bill Maher, making a horrible joke about babies, Gazan babies. Yes, he did. He went there. Van Jones went there, right? He's apologized for this, but you know, we can take a look at a little retrospective on Van Jones, who he used to be, which is actually, funnily enough, a leftist before he became an Obama administration official. Fox News put the heat on Obama for having somebody from the left in his administration. Obama fired Van Jones, and after that, he just decided, you know, to grift to the right, and he's been doing the same thing ever since, right? So that's the Van Jones story. We got Sagar defending ICE. That's right, Sagar's an ICE appreciator, okay? Van Jones is Sagar's an ICE enjoyer. Wait, what I'm trying to say? Wait, who's the appreciator and who's the? Oh yeah, Van Jones is a genocide apologist. Sagar is an ICE enjoyer. He's a deportation enjoyer. And there's the debate between him and Crystal in which he just he pissed off basically the Breaking Point's audience, right? So as much as people are saying that the Vanguard's chat maybe was roasting them this morning, not nearly as much as Sagar was getting roasted for his take on Breaking Points, right? That's the third option. Then the fourth option is her take drama. We haven't covered this, but there's more to the her take situation with Patrick Bet-David. He owns the Valuetainment Network. That's what the Anna Kasparian, the new show that she's got, is on. We saw Jillian Michaels walk off of that show after people started calling her out about Israel, and they've just kept going. And Jillian Michaels is still coping to an audience of, I don't know, like 10,000 people, right? There's 10,000 people watching her videos. She's got a huge channel from being a fitness influencer, but this is kind of the end of her career. This is the end of, it seems to be all over for Jillian Michaels, so we can look at more at that. Those are your four options. You can also say Vox Populi, in which your case, what you're saying, oh wait, sorry, I'm explaining the poll right now. So on the poll, let's see who is ahead. It looks like the Trump Antifa Roundtable is ahead at 35%. Second place, we have Sagar defending ICE against Crystal Ball. Third place, we have her take drama with Anna Kasparian, Jillian Michaels, and the rest of the crew. And fourth place, we have Van Jones's horrible Gaza take. It's a horrible take, but nobody cares, Van Jones, so you have to wait a little bit before I cover you, maybe potentially. But just understand that you can vote if you haven't already. 80 of you have voted already. So place your votes on youtube.com. If you haven't, while you're doing that, make sure to like the stream, because that helps me out a lot. That's something that you can do for the stream for free, right? And if you would like to do, if you would like to help the stream in a way that is not just for free, you can also donate to help fund the stream. You'll actually be helping to fund the bonus half of the fun half of the stream, right? We get to the fun half when this number gets to 100, right? If this gets to 100, then I cover the top scoring item on the poll, right? With a little caveat that I'll explain in a second, right? So yeah, anytime that you do a super chat, a super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Throne, which, it says the Vietnam trip still, but I'm going to be putting up the computer as soon as I figure out where I can buy a computer, because apparently I need to replace this one. More on that later. But you can support me on Throne. That counts towards this number, as well as does any signups for Patreon, which I'm going to read off my Patreons in just a minute. Another way to support the stream that makes this number go up is when you support me on Twitch, which you can do for free. If you have Prime, you hook up your Prime account, your Amazon Prime account, to your Twitch account, and it gives you a free Twitch Prime sub. You can use that on the streamer of your choice. If that's me, you'll get the emotes and all the other benefits, and you'll make this number go up, right? So that's a great way to support me with at no cost to you. You can also, you know, get yourself a sub. I think they're back to $6. It's no longer September. Or you could gift subs to other people, which is very generous. So any of that support, any of that donations will make this number go up. And if it goes up high enough, I stick around and do extra content for you.
Davy Cliff super chatted $19.99. I know that it's not going to be a fair deal, but Gaza gets the slightest reprieve from what my cousin's been telling me from Iran. Israel was more shook during their fencing match than they like to admit.
Israel was more, yeah. No, I've heard that too. Wait, if Gaza gets the slightest reprieve from what my cousins have been telling me? Okay, I'm a little confused by that comment. Try to interpret it here. Israel was more shook during the Iran conflict than I do believe that, right? That we definitely know that there was less damage done to the supposed nuclear site in Iran than what the United States is trying to claim. But you're just hoping that any kind of ceasefire that gets people in Gaza out of harm's way. Yeah, I figured that. Thank you, Anonogamy. I think the I is supposed to be if. So it's as much as I distrust Trump, as much as we've seen Netanyahu and Israel go back on previous ceasefires, I really do hope that this, I don't know, God, I'm truly worried, right? Because it seems like Israel is really pushing hard for annexing the West Bank in the short term now, and starting to colonize and settle Gaza, right? And the long-term plan, seems to be annexation and ethnic cleansing. But if so, like, I would love to see UN. I don't know if this would really help. I don't know if this would do any good, but like UN troops on the ground or something, like some other party, preventing a reinvasion. Not wearing my glasses right now. It's understandable, Davy. It's understandable. But thank you for the super chat nonetheless. All right, so like I was saying, all of these things make the bonus number go up just like that. Like it goes up to 50 now. And if we get to 100, then I cover the top item on the poll. With the caveat is this, right? When you donate, you also have the chance, if you want to put your money where your mouth is. What do I mean? I mean that if you're donating and you want to see the Trump Antifa Roundtable, you can say Trump Antifa Roundtable. If you're donating and you want to see the Van Jones thing, you can say the Van Jones thing. And I will take your donation, turn it into a percentage, and add that percentage to the score on the poll, right? So you can kind of, put a little thumb on the lever. You can also say Vox Populi if you don't want anybody else screwing up the result of the poll, and you want the chat to decide, the voters to decide what, you know what I mean? You can de-emphasize donations by saying Vox Populi. You can also encourage me to do another video game stream, which I should be doing another video game stream soon regardless, right? But that video game stream number that goes up and stays up every time you donate and say video game. And if it gets to 100, then I owe you a video game stream. So look at that. I owe you a video game stream right now. So those are your options as far as donating. And that's how the donations affect the polls. I think I've pretty much explained it. I also explained to you that Patreon is a great way to support the stream. And I appreciate the people who support me monthly on Patreon very much. If you support me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, you get a fancy shout out at the beginning and ending of each stream. Since it's so close to the beginning, it's a great time to do those shout outs now. So shouts out to User, Shouts out to JMB. Shouts out to Brian. Shouts out to Emily French. Shouts out to Big Al. Shouts out to Direful. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Animus. Shouts out to Oral Ellipsis. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Choki. Shouts out to Moe Noe. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. And a fancy shout out to Rachel K, to Omega Star, to Crystal Saphira, and to Zera Xerix. Thank you, Patreons. Yeah, people sometimes ask, you know, I want to support you, but like, what's the way where more of the money actually supports the stream and less of the money goes to the platform? And the two ways I suggest for that would be supporting me on Patreon if you want to do that, or supporting me on Throne, right? The Throne, you know, donations potentially get to me quicker. The Patreon donations probably have like the lowest amount taken out of them by the platform. So that's what's going on. USP may, well, yeah, that's why I said with a caveat, I don't know how useful this would be. There were US, I think Kelly Voicer X is commenting on, you know, the things like the fact that there were UN peacekeepers in Rwanda and there was still a genocide there. But yeah, I mean, I just don't trust like what's gonna happen. You know, given like Israel's track record, given U.S. complicity, and all the rest. So, anyway, so yeah, I think I've covered everything that I need to cover. All my donos go to Video James. Video James. Video James! God damn, it took me a second to figure that out. I'm just like, do we have a video about James today? Am I covering someone named James? Let's see, Jillian, not James. Sagar, not James. Van Jones, not Van James. Is there a James in the Trump Antifa roundtable, maybe? Nope. I gotcha, Davy. Yeah, that's for video games. All right, so yeah, the Video James are, we're ready to go. We're ready to rock. I'm just trying to decide what to start with. You know, I don't know, the drama thing to do would be to start with Ethan and XQC. A lot of times I try to show you, oh, actually, here we go. We'll start with Philly D.
Welcome back to the Philip DeFranco show.
We'll make a compromise and yeah. So like I was saying, there's a way to, you know, start to do this like chronologically, where, you know, chronologically, I'd want to take you back to yesterday after Hasan went off stream, probably when he was going to bed. That's when this whole drama started, right? Right when he would have been, you know, not responding because he's asleep. And, you know, you just had the, you know, this pop up on live stream fails. People are saying it came from DGG. Ethan got a hold of it. He went to IG, to Instagram to post about it. It went all over Twitter. And then you got, you know, pretty major publications picking it up in their online versions. There's actually a number of fairly major publications talking about this story, and I don't think they bothered to get the facts right. Let's see if Philly D can do better than Forbes.com and the New York Times as we transition into the stream itself. Okay, here we go. Start with the bass clip. That's not a bad idea, but you know that Philly D is going to give us the bass clip, right? So yeah, we can definitely watch that. Let's put him on. Philly D. Here he goes.
Welcome back to the Philip DeFranco show. You daily dive into the news. It is Wednesday. There is a lot to talk about. And in fact, you're getting a double dose today. You're getting this, and I just uploaded episode 2 of my brand new podcast, Crashing Out, where explained in the title, I crashed out about some things that do and do not matter. Apparently, Taylor Swift's new...
That's not what a crash out is. It's, oh my God, it's driving me nuts, chat. It's driving me nuts. We all know that a crash out is when you go off in a way that's going to impact your life negatively and permanently. That's the definition of a crash out, right? Like if you do something that's going to get you fired, or if you do something that's going to get you arrested, or if you do something that's going to get you killed, that's a crash out. A crash out is not just like, I had a strong opinion about this. I got emotional about, like, that's not what a crash, anyway, it's just, I'm a pet peeve.
new album. It's her MAGA coming out party. So after this video, definitely check it out. Links, of course, in the description. But we really do have so much we need to talk about today, starting with this. Let's talk about this Hasan Piker controversy and backlash. Because while Hasan, who's a political commentator, often pops up into the news over a political take, this time he was trending everywhere over this clip.
But it is emblematic of all of America's much more consequential violence, okay? It's the same reason as to why America, Kaya, please just fucking go, just stop.
Let's rewind it.
Okay? It's the same reason as to why America, Kaya, please just fucking go, just stop. Jeez, reason as to why America, Kaya, please just fucking go, just stop.
Okay, so let me see if I can pause it right at the spot.
Violence, okay? It's the same reason as to why America, Kaya, please just fucking go, just stop.
Can't quite get it. Yeah, I'm trying to find the moment. So, oh, look at that. Now her paw is curled up. Do you notice that? Like her paw isn't just up, like, right? It's kind of curled up. Here, let's go back a little bit more. There we go, when the paw is down. Okay, so the paw comes off the ground. What is the thing called, chat? Like a dog's thumbnail? It's got a different name. It's not called a thumbnail. It's called something else. It's the claw on the, like, side, kind of.
Just stop.
So that's right when it happens, right? The yelp happens right as the paw comes up. The paw comes up, and it looks a little guarded, doesn't it? It's called the dew claw. Thank you, Erdic on Twitch chat. 1312. That is, yeah, the dew claw. I could not remember. Yeah, it's called a dew claw, right? So the question is, did she catch her dew claw on the side of the bed? Because look at this. So she's got one foot on the bed. She pulls the other one up. Boom, 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 boom. So right here, did she catch the dew claw on the bed, maybe? Because that's right about where she screams. Let's hear. Let's see. Oh. And the other thing that people are looking at, so that this is what Hasanabi fans are locking onto, right? Is the possibility that Kaya hurt her dew claw, right? Now, if we go back a little bit more, let's see. I think we see, supposedly we see Hasan's hand, his left hand, I guess it would be, moving. Oh, there it is. There it is. There it is. Okay. So yeah, like, look, left hand is, where's it going? Okay, so here the hand is down. All right, so Hasan's left hand. Oh, I can't tell. I can't tell. Just watch Hasan this time.
He's just
right there. All right, so people are saying that's Hasan picking up his hand, coming over and pressing a button.
in go.
It's right there. Right there that we hear, I gotta ask some questions. Now we're getting into technical questions, right? It's hard to tell if, I'm just wondering, is it possible that there could be like could the audio be delayed? It can't be too much, right? Because Hasan is, if the audio was delayed too much from the video, then it would look like Hasan wasn't saying, you know what I mean? It would look weird with his, but I'm wondering if this, do we know for sure, I guess is what I'm asking, that the moment of the yelp is, you know, corresponds with the moment of the, here, let me
just more consequential violence. Okay. It's the same reason as to why America, Kaya, please.
Okay, now the one thing that I'll say, because I'm calling balls and strikes here, chat. One thing that I've heard Hasan say is that Kaya is not forbidden from walking off of her place, right? The purpose of place is not that Kaya needs to be visible, that she's stream candy, right? That Hasan only, this is a claim that, you know, is coming from the Ethan side of the internet. He doesn't really care about his dog. She's just a prop. And, you know, his only interest is keeping her visible on the stream, I guess, to maximize viewer retention. The idea being that if Kaya walks around, maybe less viewers stick around. I don't know. I mean,
He's just fucking just stop.
okay, sorry, I didn't watch. We watched Hasan's hand this time.
It's the same reason as to why America.
His left hand.
Kaya, please just fucking.
So yeah, he does. Yeah, that'd be his left hand, right? His left hand goes up.
Go.
We don't have the yelp until when she pulls up her. She puts her first foot on the bed, her first front foot on the bed, her left front foot on the bed, and it's only when she pulls up her right front foot that we hear the yelp.
Just stop.
Okay, so if that is a shock collar, can anybody tell me, do shock collars have a delay? Is there a delay between pressing the button and the shock being administered? Is that a thing? I don't know anything about shock collars, but yeah, I'm trying to do a deep dive. I'm trying to look at both sides of it. You know, the Hasan people obviously are locking into the fact that it looks like her dew claw, or sorry, her right leg is kind of guarded when she pulls it up, and that the leg goes, you know, across where the bed starts.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. Legit question, never owned a pet before, but I've seen people talking about Kaya trauma response to him yelling like she's a child. Are dogs that deep?
Are dogs that deep? I mean, I don't know. Dogs are deep in their own way. Not in a way that like humans would necessarily.
ACAR1 super chatted $12. I say this because I've been a fan for a long time, Irene, but some of your mods are screwing you over. Too many cooks and a couple of them are not very stable. Have to leave on principle.
Did you get muted? I'm sorry, Ash. My understanding is shock collars don't cause. You know that part of having a lot of mods is that if somebody is acting out of pocket, that the other mods are there to kind of check them. Shock collars usually make noise, but thank you for the super chat, I guess. It just doesn't seem like something that somebody that cares about the streamer or cares about the stream would do. It seems like more like what you're trying to do is like, I'm leaving the stream and everybody else should too. Nobody should watch this bitch because she mods the wrong people. She should have modded me. I've been a viewer since the very beginning. I don't know. Not the mods catching strays, I know. I don't know what that's about. You know what the other thing that they could be reacting to is not even moderation from the mods. YouTube moderates your comments sometimes. Do people know that? Yes, Bradford, I think you're right. I think you're onto this. Auto mod confusion. Yeah. Maybe they say something that the auto mod is catching. It's not even the mods that are doing it. I don't know. If there was an issue with the mods, for real, and you know, mods are people too. They're definitely, you know, everyone's fallible, right? But I would need more information than too many cooks. Too many cooks in the kitchen. And honestly, if mods are people that are here all the time, that's a good thing. You know what I'm saying? That is the basis of how I try to pick mods. Somebody that I know is going to be there most of the time when I stream. right? It's not even like a personal thing of like I like you or I don't like you. It's like you know, the whole idea is to make sure that we don't end up in a situation where there's no mods, right? Because that could be bad. That could be legitimately bad for me and for the stream. I should be paying you for your chat presence. True. Yeah. That's a good point, Albert Cumberbatch. I'll see if I can work it into the budget after I pay somehow afford a new computer, which I just found out I'm gonna have to do. What is it supposed to be? What are we at? Are we at 74 or 84? 72. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, thank you for the super chat. It's weird though to like want to punish a chat or punish mods and then like to help them get to the bonus content quicker. I don't know. Motivations are a little hazy. The mods are good in spite of them hating me. They are fair. Yeah, I deserve to be hated, says Figure Drawing. I'm not sure if that's true. Ivan, yeah, that happens a lot. Seemingly innocuous comments. I would hate to think that somebody's getting mad about something that YouTube is doing to them. Because it's not apparent. It doesn't say a mod, you know, has like, you know, I don't know. A mod has... are we Charlie XCX on the Coke's Got Us Brave? God, I need to cover the Taylor thing, don't I? Do I need to cover... One in chat if you think I need to cover the Taylor thing. It's been a weird night. True, so true. But anyway, I'm trying to give the devil their due as far as, you know, why people are saying that they think that Hasan shocked Kaya here. It's not for nothing, right? And people that say this clip looks bad, yeah, you're right. You're right, you know? It looks bad. And here's the first. Okay, so like I went through the Hasan
pops up into the news over a political take. This time he was trending everywhere over this clip.
But it is
okay. So I went through it from the Hasan perspective. The Hasan perspective is that Kaya yelped probably because she caught her dew claw on something. That's plausible. That's not proven by the clip. We can't see in 3 dimensions. We can't verify. You know, even exactly when Kaya yelps, right? Let alone verify that she got her dew claw hung up on the bed, but it does seem possible, right? So that's a possibility. So on the negative side, right, on the Ethan XQC, a whole bunch of other people's side of things,
of all of America's much more consequential.
Let me show you what looks bad about this clip. All right,
violence. Okay. It's the same reason as to why America...
Okay, so here's the deal. Kaya, to my understanding, she's not disallowed, or at least officially, she's not disallowed from leaving her place, right? The problem is when Kaya tries to lie on the floor, right? That could be bad for her. That could be bad specifically for her joints, specifically for her hips, right? So Hasan has maintained that that she can, you know, kind of, you know, come and go. She can walk around. She's not like bound to the place, but that the reason for the place command is because he doesn't want her, you know, he doesn't want her like lying on the floor. Yeah, she's so heavy that she could literally hurt her own joints by lying on the floor.
Kaya, please.
So you would think that given that Kaya stepping 2 feet off the place would not prompt a response like this from Hasan, right? Now, in his defense, apparently he's having trouble with his internet here. It's not great to take, you know, to offload your anger on your pets, but I think that, you know, when your nerves get kind of frazzled, right? Everybody can relate to being a little bit more yelly, being a little bit more reactive when you're frustrated, right? So that is the Hasan explanation for why he's a little exasperated here. But again, you know, I don't see what Kaya's done that, you know, I'm doing doggy court here, chat. My client just simply stepped off the place, and according to the contract that she has with Mr. Piker, she's allowed to wonder freely. Why was this a problem for my client, Kaya Piker, to
He's just fucking just
right there. And then, sorry, everything that's wrong with the clip.
more
Okay.
consequential violence.
So first thing,
Okay, it's the same reason as to why
why is Kaya getting in trouble for stepping off the place?
America, Kaya, please just
Okay, Kaya, please just, and then he immediately does something. Now, chat, this could be him grabbing the mouse and doing something on the computer. I guess this could be him pressing something on a Stream Deck, assuming that he's got them. This could be him adjusting volume. This could be a million fucking things, right? But it's because of when it happens, right after he says, Kaya, please, that the people are, connecting this to a possible pressing the button on a shot collar. And in this case, it would seem, kind of, vindictively. Like, look, Kaya, as soon as he says something, she gets back into the bed. And, if he was shocking her there, it wouldn't just be like, she's got to be trained to not do this. It'd be like shocking her when she's doing the appropriate behavior, which is not, even if you're using negative reinforcement, which I don't think Hasan, I think he's more of a positive reinforcement guy, but yeah, this wouldn't even be qualified as negative reinforcement. This would just be vindictive if he shocked her right here. So you saw him move his arm. That's what people are connecting with the yelp that we hear right here.
just stop.
From Kaya. And then the other thing that people are pointing out is that, he's mad at her, and instead of like checking on, is she in pain? Did something happen? Like, is Kaya okay? We get this.
Jesus Christ, what are you doing? You're being such a baby.
Yeah. So they're saying that he's insufficiently attentive to possibly whatever's causing her pain. He does look at her for a long time, right? He's definitely not like, like he's definitely checking to see like what's going on with her. But yeah, you're such a baby.
There's that sudden yelp.
So not exactly him being mean, but I don't know. I mean, this is anyway. I'm doing my best to steel man the Ethan argument, just so we got both sides.
After Hasan seems to reach off camera, it's led many to claim that he was using a shock collar against his dog. Or with many also now demanding.
Okay,
Christ, what are you doing? You're being such a baby.
There's that
I didn't realize he was going to move so fast. So this is Savvy, Madam Savvy. Anybody know this Twitter account? The green blip is an indication of a shock collar. Hasan the Hun is claiming he doesn't shock his dog. That was a shock collar. Many models have a vibrator setting. While not good in field work, they can at least be used at home to get attention. Pairing this with the arm movement, lack of... I'm sorry, it's still not definitive. Right? If we're going to go to doggy court and then Hasan's the one on trial, and he's the one that you need to prove beyond a shadow of a reasonable doubt that he is vindictively shocking his dog. This is not that, Savvy. This is not that. Davy Cliff, so much for the tolerant left. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed, Davy. So much for the not even tolerant of your dog, leaving her bed. But they're pointing out that they're claiming that this right here is a green light, right, on the collar, which I think they're saying is confirmatory that this is a shock collar. Again, I need more to go on than that. I am familiar with these training tools and commands. I also gotta say that as much as people got bent out of shape at people legitimately worried about Ethan's child rearing after the Giardia story, right? And as much as this became like the bad thing was, did somebody called CPS, right? Oh, you bitch. Anybody who bitched about, anybody who noticed, anybody who reacted to this clip and said that's kind of a fucked up story, like that's those kids shouldn't be crawling on the floor eating shit. is now guilty for calling CPS, right? We have such a high standard. We're talking about the treatment of human children, right? And then with a dog, we're just going to automatically jump to like, yeah, no, he definitely shocked her. Like, I mean, it looked like he shocked her, so I'm going to go with he shocked her. I don't know. If Hasan's got to prove that he didn't shock Kaya, I think that Ethan has got to prove that his family's not eating shit. And he has not done that. He has not come close to that. Anyway, familiar with these training tools and commands, you have done a big no-no, and the trainers even tell you to be cautious with the setting. When in high activity, yeah, you might have to raise the setting, but in zero activity, it can be very, very low. But she did nothing to warrant the zap. And worse, Hasan freaked out on her for adjusting and showed zero care. Okay, so this is what this is what they're saying, right? This isn't a joke, Hasan. We can all ha at your terrorism bullshit. You can also see where they're coming from, right? So this isn't about Kaya, just to be clear, right? Before somebody accuses me for deflecting, for bringing up Ethan's treatment of his own kids when it comes to, like the difference in how that was handled by people online. The deflection is that you think that Hasan supporting Free Palestine is akin to supporting terrorism because maybe you think Palestinians are terrorists. I don't know. That sounds like your own racist bullshit there, Savvy. I gotta say, calling Hasan a terrorist is a great dog whistle, or a great red flag, let's say, for Islamophobia, which I think is what we're picking up here. But this is a life, one that is optional for you to own. Oh my God. Could you clutch your pearls a little tighter, Savvy, please? She is not your prop. Now look, yeah, that's true. Dogs are their own people, okay? Pets are their own people. And too often, right, and I can say this as a pet owner, it's self-criticism as well, right? Too often, the dog or the cat is like there for us. When in actuality, if you want to bring, another family, a non-human family member into your home, you should be there for them just as much as they're there for you, right? It's a partnership. And I think way too many people, I even, oh God, I think it's legit. And this is why I haven't gotten another pet after my cat died. I realized, because of the fact that, I realized what a responsibility having a pet was and how stable I would need to be, both financially, emotionally, and, just in a place in my life, right, to feel comfortable taking care of another pet. And, part of why I didn't get another pet is I was, still grieving over my cat for a long time. And I didn't want to feel like I was like replacing her. But part of it was also, I don't want to have a pet until I know that I can take care of them the way that I would take care of any family member. And, for one, I don't have the financial security to do that at this point. But yeah, I mean, look, this is a good point. It's not, it's just not only applicable to Hasan, right? It's easier to say that a streamer is using their pet as a prop, and I'm sure a lot of streamers do. It's harder to admit that a lot of people use their pet as a prop in their life, just owning it, right? And then when it comes time to, like, I don't know, make sure that you're getting your pet to the vet as they get older, a lot of people kind of slack on that, right? We're kind of not keeping, that promise to them that, they're there for us. We need to be there for them. And that was really what broke my heart. And
Narwhal_by super chatted $10. In the video of Kaya playing with other dogs with audio, Kaya makes sounds I'd only previously heard in The Exorcist.
Oh, damn.
Miss Thing is quite vocal, so her yelp doesn't startle him the way it does us.
Are you saying that she's a bit of a drama queen, Narwhal? that may be possible. But yeah, no, I just always felt bad about the fact, like, I mean, like, I was, I was with somebody at the time. I was not working. They called the shots financially because of that. And the shots that they called were that, that having a checkup for our aging cat was less important than other things. And look, that's just as much my fault too, right? I mean, even though it wasn't my call, like I should have tried to make the vet appointment happen anyway. I don't know if that would have changed anything, chat. Maybe my cat just got old and died. Maybe the vet wouldn't have been able to do anything. I just feel bad that, like, there was definitely vet appointments that got missed, and then she came down with kidney stuff and died, right? Anyway, it's the point that she's making about Hasan, I think, could and should apply to all of us, right? It's something that we as human beings that bring these animals into our lives really need to think about, right? And I don't think that I know from my own personal experience, like, I feel guilty about not doing right by my own cat, right? Anyway.
Sudden yelp after Hasan seems to reach off camera, it's led many to claim that he was using a shock collar against his dog, or with many also now demanding that Twitch ban him. And then to back up these claims, you've had people pointing to things such as zooming in on the collar and saying it's not a normal one. With other big streamers in the space like XQC looking at old footage that
oh my god, is bro using fucking, this is paint, this is paint, chat. This is not Photoshop. He's using paint. He is one step removed from President Sunday State of Play. Like, I'm expecting to see, like, Tyler the Broke Mountain or whatever the fuck bullshit Sunday put on there, right? It's just like he's just stretching the fucking pixels. That's not like computer enhance. That is a bunch of pixels.
Blinking. Others have also gone further back.
What a dumbass. I'm sorry. XQC is so...
to find old clips of Hasan admitting that he owns a shock collar. So this also, as you had many noting in the clip, he says...
Oh, wait a minute. Is there actually a clip of Hasan saying that he owns a shock collar? Because I'm not sure if that's true.
See, looking at old footage that apparently showed the collar blinking.
Oh no, Penguin Z just put out a video, chat. Moist critical.
Have also gone further back to find old clips of Hasan admitting that he owns a shock collar. So this also, as you had many noting in the clip,
I think that Philly might not have done good research here, right? So Chad has talked to me about what he just said, right? That there are clips circulating that sound like it's Hasan saying that he owns a shock collar, but my understanding is that those clips are manipulated, right? These are not accurate clips to what Hasan was really saying on stream. I don't think this is true. We could double check on this, but I think that Philly has kind of failed us today. Really, that really is the eternal tragedy of pet ownership these days. Their well-being runs up against the same pressures. Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. You could also ask, are we doing right by each other? And as a society, no, we're not. It's whoever said, forget animal well-being and stuff like that. We're not doing what we should for human well-being, and that's true. That's 100% true. Tay says, Irene, I am a vet tech. My own cat who I pampered and took for extra blood tests came down with kidney disease and died after 1 month. Do not blame yourself. Thank you, Tay. That means a lot. I just I love my cat, and that was a horrible way to say goodbye. I had to make a whole bunch of decisions way too quickly. and then it was all over. I don't know, chat. It's kind of a difficult thing to deal with. Anyway, Philly D.
He says,
My old roommate wanted to use a shock collar for fish and his dogs. For fish and his dogs barking. I couldn't do it. I have it still. I bought it. They are incredibly effective.
but then also, in addition to that, some of the clips that people found, they're not necessarily about a shock collar per se, but instead how tight the collar is.
Just so people don't feel too bad about it, like, this happened a long time ago. The only reason I'm crying is because I haven't entirely dealt with it. I didn't have time to deal with it. Life moved on way too quickly. And, I was going through a breakup at the time too. So going, back to school and, I just never really got to deal with it the way I should have. A week too early is better than a day too late. Wait, what? On what? Ethan is a 100 millionaire and couldn't be bothered to get a second opinion. Oh, on the his dog Shredder. And again, chat, I'm not fucking bringing up Shredder to own the guy. Right? It's just to make you understand where Ethan's actually coming from in this, right? He's got some legitimate criticism about, his own the way he's taking care of pets. And he would love to change the subject to be about Hasan. It's no goodbye. Yeah, true. True, Sunrise.
And now it's mainstream. I love her. I think her collar's too tight.
It's here we can.
It's you have to be able to get 2 fingers, and I couldn't even get one. I think you're choking her.
She's like, it's because she has a lot of neck meat.
Also, another angle here is you had people critical of Hasan saying that they felt like the dog Kaya was being used as a prop and essentially forced to stay in frame. But then there you also had plenty of people scrubbing through the video saying you can see large amounts of time where she's just not there at all. Right, in all of this, it's playing out while you have a lot of people going after Hasan, you also have a group of people defending it. Right, and for this group, the general consensus is that maybe Kaya caught her dew claw on the bed.
Thank you, chat. I'm seeing what you're saying, and it actually does mean a lot to me.
And that's what caused her to yell. Or with people showing the clip in slow motion. And you also saw people having takes like, she clips her paw, it's very obvious, saying you are willfully dumber than a dog if you choose to believe this.
So what dumber than a dog? Okay, that's not a great thing to say. Let's not talk shit about dogs in defending Hasan. But anyway, regardless. Dogs are smart in their own way. There's a part where Hasan said he didn't have the heart to use it. Wait, so Sylvie saw something. I'm gonna try to see what else you said, Sylvie. Okay, what? They cut out the part where he said he never used it. Okay, so you're talking about it on the stream. Hey, what's up, Vadim? Good to see you. Yeah, no, it's for sure. It's like, only we can understand how much love they have for their people, how much we care for them. You did your best at the time you could. That is all she could have needed. Yeah. I just wish that things had gone differently. Pigs, though, they are the true genius. You're right, Dabby. I would never want to have to play a game of, like, 5-dimensional chess against a pig. I think that pig would just, like... I think pigs are... Like, it's scary. Yeah, people are worried about, like, the intelligence of LLMs and shit like that. No, there's no intelligence there, right? It's just it's an algorithm. It's math. It's not an intelligence, but a pig. That's some very dangerous intelligence. Have you ever seen that movie where what is it, like Hannibal Lecter pushes somebody into like a bunch of pigs and they like eat him. There's like nothing left because the pigs are so like efficient with like they let nothing go to waste. Yeah, I would be afraid of pigs. I would be very, very afraid of pigs.
and care more about imagining the suffering of a single animal than millions of Palestinians. But that then had its own pushback and backlash, with creators like Asmongold, for example, saying, "You guys really need to stop invoking Palestine every time someone you like gets criticized. It doesn't help you, and it certainly doesn't help Palestinians. It has nothing to do with this topic, and you're effectively using their suffering as a shield for bad behavior." And that is
Bodhi the whale. There's a whole book about pigs seizing power. I've heard of that. Yeah. George Orwin, Animal Crossing. Yeah.
Boris Hassan's response here. I actually
1983, I believe.
reached out for a comment and reaction. Right, and so with that, he called this one of the most insane brigades he's ever seen. Then adding, "I rewatched the video and I totally get why people are angry. I should have instantly gone over to check on her. I was in full panic mode."
Yeah, octopus. That's the real danger, right? Octopi could really, cephalopods could replace us so easily. Have you ever played Splatoon, chat? It's basically the future. Future without us.
Over the internet going out and the stream crashing, and I take total accountability for that. With Hasan then also talking about the allegations around the collar, as well as the allegations that he shocked the dog. Regarding the collar, he said, "I have a bunch of different collars for her, including a vibrating collar for communicating with her over a long distance when she's at the park, etc. Saying she was professionally trained to be off leash. That collar can't actually shock her." Adding, "I didn't press anything, I didn't have any remote or anything with me." And then regarding his dog yelping, he said, "I don't know what happened, but I assume it was her clipping her."
Oh, thank you for the correction. Garby, the cat's meow is reminding me it's called Animal Farm, not Animal Crossing.
Nail on the corner while following the place command, but I get why it looks horrible to a person who's seeing this interaction for the first time. And then regarding people.
Wait, does a pig eat somebody in Snatch? All I remember is like the underground boxing shit. I think people overhype dolphins. Oh yeah, I'm sure a dolphin could be evil. Yeah, isn't a dolphin like, wait, what is it, like kind of closely related to like a killer whale or something?
Saying, the dog's just there in the background, or maybe even the dog is forced to be there. He said, "Kaya is an incredibly well-trained dog and super well taken care of. She gets 2 hours of activity in the morning at the park and then another hour."
I don't understand this, right? Because like, look, I do understand it. It's Philly D. He's got to equally represent both sides, right? His whole raison d'etre is to ride the fence until it goes out of style. Killer whales are not whales, they are dolphins? Oh, it's the other way around. Thank you, Ash Bradford. They're just the largest species of them.
Or long walk in the afternoon with my mom. With Hasan then adding, "Her place command is there so she doesn't lay on the hard ground and hurt her joints as a big dog, but
wait, there's a scene with the pigs in Snatch? I've seen the movie, I just don't remember the pigs.
Whatever." And saying people have been sequencing minor infractions to make up their own insane narratives about this. And adding, "Anyone that knows me or has been around me can vouch for how I spend every waking moment with my dog and how much I love her and take care of her." But ultimately, that's where we are right now. And I'd really love to know your thoughts, because depending on where you go online, very, very different.
I really want to know your thoughts, because I don't have any opinion about this or anything. I never really come down on one side or the other. I always just consider these people say this and these people say this. Maybe Hasan is the most brutal dog abuser in the history of the world, or maybe he is the kindest pet owner that we've ever seen. You tell me down in the comments, though. What do you think? Right, that's what's important. Oh my god. So yeah, it's just classic Philly D. This is just classic Philly D. This is what he does, and it's a little bit frustrating. Wait, does he have more of this? Oh yeah, no, it's a second. Oh yeah, the Katie Porter interview is kind of wild. What else does he cover? Firing of FBI agents for monitoring GOP lawmakers. Sounds more like a story about GOP lawmakers' corruption. Comey pleads not guilty. MeUndies ad. China punishes influencer over excessive pessimistic. Wow, okay. No, watch out. Watch your pessimism in China, and then the crashing out segment. All right, so that is Philly D, chat. Now, if we're gonna cover one fence rider, one person who has no opinions but desperately wants you to tell him what you think down in the comments, we're gonna cover another mainstream figure, another fence rider, another apolitical streamer, and that is Moist Critical. Let's go.
Obviously, I'm a little greasy. No, I haven't showered yet. So what? Who cares? Have you showered yet? If you did and didn't use Cheeky soap, then it doesn't count. Cheeky's the
I showered. It just doesn't look like it, Moist Critical, because my forehead is sweaty.
best soap in the universe. I know, I'm looking disheveled, but what are you? The Mighty Morphin Shower Rangers? I also haven't grown any taller. I'm still short. You want to make a big deal out of that too?
Wait.
Point is, yesterday was a pretty crazy day on Twitch. I think most of you have noticed over the last year or
This has got to be about Hasan, right?
so, I've been very out of touch when it comes to internet creator drama. I haven't been keeping up like I used to, but occasionally I do still dip my toes in sporadically to see what's going on.
Occasionally, I do examine the carry-on to see if there's some delicious morsels to be had, to be scavenged, perhaps. Yeah, we know what your game is, Moist.
And yesterday during stream, chat was telling me about two really big things that were happening. The first being a live-streamed birth on Twitch. The second being Hasan apparently using a...
Oh, wait. I think that... Didn't Ethan, come back on stream to cover this? Or somehow he ended his first stream and then, yeah. Wow.
Shot collar on his dog on Twitch. Both of these sounded fucking nuts to me, so obviously I looked into them. And I know the Hasan dog stuff is what's blowing...
Anybody know about the live birth situation? Or the streamed childbirth that just happened? I only saw that, Ethan covered this because I was looking for the other video. How can this become such a huge thing? Lesbian hot sauce, it's just because that clip looks bad. It looks legitimately bad. Right? And it's one of these situations that's kind of unfalsifiable. How would Hasan prove that it wasn't a shot caller? And it's just you're just kind of relying on people's nature now. And unfortunately, their nature is when they see a visual and get a narrative, they tend to stick to that narrative. And yeah, it's blown up. It's gone from LSF to Twitter. Obviously, it's being covered by a lot of fairly large publications. The fact that Penguin Zero here is talking about it is an indication of how much it's blown up. And I had a feeling it was going to, whether Hasan was guilty or innocent. And so far, look, I said, you can't, exonerate him totally. But I mean, are we running under the, premise of guilty until proven innocent? That doesn't seem very fair. Clip does look very bad, yeah, and people are trying to rub it into the ground. Yeah, and it serves the purpose for so many people who have other agendas with Hasan Piker, whether it is that they disagree with him on Palestine, but when they say so, they get 80% of people are against them, right? Most people have come to the understanding that what's going on is, and in fact, a genocide, as the UN has concluded. And then people that are just kind of either parasocially attached to him in a negative way, or communities that have an axe to grind with Hasan. And since they can't get to him with any legitimate way, they're just gonna ride this clip into the fucking ground, exactly like you said, Lesbian Hot Sauce.
Up the most, but I actually want to start by blabbering about the live birth, because out of the two of these, this is the one I have the least to say with. The Hasan dog one, be yapping. Well, let's start with the live birth, because apparently I've got
he's coming for Hasan, isn't he? I can tell.
A very hot take with this. The sentiment across the web, from what I can tell, is people are extremely positive about it, very supportive, and think that it was a wonderful thing. I don't necessarily have that perspective. I'll show you a brief snippet here of what the stream was like, with the baby being delivered in front of
just to check, chat. This was a Twitch stream. This was streamed on Twitch, right? So whatever is shown is not going to be terms of service. And then Moist Critical's got this on YouTube, so we're not going to get in trouble from either of the platforms I'm on. Just checking.
Allegedly, tens of thousands of viewers. I'm seeing numbers that range from 30,000 to 100,000. I think people claiming 100,000 are including all the people that watch partied the birth.
Damn.
Now, I want to be clear, I'm very happy that everything went well with the delivery here. When it comes
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, is that best practices might be, I don't know, I'm not an expert in childbirth, I'm not a midwife, but, you know, the best practices might be to do this sort of thing in a hospital. I don't know.
to home births, I've heard like horror stories and such about things that can go wrong and then not being able to get immediate care that a hospital offers. Like,
Oh, wait. Somebody's watching behind 20 minutes, but they want to tell us from the past. The voice from the past is saying he reached over to the same spot and grabbed a Zen later on the stream.
Davy Cliff
It
super
could have been a
chatted
Zen.
$9.99. But why would he ban? I'm just confused. A shock collar's illegal in California. Like, if true, it's gross.
Oh,
but
wait.
It's not
Yeah,
like
yeah,
anything
yeah,
crazier
yeah.
thing you would see from plenty of suburban pet owners.
That's what I was thinking too. Yeah, a lot of people have shock collars. Some people have a, shock collar that's hooked up to a wire buried under the ground to act as an invisible fence in their yard. Probably not gonna be as much of that in like, a metro area like LA, as in a more suburban area. Yeah, it would be weird, if this stuff was considered animal abuse, if it was ban worthy. Then you would think that. I mean, I think it was. What is it? Is it just? Is it just Asmongold? That's. Oh my God, chat! You hit the butterfly goal, and we're also at 97. Thank you, Narwhal. Pink butterfly. Wait, we haven't done pink butterfly in a while. Yeah, no, we're doing pink butterfly. It's a good day for the pink butterfly, I think. We did blue yesterday, so we'll do pink today. How about that? And then I can cover up how sweaty my forehead is, maybe, sort of. Shot collars aren't banned. Yeah, and like Hasan was explaining a little bit about, like how they really work. Anyone criticizing home birth doesn't know. Okay, well, this is a great thing to bring up, Aaron. You are valid here. Doesn't know how tortured women are in hospitals, even with birth plans, even with advocates. Yeah, good point. Good point. If you've got the right people by your side, then maybe you can create a better environment for childbirth. Then, and like I said, I'm definitely no expert on the subject. Home births are completely fine as long as you prep properly and have an expert on hand. Yeah. Births can still be dangerous. People in the West forget that. They're not illegal in California, but I don't know. Yeah, I wouldn't use one. Even if, as some people are saying, they're not like zapping the dog. Like Hasan says, it's more like anybody ever used a TENS unit? You know what a TENS unit is? It's a God. What does it stand for? I used to know, chat. But it's basically, two diodes that you can put on yourself, and it can do things like relieve muscle pain. And he said the sensation is something like ants crawling on your body. That's how it doesn't feel like a zap or a shock, but I don't know. Disclosure, I planned a home birth, but the guidelines in Germany are very strict. And I got the hospital a very long time before shit went wrong, which I did. Vibration is fine, just a vibration. It's not a torture device. Shock is though. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't. Even one that's use TENS for pain management. Yeah, there's a lot of things you can do with a TENS unit. Actually, it's kind of an amazing device. I've never actually I've never really. I'm hoping yeah, that's what I'm worried about. Emily French, you got it. Emily French says, I'm hoping the birth streamers don't go the route of family vloggers. Yeah. The real, oh my God. Wait, I'm trying to read, Vadim, I'm sorry, but the theory that he shocked Kaya doesn't really make sense when one of the factors in that Kaya is frequently not in the spot. Seriously, that alone makes the shock theory extreme. Yeah. If he was shocking, if he was at all in the practice of shocking Kaya to get her to obey him or as like he's mad at her. Like, this is a guy that's been on stream every day of his life since he adopted Kaya, with Kaya usually on stream with him. We're talking about thousands, if not tens of thousands of hours, if not hundreds of thousands of hours, in which we would have expected to see another incident that a mysterious yelp. Yeah, good point, Vadim. I gotta do better about pulling y'all up on stream, at least when you're on YouTube when I'm talking about it. Yeah, hoping that birthing streamers sorry, I'm calling back to Anna Kasparian now. Birth streamers don't go the route of family bloggers. Yeah, the concern, I guess, would be when it becomes about the spectacle, when it becomes about the content. I don't know, where does that go, right? And you could imagine possibly in some pretty dark places. You can scan and test the baby's health before birth and even estimate the arrival. As long as the prep is done, there's very little harm. Nice.
There's just a lot of things that I've read about that can be like disastrous, and I'm super, super relieved that this was not one of those cases. It seems like everything went really smooth. Everything went perfectly. A healthy baby.
Oh, wait, you got a whole thing, Dark Sparkle. I'm glad I got to the hospital, but because I had been at home at the very end, I could have bled to death. But as I said, the guardrails were in place, and I got to the hospital early. Nice. All right, let's see what Moist has to say. He's going over the birth thing. I just hadn't. Moist video, his viewers' comments make me have zero hope for most people. Oh no. Are you saying the comments are negative towards Hasan, or? I know someone who used to use one for keeping their dog from barking that looked a lot worse for the dog than the electric fence. That worked a lot worse for the dog.
Was delivered, and I think that is all extraordinary. That being said, I really hate that there has been a complete deterioration of the value of privacy. It seems like people don't want privacy anymore. Like, there is no such thing as like a special moment anymore if you can't monetize it and publicly display it. Something like the birth of your child, to me, would be something that you would want with your closest family, your soulmate. Like, this would be something so personal that you wouldn't want just a bunch of strangers peeking in on. And of course, I'm not her. I am not the family. She can do whatever she wants, but I'm giving you my perspective here, that to me, this seems like a sign of the times where everything needs to be like content brain.
Super chatted $9.99. I'm sick and tired of these Twitch streamers using their big natural fluffy dogs as eye candy to beg for donos, just wagging their tail around for viewers. This is a family site.
Yeah, no, we gotta, listen, I've got a... that kind of ties into like a Thailand meme. I probably shouldn't go there, though, since I don't entirely understand it. But yeah, you like I've got a very sick dog to take care of. Please donate. Anyway.
And content oriented. There's really no other reason to be live streaming the delivery of your child other than the obvious attention it's going to bring with it. And I don't know, to me that just feels so odd and so, I hate using this word, dystopian. That word is like actual fucking like acid leaving my mouth because it's lost so much meaning with how overly it's used, but this feels so dystopian to me. It turns something as sacred as life entering this world into a monetizable spectacle, an event that tons of people were watch partying like it was a fucking football game. So it's not just a baby that might need to be breastfed here. She actually went out and was breastfeeding the entirety of the Twitch ecosystem here with additional views for those streams that were watching and reacting to her giving birth. I just think that is so fucking sad that everything has to be content now. Before that baby can even have its first thought or open its eyes, it's already a piece of content. It's already in the social media chaotic swirl. It's
yeah, we're definitely getting to Ethan, Ash. I was thinking about watching Hasan first before Ethan. I don't know. Do you got an opinion about that? As somebody I'm assuming who's watched both. And again, Ethan spends his entire stream talking about Hasan's dog. So I don't even know if we'll get to it that's why I'm trying to kind of hurry us along as in my own pathetic way. That being said, like, you know, that I'm not very good at hurrying us along. Says the guy who talks to a camera every day to thousands of people. Oh no, someone did something for attention. Using a time machine, US midwives don't have a singular path to certification. So difficult to parse the jargon between someone that only has a GED and a certified nurse midwife. True. Yeah, yeah, some people don't want to see Ethan
already on camera. And to me, that's just crazy. But to a lot of people,
butterfly, we got the
it's
butterfly.
not. Which I think is just kind of concerning that we've deteriorated so much that everything is like expected to be content now. I'm a viewer of this streamer, why shouldn't I be allowed in the delivery room when she gives birth? In fact, that makes a lot of sense for me to be there, actually. I've watched her streams a lot. I don't know. I just don't like that. Again, I'm very happy that everything went super well here with the actual delivery of the baby and everything seems to be very healthy, and I think that's great. I just truly cannot agree with the sentiment that this is somehow like a positive thing, because I don't view it that way. Like, to me, this is very clearly content first, like content focused, and everyone can eat, so everyone gets a piece of content to watch this baby being born.
Everybody gets a bowl of placenta soup. Are you with me? No? Oh, sorry.
I don't know.
Okay, the placenta soup goes all to my biochem teacher since he asked first. Yeah, there we go. That weird guy.
I don't really like that idea. It somewhat reminds me of a joke I told a while ago about a piece of content about how I should deliver a baby. Like how extreme that would be as like a banger video to deliver someone's baby. It's kind of like that joke, but unironically here. Like, it actually happened. Well, of course, not to the level of like some completely unqualified goober like delivering a baby, but just like the act of a child being born into this world immediately becoming a piece of content. I just don't like that. Anyway, though, let's move on to the next subject.
Okay,
this is
here we
the one
go.
that is by far the biggest from yesterday, and probably one of just the biggest topics in general, which is Hasan and his dog.
But it is emblematic of all of America's much more consequential violence. Okay? It's the same reason as to why America, Kaya, please just fucking go, just stop. Jesus Christ, what are you doing? You're being such a baby. It's just, you're making her stressed. She just literally is.
Debbie Cliff super chatted
so
$9.99. Are you telling me this child is going to be merchandise right away? Glad that's not true for most people. Luckily, we don't live in a hyper-monetized society.
Yeah, good point. We wouldn't want to be bought and sold in digital form on the internet or anything like that. Good point. And thank you for the super chat.
incredibly spoiled from my mom.
Now, for the life.
Wait. At least she shows the full clip, unlike others I've seen. Wait, are there people cutting that clip? That clip is already pretty tight. In fact, chat, if I was going to analyze it to, and in fact, this might be worth it. If we can find the source for the clip, it might be worth it to watch a little before and after. Right? I don't trust short clips as somebody who has been literally lied about with shit like that, right? You misrepresent something that somebody says where if you watched, 10 seconds before or 10 seconds after, you would come away with a completely different opinion. Darkfield says, what the H3 snarkers don't know is that is not a shock collar. It's a neuro implant that makes her relive her time spent with Ethan's dogs? Are you saying it's a doggy matrix? Oh, and that's the trauma from dealing with Ethan's dogs, Ethan's weird dogs. Okay. I thought you were gonna say it's like a chip that makes her able. I don't know. She can control the kitchen utensils. She can control like the oven and the range with her mind or something.
Like, I cannot understand what he's even upset about in the first place that he starts, like, scolding the dog for. She moved, like, an inch, like, slightly off of that. It's like in a video game, like in Metal Gear Solid, when someone gets, like...
Hasan Reactions made a video with the whole thing in context. The video was about October 7th, so look for a recent Hasan Reactions video with October 7th in the title. Good morning, Vamps. Good to see you. Sorry that we're not talking under better circumstances, but we are now conducting a investigation into whether Hasan mistreated his dog or whether this is all just a fucking proxy for the Sloptubers to go after him once again. Yeah, he neuralinked Kaya. Well, she's got to be able to use the kitchen so she can cook him his chicken. If anybody... Right, if there's anything as far as like dog abuse or right to throw at Hasan, it would be the fact that he makes Kaya cook the chicken, right? And is she getting paid, a living wage? That's my question. Hasan could wear the collar not to disprove the shock collar. Oh, Denim said, argument not to show how it works, but just for a secret third reason. Yeah, that only certain viewers would appreciate, right? Only certain viewers. Yeah, we got the Sloptube in full effect today. They have locked in on Hasan, including Moist Critical, unfortunately.
It's like a fucking question mark over their head. They're like zipping to you immediately. Like, she doesn't do anything really other than move slightly, and he is noticeably upset. He is upset about that specifically. Even before this incident, earlier in this...
Let me get this right. It's wrong to tell parents how to parent their child, right? Do we all agree on that? I mean, like, obviously, if a parent is, like, abusing their child or something like that, that's, wrong. But people tend to look down on other people, like, micromanaging child rearing from other parents, right? But now we're going to be like, but Kaya wasn't even doing anything that wrong. How dare you be mad at her? I don't know. Remember Jen Welch made a comment about, made a comment about Kaya's collar being too tight when she was on Hasan's stream. Yeah, people are bringing that up as well. And I just don't know. I've never had a big dog. His excuse was something about neck meat. That Kaya just has a lot of, flesh around her. A lot of skin, a lot of fur, a lot of, around her neck. And somehow, like, you have to put it on that tight. I just don't know. I can't really speak to that. The range is in the old style cookers with a hot top, maybe augers. Wait, what do you call it? I don't know, like a stovetop. Yeah, I think what I was trying to say. She's got to be able to control the stovetop. She's a dog. She doesn't have an opposable thumb, so that's why he had to put a Neuralink into her so she could, control the, control the stovetop with her mind. I think, right? I think that's what's going on, because we all know the other scandal about Hasan possibly hiring an undocumented person in order to cook his chicken that he grunts at in order to communicate with her, and she's like underpaid, unlike all of Ethan's employees, right? This was a previous scandal, and then we found out that it wasn't actually an undocumented worker that Hasan hired to cook his chicken. It was actually Kaya that was cooking the chicken for Hasan. Elon the poor pupper. Oh yeah, I guess you wouldn't want to use, I don't know, Neuralink. Well, Kaya, I know Kaya's a cyborg dog though. She's a dog of the future. When dogs have roles like mine, the collars need to be against the skin, says Rave, not the folds, so that when they lay down, oh yeah, when they lay down, it doesn't slip out. So there may be some logic to what Hasan was saying. I just don't know. Yeah, undocumented. I mean, they did do Did they do dog genealogy on Kaya to figure out exactly in the same breath, wouldn't she have called out the shot? Oh yeah, good point, Amanda. Amanda's pointing this out too. And I don't know, Emily, you might have said this too, but like Amanda says, wouldn't she have called out the shot caller? Wouldn't one of the billion people he is hanging with him and his dog on a stream say something if they and all that for the last 6 years? Wait, is Kaya 6 years old? What's up, Joel?
Narwhal_by super chatted $5. May I remind chat that Hasan tried to compare hermaphroditic snail coitus to docking and didn't know if docking was sexual. Neck meat was all he had.
Neck meat. That's what he went to. He's like, I don't know, neck meat. She's got too much neck meat. Gotta put that collar on tight. Maya would never go on his stream. Oh, Drew, good point, Megs. If he was harming Kaya. She's about 2 or 3. That's what I thought. Yeah, somebody reminded me of that last night, that Kaya, he hasn't actually had Kaya that long. But it feels like forever. What's the question about the shock collar? The internet's trying to, well, some people are trying to figure out if this clip of Hasan Piker is him hitting the shock button on a shock collar, which he says he doesn't have, right? Like vindictively, right? Like he's mad at the dog, he's mad at Kaya, so he hits, you know, the button just to like give her a zap. She does yelp, right? Right as he reaches for something on the table. And so people are interpreting the clip as Hasan went for the button, pressed the button, and if that's true, that button's like on a delay or something, because he presses the button, he moves away from it, and then Kaya yelps, and people are saying that is him pressing a shock button, where other people are saying that is where bro keeps his zens. Like, right? He might have been frustrated and anxious and reaching, you know, for a zen. So, yeah, the whole thing is that the clip is never going to show you either if Hasan did, you know, hit the shock button on Kaya, or if the clip is never going to be able to prove that he didn't. In fact, I would say I don't think there's anything that Hasan could do to like 100% prove that it didn't happen. So if you're coming into this with a standard of like, well, if you can't disprove that Hasan shocked his dog, then I'm going to assume that he did. I guess that's your take then. It's a bad take. It's not you're you know, jumping to guilt. You're presuming guilt rather than innocence. But you know, I guess I can't argue you out of that, right? You were a dyed-in-the-wool Hasan hater at that point, and this may be about something other than Kaya. If I'm being honest, I would have he would have been outed sooner if he was legit abusing Kaya. He was worried that Kaya would pull the sword on him again. What? Oh, are you talking about the?
Joshua Kell super chatted $5. Ethan is just trying to discredit Kaya before she releases her content nuke on Ethan Klein.
Yeah, he's worried about that twit longer that she's been cooking up. My experience with Hasan Piker, a twit longer. Is that right, Narwhal? Are we 117? It feels like I hope I haven't have been counting everyone. Why would this happen only one time out of... Oh, good point. Yeah, Nua Pergas says, why would this happen only one time out of thousands of hours? Yeah, maybe even tens of thousands of hours, if we're being real, of live stream video. That is the bottom line. I wish I knew how to say that is the bottom line in Japanese, because I heard a VTuber say it once, and it was the best. Like, she was like, that is my bottom line. I was like, damn.
The stream,
137 is what I should be saying.
he had already, you know, gotten annoyed at her for moving around prior to this.
The absolute worst country on the planet, straight up, bar none, a capitalist shithole. Kaya, now is not the opportunity for you to... Down. The absolute worst fucking place on the planet. Just a horrific.
So I think it's pretty clear that the dog moving off of that spot is what's making Hasan annoyed at her. Now, I saw he mentioned place training. Place is an actual dog training thing. And the whole idea behind it is designating a spot in a comfortable location for your pet. For a lot of people, I know it's like their office if they work from home. And Hasan was talking about how that area is her place. And for dog training, place is supposed to be like their happy spot where they are super safe and they feel super secure. And the way training goes with this, at least from everything I know about dog training, now keep in mind, when we first got Tetra, we did do dog training because my grandmother used to live with my parents, and Tetra gets very excited to see people. It's the cutest thing in the world, but she loves to jump on people. And
Yeah, a lot of people are saying it's the D-claw. I showed that earlier, right? When we watched the Philly D thing, I showed that right as she yelps, right before she yelps, her paw crosses the line with the bed, right? So the D-claw is, I'm understanding, like on the side, or sorry, the medial is the way you describe that anatomically, right? It's a medial claw, right? So if I'm the dog, it's like my it's here and it's here, like it's on here and it's here, right? And so like she caught it on the side of the bed is what a lot of people are saying. You also saw once she got her leg up, right? Her she puts one leg on the bed, she starts to pull the other one up as it goes past the metal part of the bed. She yelps, and then you see her with her foot like this. Now, look, if she was really being guarded about that foot, then that is an indication it's not a shock collar, right? Like if she's guarding her foot, that's a pretty good indication that she's not yelping from a shock collar. But like I said, chat, nothing that I can say, nothing that I can interpret from this video is going to be definitive. And just like nothing that anyone who's saying that he absolutely is abusing his dog is going to be definitive from that point. It all, I don't think the claims against him are falsifiable, is what I'm saying. I feel like if there weren't so many haters ready to cancel Hasan, we could have had some fun with this. Yeah, like don't tell Hasan you're a dog memes, or he'll shock you. Oh, I get it.
Grandma living at my parents when we'd go to visit, or if they came to visit, if Tetra would jump on her, it could cause injury. So we did do dog training in order to learn how to like help with that. We didn't do any like fear training or anything like that with shock collars or whatever, but place was something that we did learn about. And when it comes to place, you do not want to like make it something stressful for the animal, at least in our teachings. It's supposed to be a comforting spot for them, not like a stressful thing where they just go there and fucking like, blue screen in the brain and just sit there idly comatose. And if they don't, they get punished. So he's calling this her place, but when she's moving from the place, he's scolding her.
You would think that Moist Critical would have a little bit more sympathy as a streamer for somebody's, actions, the way that they take care of their dog, to be like typified and defined by the, by one clip, right? You would think that Moist Critical would understand that if you live by the clip, you will die by the clip. Charlie, they will come for you too. They will absolutely come for you, okay? And you know this, all it takes is one clip, right? Out of context, but it's got a really strong narrative, and it goes fucking nutty mode all over the internet. He's moist, but he's not critical. I'm not even sure if he's moist at this point. I feel like I'm more moist than he is. Links are blocked. You can like there's a, oh, I see. Somebody's trying to send me a clip or like a timestamp or something. Evidence that Moist watched the short clip and not the whole minute. Yeah, so somebody told me, oh wait, what did they say? Hasan reaction. Oh my God, chat, I forgot. Was it Hasan reaction? Somebody told me to look at one of these. Oh no. What the fuck? Getting Thai commercials again. Hasan reactions, I thought it was. Reactions and something about October 7th. That was the video of the that has the we'll look at this after Charlie. We'll watch Charlie, we'll watch the original video, then we'll watch Hasan's explanation, watch Hasan debunking really is what he's trying to do here. But again, and he's not going to do it definitively because there's no way to completely like falsify something like this, but I think he makes a pretty good case for himself. What is this? October 7th, 10/7, something like that. 7 days. It's not Hasan reactions. Oh no, Hasan reactions fan 2. It's not the peace officially declared in Israel, right? 6 hours ago. 1 day ago, Taylor Swift. Palestine 2 years later. 1 day ago. I'm not seeing anything mentioning October 7th. If the person who left that comment, because I really do want to try. Anyway, I've got. We're gonna watch the rest of the Spilly D thing. So, Sasha G, thank you for the 5 gifted. Oh, sorry, Narwhal by Nature. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Ivan 20, you just got weaseled. Mark Gold, you just got weaseled. Delia's Dreaming, you just got weaseled. YS Project, you just got weaseled. And that's a good thing. Yeah, we'll keep on watching this Moist Critical. And I'm going to try to see if I can find the original, because the VOD, like watching sort of before and after where the clip was taken from, it can be very helpful in this kind of situation.
That's not what we were taught you're supposed to do when it comes to place training. That kind of defeats the purpose of it. I don't know why he would be
what is actually getting weaseled? I think it's getting given a weasel, maybe? Receiving a weasel?
Getting so upset at that, like angry at the dog for moving from place. That really does kind of defeat the whole purpose of it. And then, in that clip, it seems like he reaches for something. Like he looks off screen and he extends his arm to something. And then shortly thereafter, the dog yelps in pain, and Hasan turns around and calls her a baby, and then tries to reassure the chat that she is spoiled, and then goes on to say that she's spoiled because his mother lets her, have free roam around the house. Now, he and the community are claiming that he didn't use a shock collar or anything, didn't, zap her, fucking Palpatine lightning blast her or anything like that. She got her dew claw stuck on that spot, and that's what made her yelp in pain. I guess, quick dog lore breakdown if you're not familiar with how those creatures function or anything. The dew claw is separate from, the paw pad area claws. The dew claw is a little higher up on the leg. And it's an old trait from back way in yesteryear when dogs needed that extra claw. It is just now an evolutionary leftover.
Yeah, no, dogs used to have opposable thumbs. They used to walk on 2 feet. There was basically a parallel dog society to human society. And then the dogs didn't like what the humans were doing, so they evolved away from that. And they were like, no more opposable thumbs. Thank you very much. We're going to have a dew claw now. Something like, in their infinite wisdom, they evolved in a separate way. They were like, we just don't want to do what the humans are doing. Wait, I'm sorry. I wanted to pause him for some reason there. Now I can't remember. I went out of my way to pause this dude. Let's roll him back, see what he was saying that got my...
creatures function or anything. The dew claw is separate from, the paw pad.
I think I was going to say, and the dew claw, just like our thumbs, right? When your arm is in, what is this? Pronate, supinate. Yeah, when it says when your arm is supinated, then the dew claw is going to be in a medial orientation. When it's pronated, it's going to be lateral. Of course, dogs don't pronate their arms like we do, and it's going to stay pretty much in that medial orientation.
Area claws. The dew claw is a little higher up on the leg, And it's an old trait from back way in yesteryear when dogs needed that extra claw. It is just now an evolutionary leftover. It's still present, but it's not something that obviously gets utilized by dogs to the same degree it used to. It is a sensitive area. That is true. If you've ever cut your dog's nails, or if you've ever taken your dog to like a dog salon or something and they like gave your dog a nail trim, you probably noticed that when it comes to the dew claw, they're very, defensive on it, like cautious.
Yeah, isn't it like a little proximal too? Like, right, it's not where your thumb is. It's like up here, kind of, right? Is that kind of? Oh my God, I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to remember dog anatomy. I never, never went to vet school, so. Fonzie's dog has dude claw. Oh, dude claws. I got it.
Because it is such a tender spot. I have watched this clip like fucking 10 or 15 times now. And today I had some friends come in from out of town, so obviously I've been out most of the day at the farm, and this was actually a conversational topic. It's become so big that it was brought up by them. And every single person, and pretty much everyone I've seen online outside of Hasan and Hasan's community, is all saying the same thing. That yes, it looks like the dog does like touch its leg to that spot on the bed, but it doesn't look like it gets caught or anything. So it feels very unlikely that that is what caused...
I'm sorry, the dog's nursing its paw. Like, the dog's paw doesn't just come up and then go down onto the bed. The dog's paw comes up and then goes like this, right? Has anybody seen this? If a dog steps on something, if a dog hurts their paw, hurts their, leg or whatever, their front leg or whatever, they'll pick it up kind of like this. Right, they'll like baby it, you know what I mean? They like hold it up like a chicken wing, right?
The dog to scream in pain. Like, I don't think that's what made Kaya, that's her name, yelp. It doesn't seem to get caught or snagged on anything. And dew claws,
they raise their paw when they're stressed too.
Aren't so sensitive and so tender that even touching them would cause like a panicked scream or anything. Unless she has an injury.
Well, I mean, she's definitely a little bit stressed from getting yelled at.
There, but I don't think Hasan has mentioned that, at least not that I've seen. So it feels to me very unlikely that that's what caused it, based on everything that we can see. Now, initially, even Hasan's community was starting to question, did he just shock Kaya? Did he just use a shock collar on stream? And the clip instantly started going viral, and he kind of downplayed it and shrugged it off as like, oh, a bunch of bad actors attacking me for some fucking phony baloney, barnacles here, unbelievable, this is all a load of fish paste. And instead of doing what I think most people, like not even just streamers, just normal people would do, of like showing, no, look, it's not a shock collar, obviously I didn't shock my dog, he instead just brushes it off saying, nope, it's not a shock collar, you're stupid for thinking that it is. And that's the attitude that his community had as well.
Listen,
like, oh, you must have...
If there was a way to, I don't know, take the camera around your house and absolutely falsify, like, the dogs being mistreated, yeah, I guess you'd want to do that, right? If somebody's going to use their dog, have their dog in frame, which isn't to say that Hasan's, like, using Kaya, doesn't care about Kaya, but is saying that Kaya is part of the stream, background because of where her place is, right? That we want to know that the dog is being, treated well, but there isn't. There's no way that you can falsify this, right? So Charlie, when you're talking about this, you gotta recognize if Hasan is indeed, didn't shock the dog, is there a way for him to prove it? And what you're saying only even possibly makes sense when there is such a way that would satisfy everyone. That there's no way you can fucking prove that though. It's hard enough to like considering what's on the stream and what's not on the stream, like, you're trying to prove what was happening off stream was not a pushing of a button on a shock collar. I don't think there's a way. If Hasan was shocking his dog, like that, it like he could take the camera around the house and be like, see, no shock button here, and that wouldn't prove that he didn't do it, right? So given the fact that he can't prove himself innocent, given the fact that we generally operate on the premise of innocent until proven guilty, I think you're putting him in an impossible place here. And I think you're doing it for the clicks. Because you know your audience fucking loves it. It's the one time that this guy will take a stand is when he is sure that like the audience is like 80-20 in his favor. JP says if Hasan uses Ekalar, Boy would be talking about it because those guys hang out. True, yeah. A shot caller, yeah. Boy would be talking about. They hang out with Hasan for a week at a time. Yeah, they come over and just basically they use his house as like a vacation home, basically. Even if he shows a dozen non-shot callers. Yeah, they'll just claim that but the other collar that you're not showing us is the shot collar. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, no, I think this is ridiculous what Moist is expecting from Hasan, right? You will only do this if you want to fucking, if you want to kangaroo court this guy, if you want to railroad this guy, if you want to witch trial this guy. That's the only reason that you'd set up that absurd standard.
Psychosis if you think it's a shot collar, which I think is a little odd because it's the easiest thing in the world to prove, right? You have all these people saying this shit, it's not true. Well, it takes like actually 3 seconds just to unclip that collar and just show like, hey guys, I don't want anyone to get the wrong idea here. This is not a shot collar. Look, here's what it is, and then explain it. Like, I feel like even a non-streamer, like a complete normie, average
I'm sorry, didn't he do that though? We'll watch Hasan's response in a second here, chat, but I feel like he did. I thought he showed the collar. I thought he did show the collar. Only option we have is to teach Kaya how to talk so she can share her lived experience. Yeah, and also, have her talk to a one of those psychologists that implants false memories and what if Kaya reports satanic ritual abuse? What if Kaya reports satanic ritual abuse? Hasan involved me in a satanic ritual whereupon demons were called. Like, I don't know. Moist is going to announce his new sponsor. Yeah, this week. What is it called? React.dev. Yeah, that's where you're going, right, Rave? Moist is going to have React.dev as his new sponsor. Dan Saltman's company. At least his company after Tiny Chat, the operation he started up with Puff Daddy. Yeah, the dude's got a long history, and it's not good. It's not good.
Schmo, if you went to their house and saw that happen, or like, hey, did you just shock that dog? They'd be like, oh my god, no, this is clearly a misunderstanding. No, that's not what happened. Like, I feel like most people would be very quick to show you and prove that it's not a shock collar because it's so quick and so easy to do. And the fact that he doesn't is odd. Like, it is very peculiar. Why wouldn't you in the moment? Like, that's such a natural thing to do, especially for what's easily a slam dunk. Like, you have all these people attacking you, you could easily just come out and fuck.
Moist, what are you fucking smoking? What are you smoking? The idea that you could, like, unambiguously prove, like, a negative, right? That you could falsify any possibility that you used a shock collar on your dog is just not fucking realistic. There is nothing Hasan could show, especially the people that are doing this, not because they care about Kaya. We're not talking about, like, 5th level vegans that don't eat anything with a shadow. We're not talking about people that are like serious about, like, like super serious about animal welfare. We are talking about fucking XQC, Asmongold, Ethan Klein, DGGers, just all the fucking sloptube shitlords of the internet, right? They don't care about Kaya. They care about Israel. They care about their feelings. They care about revenge. They have very different motivations than the welfare of one Kaya Piker.
Fucking slam jam thank you ma'am on them by just being like, nope, it's not a shot collar. Look, here you go. The proof is in the pudding. Behold. Like, it'd be so quick, so simple, and it would be irrefutable. But that didn't happen yesterday. Instead, it was kind of brushed off as
irrefutable. Irrefutable. Moist critical. Can you prove that you don't have a carrot up your butt every time you stream? That every time we see you, every time you come on for one of your videos, can you prove that you don't have a carrot up your butt? Are you going to show me your refrigerator and be like, see, no carrots? Ooh, except for that one with shit on it. Oops. Like, what the fuck? I could say anything. Moist, when did you stop beating your wife? You know, this is when did you stop beating your wife, right? This is the most disingenuous shit you could imagine. Wow. Okay.
Gotta be fucking stupid to think that, Hasan would shock his dog on stream, and he just kind of propped it up as like the only people that would believe this are like bad people in the first place, or like, grifters, this kind of thing. And I just find that to just be so disingenuous because...
Or dudes that lost a debate to Sneeko, ruined their reputation, and only do part-time YouTube and now as a result that would like to get some clicks, maybe? Maybe somebody like that, Moist? Don't think we've forgotten, okay? Don't think we've forgotten that you managed to lose a debate with Sneeko on age of consent.
Most people are going to see this, and it looks like you shock your dog. Given how annoyed you are with the dog.
That's true. That's true. That's true. Most people looking at that clip, given that explanation, will accept it. Yeah, he shocked his dog here. That checks out, right? Yeah, that's true. That's true. Does that mean that we should encourage this kind of fucking internet kangaroo court? Should we really be encouraging that shit? Or should you, as a pillar of the YouTube community, maybe be expected to be a little bit better? Are you that hard up for clicks, Charlie?
Before she yelps out in pain, you roll your eyes, you look at something off screen, you clearly are you are reaching off screen, that is very clear, and then the dog...
And we all know that the only thing off screen is a giant button that says Shock Kaya. We all know that is the only thing that he could possibly be reaching for, right? No mouse, no Stream Deck, no volume button, no anything, no turning down the brightness on his monitor. Nope. It's 100% the Shock Kaya button. Yeah.
While you were still in
it.
And then instead of doing like what I feel like most dog owners would do, would like check to see like, is everything all right? Why'd she just yelp in pain? Instead of doing that,
he was looking at her for like, I don't know, 5 seconds during stream, right? Yeah. I mean, would it have been better for him to go over there and like check maybe? Best practices, sure.
Calling her a baby and then mentioning how spoiled she is about roaming the house, like that doesn't compute. If this was her dew claw getting stuck there and then yelping in pain, you would have no idea why she's yelping. Why is your first instinct to call her a baby and then mention how spoiled she is about,
We need a shock Irene button, only if it's hooked up to a TENS.
Your mom letting her roam the house. The response to it just doesn't really seem to make sense if what happened is her dew claw getting stuck there. I just don't see why he would respond that way, so aggressive about it. It just doesn't really make sense. Now, a bunch of super sleuths were diving in, really analyzing frame by frame. Apparently, Hasan has mentioned that she does have an AirTag on her collar. People also saw a doohickey underneath the AirTag right before the moment where she yelps, where there's a green blinking gadget there, a little fucking gizmo.
I mean, who did that's a slightly better image than we saw from XQC. But again, I wouldn't trust myself to be able to identify. Anyway, I don't want. I'm getting sucked into this, chat. I'm getting sucked into it because it could be a blinky thing with a vibration collar, right? But I in fact, I think that is Hasan's. We'll watch his video later. I think he says it was a vibration collar that she had on at the time. So yeah, that's an electric. That's a collar that has batteries in it, right? That's a collar that is, electric, right? A light makes sense there. But I don't even know if that's a light because it's so easy to, or an AirTag, right? Is it an AirTag? I thought he said it was the vibrator. I thought he said that at the time he had the vibration collar, right? Which is a collar that you put on a dog, as I understand, to get the dog's attention or to call I think he said call Kaya back if he loses sight of her. right? She's trained to come back to him when the collar vibrates. He has a collar. It said the collar has many features.
And people were speculating that's probably the shock collar. And now today, Hasan
Also has an air tag. Yeah, it did seem like the white thing. Here, let me roll it back for you, chat, just a little bit. Let's roll it back. Right there. Okay, so the big white thing above the what they're saying is a green light. Again, you know, I don't know. Is it a green light? Is it something reflective on the collar that is catching you know, a ray of sunlight? We really don't know. But the white thing above there is I think an air tag, right? That's
went on stream to show the collar and explain what it is that everyone saw.
This is the one
See,
that people are talking
what the fuck? What the fuck? He does show the collar. What is his complaint then?
about. Okay, this is the one.
Oh god, chat, Hutch has got a video out too.
This is the one that they saw. It has the capacity to vibrate, and that's it. Are you happy? That's it. Good. There's the air tag. There's the fucking vibrator. It also uses
The vibrator.
It also has a flashlight component to it at nighttime, and it also has a tracker on it when she gets lost. If she were to actually get fucking lost.
So on stream, he was showing that the unit everyone saw is something that can only vibrate, it can't shock. It also has like other things like a flashlight and stuff. And then he went on to explain like why he has a vibrator there for the sake of like training and that kind of thing. Now, since this was a day later, obviously people are going to be wondering, is this real? Like, is he telling the truth? Like, you could have swapped it out. You could have changed out the
What the fuck? Oh, I get it now. I get it now. Chat, Moist Critical's expectation was that Hasan is monitoring. Hasan would have to be monitoring LSF. He'd have to be aware that the clip you know, was blowing up there. And then he would be like, you know, he would go away from whatever he's covering. Right, which, you know, at the time, chat, he's talking about Palestine. He's talking about Palestine 2 years later, and he's talking, I think, about the supposed ceasefire. You know, we'll see if that actually works out. And yeah, like it's that Hasan would have had to just be like, all right, we're gonna stop talking about this for a second, because something is popping off on LSF. Yeah, look at that. That's 30 minutes ago on my stream. Now, just for full transparency, here, let me grab the camera. Show you around in my room, right? Show you the spot on my desk that I reached for. Look, that's my Zens. There's no button there. That's what his expectation. This is fucking unreasonable. This is unfucking reasonable. Yeah, he's jet lagged too. Yeah, it was right after he came back from, was it Paris? Yeah, heads, Moist and Ethan Wynn, and Hutch, and Asmongold, and XQC, and all the worst people on the internet. Tails, Hasan loses. Exactly.
Previous model with one that doesn't have shocking capabilities, because there are vibrate only units and there are some that have vibrate and shock, something he also mentions that those kind of things do exist. But since this was so far after the fact, people are always going to wonder, well, did he just switch it out? And something else that spawned from this is, it looks like there's tape on it. So when you watch it and you like pay attention to the actual unit, it looks like there is just some black tape on it. And a bunch of people online started to try and find out what brand this is, because I don't know if I missed it and everyone else missed it, but I don't think he mentioned what model this is, like what brand or what model, anything like that. So people don't know what it is, they're just going to have to like take his word for it that this is a vibrate-only unit, and since there's no visible prongs, you're led to believe that it can't shock or anything. However, there are shock collars that have detachable prongs. In fact, the shock collars we use on Skill Check channel when we play Magic the Gathering and make a misplay and we shock ourselves, you can take the prongs off of those. I think that's a pretty standard feature in a lot of shock collars, I think. So, like, you can just take the prongs off. And when you increase the brightness here...
Ash, I don't know if you're still in chat, but I can see why you suggested I not watch this. This is pretty, it's pretty fucking ridiculous. I'm kind of glad, though, we're you know, unintentionally exposing Moist Critical.
does seem like there's definitely tape. I've seen this picture
Zapruder?
floated around a lot, and people believe that they have narrowed it down to a model called the Educator ET400, which seems to match it visually 1-to-1 in all aspects except for the bottom side there, where on the ET400 there are 2 prongs there, but you can take those prongs off from what I can tell, at least online, and in the Hasan
Is this what Ethan showed? I don't know. We'll look at Ethan in a minute.
clip, there's a bunch of tape there, which potentially would be there to cover up the holes. I don't really know what else there would be tape there for. I don't really...
Jeez, that sounds like a great idea to exonerate yourself. Show people a picture of something with a bunch of tape on it, right? Right? They're not going to notice the tape. Here, we'll just cover up the holes with the tape. There we go. That's, yeah, now I got him fooled. Yo, he must really think, you know... This is all from Ethan's post. Yeah. So, I think I've got, yeah, you sent me those yesterday on, or put them on the stream suggestions, right? On Discord.
I don't really get that. Like, it doesn't make a ton of sense. But of course, I have no way of knowing 100% beyond a shadow of a doubt that Hasan shocked Kaya on that stream or anything like that. But based on the old eyeball test, the old smell test, what you can literally see, he is annoyed with Kaya. He expressed it a couple of times, scolded her. He rolls his eyes. He does reach for something off screen. And as he is reaching, it seems like when he finally gets to something, she yelps in pain. And then there's no real, like, concern from him, and instead talks about why she's like a spoiled baby. I don't see anything that she could have, like, hurt herself on. It doesn't seem like her dew claw or anything gets tangled up in the bed. So, to me, it feels like it is something he did. Even if it's not a full...
Oh my god.
Shock, he didn't get her with
Moish, are you telling me you couldn't see in 3 dimensions? That's really annoying to me, right? When you can't see in 3 dimensions. Like, if Hasan was really innocent, as he claims, he would have turned the camera on 3 dimensions so that we could perceive in, you know, so that the viewers all transfer into the 4th dimension, and we're able to perceive the space of a 3 dimensional, you know, space with the accuracy that we would be able to perceive a 2-dimensional plane, right? That is what the fuck is he talking about? His eyes roll because his connection kept... Yeah, he was having trouble with his internet connectivity. Hacking the mainframe, enlarge zoom, add pixels, increase resolutions, enlarge zoom. Right, CSI can conclude that Hasan does in fact have a fat hog. Damn, they're looking as... We're back to stupid sexy Hasan again, aren't we? I see.
like a Dungeons and Dragons lightning bolt or anything like that. If it is a vibrate only unit, I feel like he definitely did press the vibrate in that instance there. I see nothing else that would cause that yelp here from everything that we can clearly see. And if that is the case, and that, to me, that's what it seems like the case is, that's super fucked up. She didn't do anything wrong. I don't think there's anything to warrant him being upset in the first place. And to be upset enough to press a, correctional button on that device is so beyond fucked. There was no bad behavior or any kind of correction or punishment needed to be doled out there.
Charlie, call me back after you've done a video on Ethan Klein's infamous Giardia clip, and you've held Ethan to a similar standard based on only what you see in that video. We hold Ethan's child rearing, which I think we can all, we can all assume is maybe more important. Yeah, call me back when you've done a video on Ethan's, turning his family into the human centipede, right? Call me back after that.
There. All she did was move on the bed slightly, slightly move off the bed. I think it's super fucked up. But if this is all wrong, it's all a bunch of hooey, and Hasan didn't shock or vibrate or do anything at all here to cause Kaya to yelp in pain, I think it would have been very easy to immediately in the moment prove that by just showing the collar, which again I feel like is the most logical thing most people would have thought to do. But also B, I still think all of his like anger and like annoyance at the dog for moving around off her place is just fucking weird too. And then of course people were mentioning how Kaya's on stream 8 to 10 hours a day, and then just all of a sudden randomly he decides to shock her today. Yeah, great story you've got there, Buster. Really shows how stupid everyone's become. Everyone's really fucking dumb to believe in something like this. All just because he hasn't in the past on stream.
All just because they've been watching... Yeah. All just because they've been watching Hasan for way too many hours of their life. I mean, I'm not that... I probably shouldn't. That's not good for the streaming business to say that, but like, yeah, he's the worst person ever, clearly, Shira.
And then, of course, people take it a step further, saying none of his friends have ever called him out for using a shock collar, thus this has to be a load of, you know, fucking horseradish. I think this is a very weak argument, because I know if Hasan does use a shock collar, he would never let any of his friends see that, because he would know that they would call him out for it and give him shit for it, especially someone like
that's what happens. That's what happens. Everybody leaves Hasan's house, right? Austin leaves, and Hasan turns around and looks like at Kaya. He's got the button. He's like, "It's button time, Kaya. No one can hear you yelp," and just you know, tortures her.
So they just wouldn't know. Thus, they wouldn't be able to call him out on it or anything like that. And this whole idea of making an assumption based on things that are outside of what is clearly visible here, I think is useless. Just because you haven't seen
I'm sorry, but if we're going to talk about assumptions, how about the assumption that you're jumping to guilt despite not having absolute proof, right? If you want to make an accusation at someone like this, you're going to have a little bit more evidence than a fucking stream clip that doesn't show what you claim it shows, right? You would need to see in 3 dimensions. You would need to be able to zoom out past the shot, right? The camera is only showing you this much, right? You'd have to be able to be like, all right, let's like move the camera over here. Let's pan over to the table, see what he's got on the table. Is that a button? You know, like have a second camera, like, you know, just to show us like 3 dimensions of like how Kaya's, you know, how close was Kaya's claw to the bed, right? Again, this is such bullshit. God damn.
In the past on stream doesn't mean it's not something he's done before, or it is very possible this was the first time. That's also very true too.
Is he any less of an animal abuser just because he's a first-time animal abuser? He's still abusing that animal, which we don't have proof for, but since he can't prove he's innocent, we're going to jump to that conclusion, since as we all know, you know, it's guilty until proven innocent, right? Is that the standard that you really want, Moist? Because if you live by that standard, you will die by that standard too. This will happen. Although, I don't know, maybe he doesn't stream enough. Maybe Moist has just kind of given up after he got spanked by Sneeko, of all people. Mad he pre-washed the black shirt. Yeah. He got the black shirt out for the other day to say free Palestine, but...
Collars used for? Training. And what is he currently doing with Kaya, at least based on what I've heard him talk about?
Vam says Charlie's argument is constructed with moist brain matter.
Training her, or at least expanding the training on place. So maybe he decided that this might be a good tool to use for the first time. That's also entirely possible. It's not some like far-fetched crazy conspiracies that...
Oh my god! He's literally like, look, you can't disprove my accusation. Therefore, we should assume that Hasan Piker is a piece of shit that abuses his dog. Wow. Yeah, it acts like Hasan is Michael Vick. Well, that's his next guest, and you know?
Only haters are drumming up and, you know, falling in line with. It's a very plausible thing based on what is clearly visible in the clips.
Wait, Enemy of the State? Hasn't anyone seen Enemy of the State use that technology? I haven't seen it.
Anyway, just wanted to blabber about this a bit. I know I've been
You definitely are blubbering
with internet creator drama. I plan to keep it that way. But occasionally, can't help but poke
Occasionally, the
around.
channel needs some views. I'm going to pick my nose. Just like Hutch.
And a couple of the things going on out there.
Here, prove that you didn't like keep that booger for later, Moist Critical. Like we saw you reach for your nose. Now you might say it was just a scratch, but we can't see that it was just a scratch. So I can assume that you pulled out a booger and you rolled it up and you put it in. You got a little dish there of treats for later. And as soon as you hit stop on the video camera, you're going to get some oat milk, pour it in there, and you're going to eat those boogers like cereal. That's your cornflakes, most critical. Can you disprove it? Can you falsify the theory that you are off stream eating bowls of boogers that you pick on stream? I don't know.
And yesterday was just a crazy one. That
I want to see him cover up the carrot allegations.
Really
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. Oh no, God. We got Majority Report coming in hot. I would love to watch this.
Bless you, Crowder.
But unfortunately, we've got other things to cover right now. So yeah, somebody said that I should watch this video. This is the video. This is where the incident happens, right? I don't know how much time we'll have to watch this. We also want to watch Hasan's response, and we want to watch at least some of Ethan's. Yeah, he used this incident as his entire stream topic today. He talked about nothing else other than this. This was the entirety of his stream. He did come back on or something and cover the live birth on Twitch. So it's basically the same. It's funny. The same. Hey, Ethan Klein, can you prove that you didn't program your show by watching a Moist Critical video? That you didn't watch that Moist Critical? Okay, he can probably, because actually he did. His stream happened before Moist video came out, so he can prove that. I didn't think about that one I didn't think that one through enough.
Is the 5th largest economy on the planet. This is where Silicon Valley is. This is where all the latest advancements in tech is supposed to be happening. Okay? I hate this country so much. You can be on a mountain in the middle of Norway and get better internet than Los Angeles, California.
Oh, yeah. So what's he bitching about? He is angry. Is he angry at Kaya? No, he's angry at his ISP. And this is true. Chat, look, knock on wood, because we did have an outage yesterday. I did have an outage the day before, but those are the two outages that I have had since I've been here in Thailand. My Thai internet is actually pretty fucking good. It's pretty reliable. It's very fast, right? I paid for 1,000 gigs, and I get pretty much 1,000 gigs. Sorry, 1,000 gigs. Am I saying that right? Yeah. Right. Wait, am I saying that right? Yeah, I think it is, right? Like as far as speed, download speed, right? Anyway,
it's just like a moment of anger. This is a moment of anger for like.
You had to restart a new stream. Well, look, that's not as annoying as it is on YouTube, but it is annoying. His stream ended because Wi-Fi went out. Wait, what? No, don't tell me he uses Wi-Fi. He's definitely, look, most professional streamers, if they at all can get an Ethernet connection, it's way more reliable. You use Wi-Fi, there's all kinds of, all bets are off if you use Wi-Fi. I'm guessing it's Ethernet. Okay, I thought so. Yeah. If you have to use Wi-Fi, right? Like when I was in Vietnam, I was using Wi-Fi, but in general, Ethernet is the preferred.
Something that is just so.
I'm getting better internet than you in Sydney. Yeah, I guess so. It's pretty good internet. Like the upload's not as quite as fast as the download, but it's like over 500 gig upload. Chat, I could be streaming to Twitch, to YouTube, to TikTok. I don't know. Does Instagram do lives? To Facebook, to Rumble, to Kick, to the window, to the walls, to the sweat. No, sorry, I'm not going there. What fucking movie was that?
Routine, so silly.
Sandra
Such a
Bullock.
First world problem. But it is emblematic of all of America's much more consequential violence. Okay? It's the same
Am I thinking megabytes? Maybe I'm thinking megabytes.
reason as to why America. Kaya, please just just stop. Jesus Christ, what are you doing? You're being such a baby. It's just, you're making her stressed. She just literally is so incredibly spoiled from my mom. No, she doesn't want to come over here to see what's up. She just wants to roam the house because she got to roam the house when I was gone. And she needs to literally have the same structured, regimented. I think this clip went to Trump's big baby desk immediately. I hate everything. I hate everything. I hate everything so much. Anyway, as I was saying, start running ads, take sponsors so you can get fiber. Yeah, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, no, he is really, he's really pissed off. And you know, your dog can sense that, right? Yeah, Kaya is probably stressed. Like, she's stressed because Hasan is mad. I don't think that she thinks he's mad at her, but you know what I mean? Like, yeah, your pets definitely pick up your stress. So obvious, her upper leg pulled and the lower didn't follow. Yeah, and then she goes like this, right? Like she's got a hurt paw.
All right, let's just continue.
People. Keir Starmer said it was un-British to have so little respect.
The Prime Minister suggests it's un-British to be at this protest on October the 7th. Do you agree with him?
I don't agree with him because it's not un-British to exercise our right to protest, our freedom of expression.
Is this just
I'm sorry.
though, to people mourning?
Any Brits in chat? Un-British, is this a phrase? We do in the United States, we do hear un-American a lot, right? Famously, Joe McCarthy's witch hunting of communist committee was called the House Un-American Activities Committee. You know, it's often used to demonize communists and socialists. But just in general, yeah, like anything that is like counter to like what people think is American culture or American values or American this or American that, right, will get called un-American. I just wonder, I've never heard un-British. Keir Starmer said that to be on this protest on October 7th was un-British. Un-British is not a phrase. So Keir, he's trying to import American nationalism, it sounds like. I don't know. Maybe he feels like he's got to have his own nationalism to go up against the rising tide of like far right shit. I don't know.
The loss of life on October the 7th 2 years ago.
It's not disrespectful. It's not a denial of the Holocaust. Not a denial of Jewish identity.
Do you condemn what Hamas did on October the 7th?
I don't care for that question.
This man appeared to be an organiser, but didn't want to give us his name.
Are you an organiser?
Who's asking? You want to know what I think?
Yeah.
I think the Prime Minister is disrespectful to the thousands of Palestinians who are killed every single day in Gaza. That's what I think.
We love Jewish people.
love Jewish people.
We hate Zionists.
The war could end today, but Hamas have refused.
This Jewish man came here to share his anger. He told me he feels unsafe in London at the moment.
Yeah.
So let me try to understand this. It's not the British people that feel this way. It seems to be the press, and it seems to be the government, the Labour government, that feels this way, right?
He seems so he feels so unsafe, bro. Yeah. That's what I do when I'm feeling unsafe. I specifically go to a pro-Palestine rally, an anti-genocide rally to agitate, you know? I love feeling unsafe as a as I reveal my pro-genocide position. As I reveal my pro-genocide position at the anti-genocide rally. Oh my God.
There are plenty of right-wing freaks that feel that way. But would you say that they represent the majority view in the UK? Mostly the press and the government. Yeah. And that's why they've got like literally laws against, protesting for Palestine now.
The war could stop. Un-British behaviour, as Keir Starmer very Britishly puts it. Okay, these people should be under arrest for incitement. They could do this October 5th.
Serious question. I do not know how to answer the argument for when people say you're gay. Why do you support anti-LGBTQIA migration? There is no marker of like.
Oh my God.
My
brain fucking worms. Where does this come from? Anti-LGBTQ. I didn't even get that at first. If you feel racist saying that you're against immigration from Muslim countries, then you just can just word filter Muslim immigration to anti-LGBTQIA, put the plus for extra woke points too. Immigration. Yeah, there you go.
Migrate to this country. What are we talking about? There is already homegrown and much more successful anti-LGBTQIA positions held by the current population. Okay? That's ridiculous. People are complex. They're human beings. Some of them are not going to agree with you. The notion that all of these people that are...
The majority view is that Palestine is suffering a genocide. That's what I thought. Yeah, just like in the U.S., right? It's not a majority view, but they're loud. Yeah, and my understanding is that some of the populist right, whereas in the United States, there's almost an emerging majority even on the right against what Israel's doing. Now, some of it obviously is informed more by anti-Semitism. It's just, because Israel is associated with Jewish people, right? But all in all, even the right is not, as steadfastly in support of Israel as like the turning point, the new Turning Point USA management, for instance, would like it to be. The media is pushing their own agenda, as they do. Yeah, it seems like the media encouraging a lot of brain rot in the UK.
Coming in are anti-LGBTQIA, and they're specifically migrating to this country to represent anti-gay, anti-queer attitudes is so laughable. It's no different than people being like, why are you anti-genocide? Hamas would throw you off of a rooftop. It's basically that, but on the issue of migration. And it's most commonly advanced by people who themselves are anti-gay.
Isn't it weird though that person, like, like, what do you want to bet that person, that's the first time that they've typed out LGBTQIA, right? What do you want to bet that's the first time that they normally, say like LGBT, right? And that they're just trying to drive home, well, don't you guys like, don't you support? I don't know. It's almost like they're trying to blend in. Like, this is what we say, right? It's like a defense against being called out as being, anti-woke, which they are, based on the fact that they're trafficking in Islamophobia. But if they put the LGBTQIA plus up there as a veneer, then it's all good. Yeah, or they use a slur more often. Yeah, concern trolling. Exactly, that's what I think is going on. I don't know though. It's hard. It's a chatter in Hasan's chat, but sometimes they get brigaded by other communities.
And anti-queer, ridiculous. I can't speak for the UK, but Muslim populations in the United States of America also are way more open-minded to gay people than white evangelical Protestants are, by the way. Not only that, but also they don't even have any sort of outsized representation in the same way that the most consequential anti-gay.
All right, chat, are we going to see anything else in this video? I mean, this is Hasan's Palestine 2 years later video. We watched I don't know, the only thing else I can think of watching is maybe the internet problems. They occur like right around here, maybe.
How desensitized people are to watching violence unfold on U.S. soil, and it was not like there was no reason to temper your response, obviously beyond people like immediately dunking. Lamau, no, you didn't. You were spreading the worry. No, the parts that I'm worried about are still happening. Okay, like I'm
gonna turn up the air conditioning really quick.
I'm talking about people refusing to mention Charlie Kirk's background and his political output? Did I even for a moment refuse to do that? Did I even for a moment say, oh, now is not the time? No, I immediately started talking about what Charlie Kirk had done and also started criticizing people that were doing exactly that. Charlie Kirk was doing politics the right way. Like, it is ridiculous. And this is no different than that. People being like, well, it's October 7. Now is not the time to mention 75 years of apartheid and occupation that led to October 7. Okay, well, you're being a little silly. And you don't have to actually be even that careful after 2 years of genocide is what I'm saying. You can only feel that way if you think personally that a lot of people just don't see Palestinians as human beings, but simply, unnecessary collateralized deaths as a consequence of Israel's out of control reaction to October 7. That's not how this story works. That's it.
And there was a demonstration, and the soldiers caught him, and they tortured him very badly, and then they shot him later in the heart, close range. They tortured him. He was only 14.
Yeah, it's like saying Israel's doing the Middle East the right way. Anyway, here, students ignore Starmer's call to respect October 7th's anniversary.
October the 7th in London. A chant viewed by many as a highly offensive anti-Semitic call for the destruction of Israel.
Oh my Lord. Oh my Lord.
To these protesters, a legitimate call for a free Palestine.
Can you guys see me? I don't even know. Is it refreshed? Oh, it is. Oh, great. Okay. Well, predictably, because I'm in the United States of America, the most dog shit country on the planet, the absolute worst country on the planet, straight up, bar none, a capitalist shithole. Kaya, now is not the opportunity for you to down. The absolute worst place on the planet, just a horrific, monstrous, awful, dog shit country that I despise. The absolute worst country that has the most wealth throughout history, throughout time, the wealthiest nation on the planet, and we don't have a fraction of the dedicated broadband speeds that you can get in a village on the countryside of France. Okay? The worst infrastructure, the absolute biggest shithole on the planet. I despise this nation. I despise this country with my entire heart. Okay? We do not have any freedom in this place. We do not have any freedom in this country. I hate this country so much. I hate it with all of my heart. It just sucks so bad. Every time I go anywhere else, I can literally go to a bum hotel in the middle of nowhere, okay, on the countryside, and I can get better, unrestricted, unrestrained, uninterrupted broadband than Los Angeles, California, in one of the wealthiest countries on the planet, in one of the wealthiest states on the planet. California as a state is the 5th largest economy on the planet. This is where Silicon Valley is. This is where all the latest advancements in tech is supposed to be happening. Okay?
Feels so much better.
This country so much.
Oh, it came right in time for the clip,
in the
right?
middle of Norway and get better internet than Los Angeles, California.
Wait. Did I just miss the fucking the
states of?
Oh, look, there's Kaya. Wait, Kaya's doing something. Oh, here it is. Yeah. His internet died. Wait. This is where the. Okay, you all saw this. You all just saw this. I'm sorry. I was getting overheated. I wanted to cool the fuck down. I turned the air conditioning up, even though I hate paying for the power bill, but it is humid, even though it's not as hot as it was when I got here. It is very humid now. Oh my god, even my hair, it's just, oh my god, I should have brought my brush. That's what I needed to do. But yeah, I got a cool drink. I turned up the air conditioning. I stood under it for a second. Hopefully I am 100 times better now, if not 1,000 times better. I want to see the cutout really quick.
Oh my lord.
To these protesters, a legitimate call for a free Palestine.
There it is. Classic Twitch F. IOF took out his internet, yeah.
Can you guys see me? I don't even know. Is it?
You heard Hasan has that effect on all the girls? I mean, he definitely has that effect on the I Had It girls. I don't know if he has that effect on me. Guess we'll find out.
Refreshed? Oh, it is. Oh, great. Okay. Well, predictably, because I'm in the United States of
He's right
America,
about this.
The most dog shit country.
Look, as somebody who's been hanging out in another part of the world, in Southeast Asia for the last few months, I can corroborate exactly what he's saying, right? There's just a lot of shit that they hold back from us in this country, right? Our mobile phone rates are ridiculously high. Our internet rates are ridiculously high. Your energy, it may be higher in some other places, right? But you've now got energy rates affected by these data centers that they're opening everywhere that are poisoning places like Memphis, Tennessee. And yeah, the internet sucks in the U.S., right? Do you remember what my internet was like in the U.S.? That's why it was weird for me to have let's see, like the internet was down on Monday, which caused me to not be able to stream at all. Like, right, it went down before I could even get on stream. And then it went down when I was beginning stream yesterday. And those are like the first 2 outages I've really had while I'm here. At least that I can remember. USA is a shit cold country. Yeah, and it's getting shittier too. They're fucking Americans over, and Americans don't even realize it because most of us don't even have a passport. Most of us are, they keep us so, nose to the grindstone to try to make sure that you're financially okay, that you hardly have time to, or the money to be able to, really travel and see what it's like in the rest of the world. And again, this stuff that I'm seeing, chat, is not something that I'd see from a hotel, right? I mean, actually, no, maybe it is, right? Do you remember the hotel internet? Do you remember the hotel Wi-Fi? It was actually pretty good. It wasn't 100% reliable. It was Wi-Fi, and it is from a hotel, but it was pretty fucking good. We paid for all that fiber, and some places are still running on dial-up. I know. They just fuck people over, and nobody knows. Nobody's the wiser. Everybody's distracted by trans people or immigrants or some other fucking boogeyman. Or Hasan's dog grooming? Hasan's dog rearing. Dog rearing? Okay, well, I'm not saying this right. Dog care. Yes, practices. Yeah. Should be on renewable power, but oil. Yeah, I think renewables just passed, or was it wind in specific, just passed coal in terms of power production. Would not fly anytime soon. That's a very difficult question. Even if you want to get out of the United States, right? You gotta trust the FAA, which has been a lot just all kinds of accidents under Trump that had not happened in years and years and years, and yeah, it's getting worse. Trans immigrants groomed by dog. Wow.
Country on the
they put makeup on my. They put they gave my dog a makeover.
Planet
This is a clear example of grooming.
The absolute worst country on the planet, straight up, bar none, a capitalist shithole. Kaya, now is not the opportunity for you to down. The absolute worst place on the planet, just a horrific, monstrous, awful, dog shit country that I.
If you're disabled, you can't move to a different country. Ableism is a global. Oh, true. Yeah. Sometimes some other countries suck more than the USA. So I'm stuck here. Yeah. And in terms of you're talking about trying to get residency and or citizenship, Adric.
Despise the absolute worst country that has the most wealth throughout history, throughout time, the wealthiest nation on the planet, and we don't have a fraction of the dedicated broadband speeds that you can get in a village on the countryside of France.
Really hard to move. God damn it, chat. I really need to find some time to like put out some videos about just share my knowledge, what my experience was, what works for me, and then look into other people's situations and see what is the best advice for somebody dealing with a disability, right? Look, what have I secured for myself? I guess I don't know, would you call it a medium term? It's not a short-term visa, right? It's not like a 90-day visa or a 60-day visa. It's not a long-term visa either. It's a year-long visa that has to be renewed, let's see, every 90 days and then refreshed like every 180 days. But it's better than living in the United States. And look, if I have to, I don't know, move to, I don't know, like Vietnam for, like a few months or something like that. I mean, that might be the thing to do, right? It's not easy, but I'll try to give you the, best information I can. I think I'll move to Mexico. But they're putting up a wall to keep us in. That's what I said. That's what I said when Trump got elected. I was saying the fucking wall and the border shit right now, it's ostensibly to keep Mexicans out. I was saying eventually it's going to be to keep Americans in. I said by the end of the Trump administration. Look, I hate being right about this shit. You need at least 10K to move out of the country, says Kelly Voicer X. Well, apparently I'm screwed then. Kelly, do you know, I moved out of the country with, I'm trying to remember. How much did I actually have? Like, I was in a situation where I was kind of living hand to mouth, like, right? I was, I was having to put off, like, getting food or groceries until the paycheck came in, like, right? I was basically running out of money every month. But yeah, like, I mean, depending on where you're going, Kelly, you might be right about the 10K. Europe, for instance, very expensive, very expensive. Trying to get disability, I can't work, but my body and brain are too busted. I got like a third of what's wrong with me figured out diagnostically. Oh yeah, sometimes that's a huge challenge too, right? Especially when you're dealing with like substandard healthcare, as many people are in the United States. I knew that wall was to keep us in after a certain point. Yeah, I hate being right about this shit, but honestly, I'm saying this because I thought maybe. Okay, so when Trump got elected, I was on stream. I was trying to put on a brave face. I didn't want to get emotional. I didn't want to feed the right-wing trolls. I didn't want to, make anybody else like feel more anxiety than they were already feeling. But I knew at that point, I was like, I cannot be here like when the Trump administration takes over. So I started thinking about it and just like everything, it was like, wow, yeah, I got to get a passport. That's going to take, an extra $200+ to do. I don't have that money. Luckily, people, I was able to crowdfund that. People were very generous in donating to my, the throne fund that I set up for that. So I got the passport. And then, but all along the time when I was doing this, I was like, are you sure? I was thinking to myself, are you sure you're not being like overreactive, right? maybe it won't be that bad. Oh my God, chat, it's so much worse than I thought it would get to. Want to move to Belize, 10K? Oh yeah, I see what you're saying there. Yeah. So for instance, Kelly Voicer X, if I wanted to be here under a longer term visa called the Destination Thailand visa, that does actually have a carve out for like digital nomads if you're working remotely, or I guess what I do kind of fits into that as well, right? If I wanted to get that visa, I would need to have the Thai equivalent of $15,000 in the bank, which I don't know. I don't know if that'll happen. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna do whatever I can to try to save that much money to try to get that, like, 5-year visa. I guess you'd call it a long-term visa. I mean, still technically a tourist visa, and there's some issues with, like, if you want to get a bank account and stuff like that, but it's better than what I've got now. I'm going to try to see if I can save that by like a year from now when the education visa runs out. But if I can't, I'll probably have to, live in another country for a little while. Live alone. My electricity is about $800 a quarter. Damn. So every 3 months, 800. Oh my God, that's a very expensive. Yeah, I mean, I always bitch about my electric bill. What would mine be a quarter? It's like, if I'm too, if I'm not thrifty with the aircon, it can be. What would it be? It could be about $270 a quarter. Wait, what did you say about? I'm sorry. I don't know that website, Heidi the Sausage. What? Is it like would somebody who worked on OnlyFans be able to get the Destination Thailand visa? Yeah, I mean, the hardest part that I found so far for that visa, the 5-year, and it's not exactly a 5-year visa. It's like, you can come and go for 5 years, right? But you can only stay for like 180 days at a time. I think you can probably do the border run thing. Electric bill is $300 a month. Damn. My aunt wants to move, but she's broke, retired, and trans. And a capitalist and no fan of communism. Yeah, I guess she wouldn't like Vietnam then. Vietnam is a socialist republic, so and a really interesting place with an amazing culture that I only just began to understand, right? Like Vietnam is another. I mean, Thailand is another world too, but Vietnam is like. I don't even know. I don't even know what to say. Anyway, so this is pretty much, I mean, did we want to see? Yeah, we already watched after the Kaya incident. So I think we got all we could get out of this. Yeah, his internet does indeed go down. He gets pissed off. He's mad at the US for having such bad internet, and not just bad internet, chat, but they overcharge you. It's not just like they, you can't get good internet, but you don't pay for good internet. You're paying for really good internet. And in fact, sometimes, like, I think I had officially like a gig. What is it? A gig speed? Like a gig of download speed when I was in the US, and I never. No, it wasn't actually running that fast, right? I think I paid for. I can't remember. They overcharge and underserve, absolutely. Now, I heard one bad thing about traveling in Vietnam. I mean, I'm sure there's one thing bad that you gotta make sure you don't drink your coffee too fast. There's a bad thing, right? You gotta nurse that coffee because it is stronger than you can believe. It is unbelievably strong. Anyway, like I said, Hasan responded to this. Should we look at Twitter real quick before? Okay, 2 hours ago, what happened? I think I also had like I thought I had it on playlist too. or something. Oh god, I got a lot of
Closely
shit.
match the ET300 Mini Educator, which does closely match the ET300 Mini Educator.
No! This is who fucking Moist Critical relied on? Fucking Loner Box? We got the brain rotted, watching the brain rotted here. This is crazy. What a piece of shit. Like, look, if anybody in your life ever trusted Loner Box's analysis of politics, like just look at how he's covering this. Just look at how haphazard he's willing to be with this shit, right? That's what I hate about okay, there's the H3 video. Okay, this is the one I want to watch for
people will continuously hyper scrutinize everything that I do. They will continue to look for anything that they can. It's one of
Oh yeah, I gotta check in with the poll and everything. How's the poll doing, chat? Looks like Trump Antifa roundtable gaffs is at 37%. So I'm looking at the bonus content today. Like I always say, I give you the free half for free. We do the free half, whatever I put up on the thumbnail, whatever I put in the title, I cover every day. But the fun half is kind of up to you, both in terms of making sure that we get a fun half, which we are at that point now. We're over 100, right? So we're at least going to get one item of bonus content. We're within striking distance of 2. I don't know if I've updated that. Anybody know? Are you 100 or 127 or is it more? Anyway, if we get to 200, we will watch not just the top performing item on the poll, but the top 2 performing items on the poll, which right now are Trump Antifa roundtable gaffs and Sagar. I always mispronounce his name. Sagar defends ICE against Crystal. Yeah, Crystal Ball and Sagar going at it about ICE, and just Sagar's worse than I thought. Basically, that's what I've determined from that. Third place, we have Her Take Drama. That's Anna Kasparian and Jillian Michaels. We watched the original Crash Out where Jillian Michaels left the set. We have not watched some of Jillian's cope videos where she tries to expose Anna as, I don't know, an anti-Semite or something. I mean, look, there's a lot I can say about Anna Kasparian, okay? A lot bad I can say about Anna Kasparian, but these claims are not supported, and I can't believe that Jillian Michaels really embarrassed herself trying to go after Anna for that. And then in fourth place, we got Van Jones' horrible Gaza joke. That happened on the Bill Maher show, but that's in last place right now. Remember, we're at 127 out of 200. If we get to 200, we watch not just the top, but the top 2. And also remember that this number goes up. So if you're looking to get double bonus content, right, this number goes up every time there's a super chat, super sticker. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Throne, if you sign up for my Patreon, or if you support me on Twitch. So any of those things make the number go up. They also give you the ability to put your money where your mouth is just by telling me when you donate, hey, I want to see the Trump Antifa roundtable thing. Hey, I want to see the Van Jones thing. Hey, I want to see Sagar and Jetty. Hey, I want to see Her Take, right? You can just tell me that, and I will, just like I've done for other people up here, add your, look, what? Oh yeah, Sagar. I guess I've only added one person's one person's gift sub, maybe? Yeah, I think it was Omega Star. Oh, no, actually, I don't know. I don't know what that was from, but I added, I think, one super chat to that. So make sure to let me know if you've already donated, or if you donate if you want your money to go, because it can buff an item in the poll. It can give it extra points at the end of the day and, change the fate of what we end up watching. Anyway, let's get back into the Destiny's nickname for Lonerbox is Reek. Wait, Reek, like as in he smells? What does he smell like? A box only the taste of Destiny's boots, true. Boner Box makes complete morons seem worthy of listening to. He is the intellect of the Destiny sphere, right? He's the closest thing that you would come to, like a historian or an intellectual on that very anti-intellectual side of things, right? More anti-intellectual than Vosh. Human centipede of Hasan haters. That's pretty much what we're dealing with today. There's a lot. There's a lot, and they are all chirping. Anyway, let's take a look at Hasan We'll see if we get single content or bonus content. We're gonna get some kind of bonus content, possibly even double bonus content today. It all depends on you. So I will leave that up to you to decide, chat, both what you want in terms of bonus content by voting and by letting me know what you want to support with your donation when you do donate. And by donating, if you are like, hey, why can't we watch both? Well, we can. If we get to 200, we can absolutely watch the top 2 bonus content items. So let's make haste here. We got a lot to cover, and we still got bonus content to cover as well. So
it's one of the funniest things that you could yell at me over, though, because like I'm very on it. From the cot to the PC, Kaya will be free. Yes, I will be addressing that as well. Don't worry. Imminently, as a matter of fact. There is a lot of, why are people mad about you, Kaya, / what were you doing? There's a clip out.
Wait, it's a Game of Thrones thing? Oh, Loner Box, Destiny's, Reek from, there's a Reek character in Loner Box. Reek character in Game of Thrones. I need to watch that. I just had a problem because if you've ever seen Game of Thrones, in the first episode, there's something that seems a lot like a SA going on. I'm told that if you watch the rest of it, there's more, to what's happening than, it's not what I thought it was, but it fucked with me about as much as Goblin Slayer did. Right? Goblin Slayer had a really horrible, opening first episode as well. So in the same exact way, although maybe even grosser. No, actually, it's about like that was the whole thing. I don't know. I couldn't tell what was going on. It fucked with me, Chad. I couldn't finish Game of Thrones because of that first episode. $15 I dropped. All of it goes to Vox. Thank you, Joshua Keller. Look at that. That is the way that if you're annoyed by the possibility of somebody coming in here and changing the fate of what we're watching, and you're like, no, the chat should decide, right? Not the donors. Then you can always say Vox Populi, and or you can say video gaming if you're like, I don't get enough video game content on this channel. I would love it to see Irene finish Soul Hackers. That's how you let me know that I can play some video games without without killing my income. So much appreciation for all of those of you supporting the video game element of the stream.
There that in the aftermath of me getting my internet getting pooped, I come back live and I'm very frustrated, and while I'm tweaking around, I give Kaya the place command as I usually do, and there's literally a emote for it in the chat for place, which is one of the things that she knows, is she's like professionally trained.
She's a scholar, chat, just like me.
And I think while she was like getting up and down from the bed, I don't know exactly what happened, but I suspect that she tweaked her do nail, like the upper nail that's like on the side of the bed. People speculated that I was actually shocking her dew claw. People were like, oh, you're shocking her. Then I suspect that a bunch of people who have never trained a dog, never had a dog that required training, being completely idiotic. Yeah.
Oh my God, Donald Duck, please finish this song.
I mean, it is basically,
I gotta hear the rest of the lyrics.
Yeah, a perfect storm, because obviously I have a lot of haters. Obviously a lot of people love dogs, myself included. The clip looks horrible. And people were like speculating because I was like moving around, and they're like, oh, he was like hitting a button on his desk. It is what it is. They say you never take her outside too. I know. The worst part about it is that a lot of people, the most insane part about it is that a lot of people were just like automatically under the assumption that I've been like abusing my dog that I love more than most human beings. Dogs hurt themselves sometimes. It literally looks like she got caught and it hurt. You literally gave her belly rubs right after. I know.
Wait, how did I miss that? Oh my God, Chad, I feel like I didn't do my due diligence. There was belly rubs afterwards? Oh. Now I'm curious. How did I miss the belly rubs? Oh yeah, I definitely got to show you the XQC reaction too, because the XQ that's where he tries to play like detective. Oh, here it is. Wait, which one? Oh, that's the Ethan Klein. This is the one I was looking at. Oh, did I just go here with like Here, let's go history. So Asmongold, there's Crowder, there's that one. Yeah, this one.
Okay. I just
Are there
the
belly
worst
rubs?
Infrastructure, the absolute biggest shithole on the planet. I despise this nation. I despise this country with my entire heart. Okay? We do not have any freedom in this place. We do not have any freedom in this country. I hate this country so much. I hate it with all of my heart. It just sucks so bad. Every time I go anywhere else, I can literally go to a bum hotel in the middle of nowhere, okay, on the countryside, and I can get better, unrestricted, unrestrained, uninterrupted broadband than Los Angeles, California, in one of the wealthiest countries.
Here's what I think. Our capitalists, they're way too comfortable. They feel way too safe. They feel like nothing can touch them. They feel like they can treat us however the fuck they want to, and there will never be any fuck around and find out moment, right? That's different. That's way different than France, right? People are acutely aware that in France that this is a country that fucking, you know, killed off a good percentage of their noble class during the revolution. They know that the entire country can be shut down by strikes. And they act accordingly. I mean, a little bit. I mean, there's still, you know, a big push for austerity in France, but in fact, you know, that's what they're looking at with the people there's literally people centrists now advocating for a right-wing government, right? That to throw the government to Le Pen and her new reskin of the Front National.
Countries on the planet, in one of the wealthiest states on the planet. California as a state is the 5th largest economy on the planet. This is where Silicon Valley is. This is where all the latest advancements in tech is supposed to be happening. Okay? I hate this country so much. You can be on a mountain in the middle of Norway and get better internet than Los Angeles, California. And this is just like a moment of anger. This is a moment of anger for like something that is just so routine, so silly, such a first world problem. But it is emblematic of all of America's much more consequential violence. Okay? It's the same reason as to why America, Kaya, please just just stop. Jesus Christ, what are you doing? You're being such a baby. It's just, you're making her stressed. She just literally is so incredibly spoiled from my mom. No, she doesn't want to come over here to see what's up. She just wants to roam the house because she got to roam the house when I was gone. And she needs to literally have the same structured, regimented. I think that clip went to Trump's big baby desk immediately. I hate everything. I hate everything. I hate everything so much. Anyway, as I was saying, start running ads, take sponsors so you can get fiber. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. All right, let's just.
I mean, there's some cuts here. Is it possible that we're just not, did the belly rubs get cut out? What do you think, chat? I don't see belly rubs being mentioned. Yeah, he's back to the reaction. I just wanted to see, yeah, he's There's Kaya putting her head up. Putting her head back down. Aww. Where's the belly rubs? Maybe they got, there was a cut, so I don't know, maybe this channel decided the belly rubs weren't pertinent to the, if they'd only known, oh, here we go, here we go.
To all of the think tanks and the right-wing Christian nationalists.
She's just getting comfortable. Oh, putting her, look at, she's got her head on, she's hanging her head off the bed. That's cute. Okay, come on. Belly rub, belly rub. I need to see. I don't know, chat. Oh. There needs to be like Kaya industrial complex channels too that just focus on Kaya.
The data on this stuff, and they
Nux Taku, of all people. Of all people. I can't remember, chat. Is this guy like a is he like a Nazi or just a pedo? I can't remember. He's definitely a you know, a pedo con. I can't remember if this is the guy that's a Nazi too or not. I don't know. There's a lot of sus YouTubers, or a lot of sus VTubers out there, unfortunately. It says someone in the government reached out to him about Hasan in preparation for a congressional hearing. What? Asked if I could provide evidence? They're bringing in the fucking pedocon? I mean, I guess it makes sense. Half of the Republicans are pedocons, so. I don't think we're gonna see the belly rub, chat. I just, when he said there was belly rubs, oh, Kaya's doing something. Nope. Oh, she looks sad. God damn it, I'm just gonna scroll through the rest of this until I see belly rubs. Maybe at the end of the segment we get belly rubs? I don't know. Nope. Okay, well, if there's belly rubs in there.
All corporate interests.
Yeah, I guess they cut them out. Anyway.
It did get heavily blasted in the orbit, and a lot of people are like losing their minds over it. It's okay. It is what it is. They were saying Jen Welch was going to reveal it to us, but you shut her up. No, she was saying that the collar is too tight. The collar that she has on is too tight, and I was trying to tell her that.
Bad lefty, Nazi or Nancy, new worst game show ever.
Like, the reason why the collar is too tight is because she has too much neck meat, and that's it. Maya did not corroborate yet, so that must be true that you're the worst. I know. She's been secretly, as an animal conservationist, she's been secretly actually participating in the abuse of, once again, one of the most beloved dogs on the planet. Here's March in the chat. Funny part is Kaya legit lives a better life than most people I know. Lamau, I know. It is pretty nutty that is like an angle of attack.
Nux is a big time Zionist, says Vadim, very white supremacist friendly in my opinion. Yeah, also a big friend of the Shadman.
Back here. Yes, Mike Vick is not going to be the next guest that I have. I saw it all over my ex. For every 15 posts I saw saying you shocked her, there wasn't even one in your defense, and those horrific posts had millions of views. It's okay. It is what it is. This is literally one of the I mean, I have people who have made it their full-time jobs to like professionally hate on everything that I do. This is an inevitable byproduct of this. It'll blow by in like a couple days. But as far as Hasan getting upset for targeted hate when that's his job is hilarious. See, this is the meta. Like, people think that I'm like directing targeted hate at others, and now I'm getting my comeuppance. In any case, it is what it is. I do think that there are people out there who saw the clip and were like, this looks so bad. And they got completely f***ed by the framing of it, and it's all right. I understand. For those of you who are confused by it, I do not have a shock collar for Kaya, as I said yesterday, but it doesn't matter. People don't give a shit. And all of the other clips that people have been showing are either the AirTag or the vibration collar that she has, which I use when she is free roaming. You didn't refute the claims until now? No, I have. I did immediately. I did. My dog has a vibration collar like that because the shock collar wouldn't stop the barking. Yeah. And the vibration collar for off-leash training doesn't work in the way that you guys think it does. Asman was making it worse. No, but you don't have to refute. People will talk regardless. Yeah. In any case, her hair is far too thick, as this chatter also correctly pointed out, for there to work in it, for there to be any sort of collar that actually works in that way. Asman said police should use lethal force. Why is Twitch letting him say that kind of stuff? I don't know, because he's Asman Gold and he gets to say whatever he wants. But once again, this is one of the most insane sagas that I have participated in so far. You have to be aware that your haters shipped the clip like 30 minutes later, happened on stream. I know. It is what it is. But I had a dream that Elon got you banned over this. Yeah. It is laughable because, once again, I have been around so many other content creators, people that do like literally animal welfare advocacy and things of that nature. This dog is a famous dog, and she is one of the best taken care of dogs of all time. Like, straight up. Lives a better existence than I do. Lives a better existence than many of you do. Definitely lives.
Yeah, she's a celebrity streamer dog. I unsubbed from the Vanguard. I thought they apologized for
a better life than my haters do. That's for sure. As someone who almost always agrees with you on stuff, the clip where you mentioned buying a shock collar before, and the other clip where you talk about Frenchies and your response to the collar being too tight, were all disappointing. But yeah, I'm sorry, everyone is just accusing you of something so awful. Yeah, the clips that they're using are from like 10 years ago when I was talking about not using a shock collar. That's what I mean. That's what's so crazy about it, because like in the clip that they're using from like literally 10 years ago when I had a different dog, my former dog that passed away, I'm straight up in the OG clip being like, someone suggested I get a bark collar because Fish actually barks quite a bit. Fish is my previous dog. Okay. This is the clip that was not manipulated, and I think they like clipped it in a way where here.
Wanted to use a shock collar.
Nintendo Roni, are you talking about because of the Hasan? Their tweet about Hasan, or is there more Vanguard controversy I'm not aware of?
Here, this
My
is
old
what
roommate wanted to use.
There's a bunch of clips
collar.
that are going around right now, and people are trying to build this people are trying to build this narrative, and here it is. Here's the 19-second clip. I'm going to show you what they're using currently.
My old roommate wanted to use a shock collar for Fish and his dogs. I have it still. I bought it.
That's weird. What is that flash cut in between?
Dogs. I have it still. I bought it. They are incredibly effective.
Jordan.
My old roommate wanted to use a.
Here is the original clip.
They wanted to use a shock collar for
the tweet earlier. Yeah. I mean, I guess I haven't really looked into it, so I'm kind of, I don't have a strong opinion about what went on with the Vanguard this morning. I've only heard about it secondhand through chat, so don't know if it's Silly or Billy, but one of them has a weird hate boner from Hasan. It sounded like people were saying it is Billy with the hate boner for Hasan. They did, but again, secondhand. I could be wrong about this. Do your own research, chat. Is what I'm saying. Unironically here. They did that whole weird thing of taking offense to a tweet. Hasan was it? Oh, I saw that. Yeah. It was it was Billy. It was Zach. Yeah, no, I remember what you're talking about. And I think Gavin actually kind of like talked if I remember correctly, I think Gavin kind of talked him down. Vanguard also said a bunch of lies about Hasan, made up by Ethan Klein and DGG. What? Okay, this is new to me.
Fish and his dogs. For Fish and his dogs barking, I couldn't do it. I have it still. I bought it. They are incredibly effective.
That's literally from like 2018 or some shit.
But I couldn't do it.
Damn, why'd they cut it like that? Why don't you let her roam around the house? I'm not a hate watcher, just curious. Okay, so let me address a couple things really quickly. First and foremost, I have done this. I have addressed this a million times over. And not only have I addressed this, but I've also shown, not only have I addressed this, but I've also shown in videos like Kaya's day-to-day experiences and stuff like that. Obviously.
Wait, was that emote from my chat or from his chat? He doesn't, does he have? No, it has to be his chat. Does he have fucking stream elements? Like, does he have the stuff that puts emotes on the screen? What the fuck was that? Oh, he's just mousing over the comments. I got it.
But I've also shown, like, not only have I addressed this, but I've also shown in videos like.
Yeah, right there. Wait, what? It just pulls it up like that? Yeah, okay. I think wait, let me see if it does it for me when I roll over it. No, it doesn't do that. I'm looking at your rhizome. It just says the name of the emote. When I you know, I don't know. He must have a different setup. He's pretty good. I would like to get better with my interaction with chat, right? I kind of like how he's always got the chatter. He always pulls the chatter up. It's kind of a pain in the ass, but at least then people that are watching the VOD afterwards don't get confused.
Kaya's day-to-day experiences and stuff like that. Obviously, she gets out.
About his dad being a billionaire? That's fucking wild. Do they not understand fail sons? Like, if Hasan, I'm being real, chat. If Hasan's dad was a billionaire, I don't think he'd be anywhere near this motivated. Like, right, though his path to prominence, if people don't understand, came from streaming for 8+ hours a day, 7 days a week, since what, 2019 or something? Yeah. If your dad's a billionaire, there's gotta be easier ways to get yourself famous.
She has an incredibly active morning. And not only that, but she also has an incredibly active afternoon. She gets 2 hours of playtime every morning at either the gym or at the park that I go to. And then as a big dog, as big dogs oftentimes do, she passes for extended periods of time throughout the day. As far as not letting her roam in the room itself, there's a very specific purpose for that. That is because, and this is something that I've...
He was rich but lost... Oh, in the financial crisis? Lost his wealth in the financial crisis? Crash? Billionaire is ridiculous. Maybe a millionaire?
Described over and over again. The reason why she's not allowed
I
to
thought
work
it was his mom that Ethan was accusing of being a landlord.
inside of this room, with the exception of like stretching or getting up, getting down, drinking water, things like that, is because she likes to lay on the ground. When she lays on the ground, that's terrible for her joints. Every single thing that I do with this dog is either with a professional dog trainer or with a vet, okay? Professional dog trainer or a vet. A lot of people don't understand how serious this is to take care of your dog, how important it is to make sure that you have like proper activity, proper socializing, and to make sure that your dog gets out, make sure that your dog is actually active, and more importantly, make sure that your dog has a regimented...
Wait. They say that he's a billionaire who rigged elections for Erdogan?
And very structured life, especially when you have a very large dog. I have a very large dog, okay? Large dogs have a tendency to get hip dysplasia, okay? Large dogs have a tendency to get hip dysplasia later on in their lives, and they have joint issues. She is 120 pounds. The other reason why it's important that a large dog is very properly trained is because a large dog
wait, she worked as a property manager and Ethan turned that into her being a landlord? Chat, my landlady like seemed to want me to, she seemed to be like grooming me to be I don't know, she was just so desperate to get more people into that unit that she was like, she was telling me to, I don't know, she wanted me to sublease people, right? Which I was like, I don't know the legal system. I don't know, like that's your job. She's a property manager for a bit before. Yeah, property managers are like usually people who live in an apartment building and their, landlord is looking for somebody to do property management. They claim Hasan's dad was a billionaire. Yeah, his dog got dermatitis and hot spots if she rests on the floor. Yeah. No, the hard floor is not going to be is not a friend to a big dog like Kaya.
And accidentally hurt someone.
That's why I said he needs to convert his floor into like just a trampoline, and he's rich enough to do it. You got no excuse, Hasan. You gotta take out the floors and put in a trampoline, right?
If not properly
That's my dream,
trained,
chat. That's my dream, is to live in a house with trampolines instead of floors. That would be so good. It would probably piss me off at some point, but
dog can be very consequential for others. If she accidentally played with someone and nipped at someone.
Oh, she did. Property manager for offices, not for homes. And that sounds kind of like a normal job. Does it not? It's not being, that's not like being owning the means of productions or even owning the units of housing, right? That's working for somebody who does.
That would be a massive issue. It's a little different than like a Chihuahua. Okay, it's a little bit different than a Chihuahua. They can also hurt themselves as well. That is part of the reason why I take this very, very seriously and have taken this very, very seriously from the start. And there was a lot of like weird comments there. Like I'll bracket off the criticisms into 3 different categories. Okay. The number one is the broadest majority of people who saw that clip and were like, oh my God, this looks terrible. Like this guy's or whatever, right? Which is hilarious to say about someone like myself, especially considering that, I am very, very careful and very good with Kaya. Like I spend every waking moment with her. She is the love of my life. She's the most important thing in my life, okay? I love her more than I love most human beings. The notion that I would be abusive to her is obviously ridiculous, but it is what it is. And not only that, but also virtually every single person that has been around us would attest to that, for the record. That's number one. So looking at like a 20-second clip over an 8-hour time frame that is negatively framed, okay? That is negatively framed in a way to make it seem as though like I'm abusive or anything like that is, you know, it can reach a much larger audience. And if people are oblivious to it, they will get duped by it. And it is what it is. Okay. Number two, the second type of people that took advantage of this was the regular guys, like the rape tones and the scroll trolls of the world. From what I understand, Ethan himself was in some hot water for using a prong collar, which, by the way, ironically enough, I had used the prong collar in the past for Fish, my previous dog. So I think he was like using that as well to be like, oh, look, see, Hasan used a prong collar. And it's like, yeah, I don't anymore. And also, you know, it's just, I don't know how that has anything to do with me. Like your audience is yelling at you over that sort of thing. And then on top of that, there was like the third category of people who are totally in the periphery. Why not, instead of attacking your enemies, why don't you actually try clearing up genuine concerns? People instead, I am doing that. I'm going bit by bit, piece by piece through all of the common things that I heard. The idea that like, Hasan, you don't actually let Kaya roam in the house. This is untrue. I do. I don't let her lay on the ground, and instead I make her lay on her bed. The reason why I do that is because I don't want her joints to be up. Okay, she's a big dog. Big dogs have issues with their joints. Okay, big dogs have issues with their joints, especially if they lay on the hardwood floor for an extended period of time. Not only that, but also, as you can see here, Kaya gets a tremendous play in the mornings with her boyfriend and girlfriend. She gets 2 hours of unstructured playtime, and that is the reason why she just is out. You only go one VOD back.
I love the way he says that. You're making it sound like your dog is in a polycule.
And Kaya roams the entire VOD amount. I know, but it doesn't matter, right? Because if you are in here for an extended period of time, you already know this. You already know that Kaya gets to run the show, do whatever the wants. Okay? But the problem here is we're not invested in, like, the narrative is not being guided by people who are interested in having a reasonable opinion on this. Okay? I've never seen a Malinois with a docked tail before. Did something happen? Yes. Unfortunately, he bit into his tail so much that they had to literally do a medical intervention when he was wearing a Halloween costume. He had a lion's tail and a lion's mane. And when he was a little puppy, he basically chomped on it so much that they literally had to clip it. It's so sad. That's number one. Number two, she gets a tremendous amount of activity in the morning. And that's the reason why she's mostly passed out for the entire duration of the stream. And then on top of that, at night in the afternoon, she gets another hour-long walk. The reason why she gets another hour-long walk is because sometimes she gets bored, and that's understandable. Other times she runs up to the door when my mom comes in. But of course, if you know, if you are in here, if you're in here for an extended duration, you've already seen that. Okay, crazy to me that you have given, you have to give attention to this matter. All your viewers should know better. No, it's okay. It's understandable, especially because this is like a big deal. I jokingly said dogfighting ? The clips don't show her trying to lay on the hardwood floor. She just stepped off her pad. Please explain. No, that's what I'm saying. That's she steps off the pad to go lay on the hardwood floor. That's why I give her the place command. The place command is done for multiple different reasons, but
so yeah, I mean, this is something that people are gonna pick up on, right? Like, you know, he's like, she was going to, I don't know, she was going to lay on the floor. It's kind of like, you know, how do you know? I guess would be what, I mean, maybe he does though. He is the, you know, dog owner. Yeah, there's not exactly a closed loop of logic there. Magenta dinosaurs. I think that I get deja vu when watching stuff about Hasan sometimes because losers are always bringing up the same kind of bullshit, same terrible arguments. Yeah, they're always. It's like the Roadrunner. You're watching, like, you've seen one Roadrunner cartoon, you've seen them all, right? It's all, the coyote gets something from Acme Industries. He tries to use it to catch the Roadrunner because he wants to eat the Roadrunner, but somehow it ends up backfiring and he gets hurt instead, right? It's just like the same thing, even though they are different episodes. It's like kind of the same thing over and over again.
For the most part, the reason why, if you've ever trained a dog professionally or anything like that, you know that the place command is given. Oftentimes, if your dog is like getting excited or barking or things of that nature, it's supposed to like ground them and calm them down because you're giving them a command. Dogs respond to order and a rigid, structured regimen. In any case, I don't know the exact reason as to why she yelped. She has done so in the past as well.
I really see the chow in her in that picture. You can really see the chow.
I suspected it was because she like either tripped or
is Acme part of the military industrial complex like Raytheon and Lockheed Martin? Yeah.
Or, do claw like the higher.
Yeah, what he needed was like a Acme trans drone pilot, right? If you really wanted to get the Roadrunner.
Thumb looking claw clipped on the side, but I suspect that is the reason. I don't know, but I know that there's a lot of people that immediately were like, oh, this is what's going on. I see exactly what happened. He is like secretly like pressing a button that he has on his desk or something like that. I have multiple collars. I'm going to address the collar thing in a second as well, but I have multiple collars for Kaya, and I put an air tag on them. I put an air tag on all of her collars to make sure that, I know where she's at. And one of the collars that people are pointing to in the from previous days or from like months ago is the collar that is a vibration collar. A collar that I use specifically to communicate with Kaya when she's free roaming at the park or when she is, off leash running around. Okay? Because when you leave your dog to free roam, to go out on the trail or whatever, there are going to be instances where you can yell for her to come back to do recall.
Cliff super chatted $9.99. Is Hasan alpha mailing big dogging his dog?
He does sound like he has an authoritarian style of dog parenting. I would say that. Isn't there a book on that? Thank you for the super chat, by the way. I sure hope the Ethan Klein segment is not. I don't know if it's Hasan that's putting me to sleep, or it's because I just ate a bunch of. Well, I mean, no, those weren't even rice rolls. Those were like cabbage rolls. Why would that make me sleepy? Whole situation is absurd. I was in chat earlier today. Oh, Hasan's chat when mods were working overtime. I swear, every 10th chat had something bannable, like that he was getting brigaded. There is a lot of hate on the internet for him right now, and it's not just coming from Ethan, DGG, Asmongold, Tectone, the usual suspects, right? There are unfortunately articles in Forbes, in the New York Post, right? There's a whole bunch of like major publications, putting out articles, at least in their online edition, about the Kaya situation, right?
But because she's so far away that she can't hear you. Okay? That's where the vibration collar comes in. It vibrates. It doesn't actually have any sort of like shocking component. Okay? And there are multiple different versions of this. There are the no bark collars that I believe both vibrate and also emit like a large sound, like a loud sound. There are shock collars as well. They all look very similar to one another. Okay?
Oh my God, chat. I'm 25 minutes from 420 here.
The vibration collar is what they were pointing to. Okay? To be like, oh my God, he has a collar that he's using to abuse her and shocking her. There are a lot of dogs who use this. Okay. There are also a lot of dogs, working dogs, that use a shock collar as well. Is the vibration collar a positive?
Chat, is Dennis Quaid like Randy Quaid's brother? Is this the guy that did the videos that were like Joe Biden, sleepy Joe Biden? Was this the guy that was like doing all kinds of weird content about Biden back in 2020? Apparently he's warning Jimmy Kimmel of consequences. Wow, amazing. Oh no. Trump's Insurrection Act threat intensifies. That's Newsweek. Rubio interrupts Trump. Roundtable with whispering a message. Oh no. We're going to see that in a second, potentially, chat. That's what's ahead right now. Make sure to vote if you haven't already. We are at 137. Let me correct that. 137 on the bonus meter. And if we get to 200, we'll watch the top 2, not just the top 1. So we've got that, but it looks like, yeah, it looks like the Trump's Antifa roundtable is in the lead right now. So what do liberal and Republicans care? They definitely have a, oh god, yeah, electric collars for their dogs. Yeah, that's the thing too. This kind of shit is way way common. Like, I mean, if they don't have like, you know, shock collars like they're talking about, like with a button that are, I guess, supposed to be like a negative reinforcement method, they've, you know, they got the electric fence collars, right, where they get shocked when they go outside of the yard.
The reinforcement technique? No. But positive reinforcement techniques are necessary for any kind of training. Like, there is no, it's neutral. This is by far your stupidest controversy yet. I know. But it's, a lot of people understandably love dogs. I do think it's kind of crazy that one of the 1,000 times you yelled place on stream, the yelping only happened once. I know. It's such a common thing. It's such a common thing that I do that there's an emote for it. Can you explain docking to the new viewers, please? What do you mean? Dude, none of these guys crying about it train their dogs. They know nothing. Yeah. Shock collars are not bad for dogs if used correctly. Any dog trainer will have you put the shock collar on your arm and feel it. Yes, I have. I have done that. It's not even, a shock collar is not even like actual electrocution. It's like a Thames machine. Okay? That's the other thing that people are completely oblivious to. Yes, a shock collar is like, if you've ever used a Thames machine, it feels like ants. It's a Tens machine. That's what the sensation feels like. Okay? But it doesn't even matter because that's not what she was, that's not, like, I don't have that anyway. I think you should wear the collar and
back to the docking.
Bark for chat would make everybody happy, including us degens. E-collars are used for training, especially for dominant breeds. Shock collars are not bad for dogs if used correctly. My friend
Debbie
used to use...
Cliff super chatted $9.99. The Miami foam parties haven't been the same since Rubio left. I need to find a new oil boy.
The scene misses him for sure. What's docking? You know how when people talk about lesbians, they invariably talk about scissoring, and the amount of discourse from non-lesbians about lesbian scissoring just vastly outstrips any actual, you know, incidents of scissoring by like a order of magnitude in the tens or hundreds or thousands or something like that. You know what I'm talking about? You know how that's like non-lesbians' favorite thing to talk about lesbians? I feel like docking is like the gay male equivalent. Is that a good comparison? Yeah, I guess a lot of straight people may be news to them that, you know, there's things that you know, two guys can do with their penises that you know, don't involve insertion to any sort of orifice, and that is also fun. And you know, when they hear about it, they, you know, they tend to get a little obsessed, I guess. It's it's International Lesbian Day. Nice. Hey, I talked about scissoring on International Lesbian Day. I'm sure the lesbian community is yeah, that's right, Red Camel. It's an Amon animation reference. The reason that people are talking about docking lately is that Hasan, when he was on with Maya Higa, and she was trying to explain snail sex to him, he was like, "Is it like docking?" And she's like, "What?" And she's like, like when two guys, like one guy's circumcised, the other guy's not, and they put the tips together and like the uncircumcised part. I don't know. Like, right, he starts explaining that, and Abaya's like, I don't think it's like that at all. I don't think it has anything to do with docking. I think that, so for that reason, docking has become a little bit of a meme once again. I think gay men have in fact docked way more, not even for fun. That was the other question that she asked, is it like a sexual thing? And he was like, I don't know. I don't know. Is it a sexual thing? I don't know. Way more, wait, have docked way more than lesbians have scissored?
Use it around his neck. I'm a vet assistant. It is meant to break them out of a fixation if they're not responding to commands. And yes, it does have to be tighter than a normal collar. No, the reason why her collar is tight is because she just has a lot of neck meat. That's it. That's the only reason. There's no other reason why she has a tight collar. Psychological standpoint, a shock collar that vibrates is that it's still considered a form of positive punishment, but it's extremely minimal in terms of actual damage. Yeah, there's no real damage there at all. I think the worst aspect of it.
Oh, good point, Vadim. Not necessarily just for gay guys either.
Was the worst aspect
docking? Yeah, so as a bro thing, like, right, to show love to your bros. Yeah.
Aspect of it was that I was frustrated because the internet had cut out, and I didn't immediately like rush to her. I went to her afterwards to see if she was all right, but she was, of course. And that's it. And I do take accountability for that. Like, I should have immediately went over when I saw her yelping, and that's it. But the idea that I'm like a dog parent is completely ridiculous. Now that I've already,
the whole thing though is that like scissoring, it's like the logistics are maybe not as easy as people assume, and there's kind of like a lot that you can do that wouldn't necessarily, I don't know. I'm trying to explain this. I'm not good at explaining this.
Already addressed this. I'm sure we will. I'm sure that the rest of the stream will be normal as we get to the regular broadcast. You looked hella guilty afterwards? Yeah, brother. I'm currently immensely jet lagged. Okay. Also, they saw a clip of you teaching her, showing her in the pool, and went there drowning her. Yeah, but that's why I'm.
What?
Like, I mean,
oh no, I've seen that clip too. It's the first time Kaya. I think it was the first time Kaya ever swam, and yeah, she didn't want to get in there. She was worried, like, you know what I mean. But he's in the pool. I think he kind of grabs her off the side of the pool and brings her in. She's scared, and she's like, wait, what the fuck? I don't think she's ever been in water that's above her, where she can't touch the bottom. I think that's what was scared. And he was like, every time she'd get nervous, he would, hold her again. And he's just trying to get her used to the water, right? He's not fucking drowning her. God damn. I feel like scissoring is one of the least effective methods. I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's a couple out there that's perfected the technique, but it's not. I don't think it's as easy as people, think. It's just, if you know, you know.
Like, you see, if you watched Kaya play fight with her friends, this Belgian Malinois gets very aggressive, but they're just playing. They're not like for the uninitiated, especially if you don't have
maybe if there's a couple and they're both contortionists, right? They're both they've been contortionists since they were like in their teens, and I don't know, maybe somebody with like hyper mobility would have an easy, but even then Need to be skinny, gymnast to scissor. Yeah, that's kind of where I was. I don't know.
Dog, and everyone's dog is different. You can look at it from afar and think, oh my God, this person is, this person is like engaging in a dog fight or anything like that. Anyway, I plan on doing a video on the different collars that she has eventually, so that I can show you, maybe do like a dog trainer style video, or like a day in the life of Kaya video, where I show you what she does every single day. Service dog and behavioral dog trainer here. Vibration collars are used as a cue to get the dog's attention back to the command. Also, the place command and laying in one spot for long periods of time are used to ground the dog, maintain structure, and is even used with service dogs and other working dogs for them to have a spot where they can be a dog. I agree with Hasan for protecting her joints. I know, but like, it doesn't matter. There are people who like professionally train dogs who will look at that and be like, no,
it's close to 420. I'm going to make use of the time that it's not 420 yet, but it's damn close. And I'll be right back. And we'll watch Ethan Klein after this. And then I guess we'll go to bonus content. I guess I'll rely on Ethan. Well, that's famous last words, right? We'll just rely on Ethan. No, I think Ethan will have the Asmongold and XQC clips. I'm sure he'll have the Loner Box clips, right? I'm sure all of the fucking shit tubers and slop tubers will be well represented in Ethan's content. So I'm going to put this back on. I'm going to leave you with Luigi. I will be right back as soon as I have, achieved a better state of consciousness, let's say, than I'm currently experiencing. And maybe turn down the air. I think I turned the air conditioner. I think I cranked it too hard. Wait, that sounds bad, doesn't it? I don't mean it like that, chat. I always crank it just hard enough, not too hard. Anyway, I'll be right back.
This is, like, I don't know exactly what happened here, but the place command is perfectly normal. Is this what you have to deal with on a regular? Dumb controversies and desperate attempts to discredit you? Yes. Just a fair warning, certain ex-co-host is going to do an entire episode about this with you and the Thumbo, so just going to happen all day, King. I'm sorry, this is their new meta. I know. It is what it is. I think it's really funny. I think it's really funny for a lot of people to, like, assume that she's, like,
some shit. Like, I'm a little worried now. Whenever you guys say, like oh,
what is happening with Twitter? Twitter is not working.
Whenever you guys...
Oh, is that her just no leash walking?
Look at this.
Oh my God. How is this possible?
Bro, when you have discipline in your life, when you have a rigid structure in your life, when you work hard, you can achieve anything. Okay.
What the Buddy would never do that. Yeah, if Kevin was here, he would have ran right in front of that van and got hit and died.
Buddy would have at a certain point loved to do that. You just didn't teach Buddy that.
We tried.
Kaya, let's walk.
Oh my God, this is insane.
Good girl.
You know what?
There's some shit. Like I'm
I don't know why this is like not working. Can you just show the collar? Shut everyone up. XU said he would donate 50K to a shelter if he did. Okay. Sure. October 7th, free hostage Kaya. I can't even tell if people are like saying that in jest and they're making memes about it, or if there's like people who are sincerely saying stuff like that because they're like, you're abusive to your dog. With the maid outfit too? Yeah, man, you explain things well and shit, but show the collar though, dude. This is one of Kaya's many collars. Come here. Sit. Good girl. This is the one that people are talking about. Okay, this is the one. This is the one that they saw. It has the capacity to vibrate. And that's it. Are you happy? That's it. Good. There's the air tag. There's the vibrator. It also has a flashlight component to it at nighttime. And it also has a tracker on it when she gets lost. If she were to actually get lost, you are able to, it emits a sound. Okay? Kaya, come. Place. There are days where Kaya doesn't wear a collar. There are days where she wears a different collar. Okay? This, in and of itself, doesn't actually work in the way that you think it does. Okay? Here. This is the flashlight. Okay? And this is when it vibrates. Kaya, come here. Place. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Okay? I understand. I understand why people are concerned about it. It's okay. It makes sense why people will be like, "Oh my God, this person is being abusive." If they only saw that clip, it doesn't matter. And this will not go away, for the record. I'm sure that
wrong thing.
I'm sure that the people that are saying that this is not like the real deal will continuously
So that's my takeaway from this, right? We looked at what the accusation against Hasan. It's a nothing burger. There's nothing substantial that you can be like, no, he definitely abused the dog, right? But because it's a compelling narrative to pair with the the clip that legitimately does look bad, it is going to hurt Hasan. That's my prediction. This one is actually going to hurt Hasan. It shouldn't. Like, as far as I can tell, he didn't do anything wrong here. But more people are going to see the clip and hear the narrative than are going to, be curious to hear Hasan's side of the story. So, yeah, unfortunately, this one is actually going to be legitimately bad, right? And that's what I thought when I first heard, when Lesbian Hot Sauce came in here to tell me, I think that was how I became aware that this had even happened, right? It was when as soon as I heard it was a clip that looks like he's shocking Kaya, I was like, oh God, like there's just like, it's like because of how bad, it's because of how people feel about their dogs and, how that flips the kind of, positive association with that Hasan has with Kaya on its head. It's going to be bad, unfortunately. I don't know how bad. I mean, obviously he's still going to stream. But yeah, there's going to be there for a long time now. There's going to be people that when you mention Hasan Piker, you'll be like, oh, you mean the dog abuser? And they'll just say it like it's a fact. And in most places, nobody will disagree with them. It'll just become, part of the lore, I guess. Which, I mean, it sucks. It's not
expertly scrutinize
not fair at all.
Minutia to say, oh no, you don't understand. This is a situation where he's trying to get out of it or anything like that. Even an e-collar that uses a low current as in a shock collar is no worse than a cell phone vibration if used correctly. Yes. Will all those that slandered you apologize now? No, because it doesn't matter. It doesn't. No, because they've been targeting you before this and they will continue to do so in the future. Exactly. And they will continue saying like, I don't believe it. I don't, it's.
He'll be fine. Yeah. I mean, look, he's, Hasan's doing okay already. If this all stopped tomorrow, right? If he got like, I mean, I don't think he's going to be deplatformed. I don't think he's like going to get banned from Twitch for this or anything. God, that would be so sad if Twitch did that. That would be so sad. There's been some iffy stuff that he's been accused of in the past and has taken at least, suspensions for. But if he got banned for this, that would suck. But I don't think he will. I don't think he'll lose his platform. I just think that a lot of people that might have been open to seeing him in a positive light are now going to have that association, right? So it's not gonna it's not gonna make it it's not gonna hurt his income to the point where he needs to quit streaming. It's not going to I don't think it's going to get him deplatformed, but it is going to hurt like the kind of potential future growth, which he was looking to. He's had a lot of good coverage in mainstream press, and even some failed attempts to smear him, like we saw from Ross Douthat, that ended up turning in his favor. Ethan Klein thing, you could see it as sort of a similar thing, right? Ethan had plans for Hasan to be his next Trish Paytas. Like, he wanted to be treating Hasan the way that he's treating iDubbbz and Anissa right now, right? That's what he was thinking. That was his plan. That was how he wanted the drama to go, and it blew up in his fucking face. And if anything, overall, it helped Hasan to have a fucking op like Ethan Klein. They're poisoning the well. Yeah, basically. Yeah, poisoning the well for Hasan reaching normies. Unfortunately, I mean, I don't know how extensively. Look, in general, nothing has the reach or penetration that you think it will, right? Online. In terms of, you just like, I don't know, as a content creator, you get surprised by how many people the well is actually successfully poisoned with. You even maybe have experienced some people that were friends of you that you would have thought knew you better than that. Choose those times to dip out as well, right? And that can be pretty disheartening, pretty frustrating, and it can sort of lead you to believe that whatever slander there is about you out there, it's like universally held, when you're really seeing still like a small piece of the puzzle, right? Wait, welcome to the future, old lefty? Wait. All because Sex Pestiny and Ethan are such losers? Yeah, I guess so. Like, yeah, you're right. I mean, I don't think this clip ever would have been. That sucks too, because like, look. I showed you the diamonds meme, right? Where there's one guy mining for diamonds, and he's like tunneling, but you see he's like turned away and he's sad and he's walking. He's given up, right? And you can see through the you can see through the walls, so you can see the diamonds are like right there, right? And then there's another guy like on a tunnel below, and he's still tunneling away, so he's gonna get the diamonds. The idea, I mean, like, that's what I think Destiny put that meme up at some point. I think when Ethan turned on him, he was like, "Look, we're so close to getting Hasan," and I think that's what the community kind of thought. Like, we're so close to striking gold, and for the longest time, they struck shit. They struck diarrhea geysers that just squirted all over their face and ruined their clothes. And now the what I really hate about this is that they have tasted success now. And that even more than just like hatred, which is what a lot of these kind of people sustain themselves on, to sustain their campaign of hate on, is just their own personal like vitriol. Right, the positive reinforcement of having, like the fact that they're clipping everything that comes out of his stream chat, it's now paid off. Up until now, it was a humongous waste of effort. But I guess the real waste of effort is the friends they made along the way. I don't know.
It's this or that. I think the greatest counter to this shit would be to basically the greatest counter. Why did you use it then? I didn't. The greatest counter to this would be the 7 million hours of me hanging out with Kaya. And there are already people who are saying this. There are already people who are going crazy in the chat, talking about how this is it doesn't matter. You're still defending shock collars, all this shit. Like, she's been on stream for 10,000 hours at this point. She's grown up on this stream. She's been outside on stream. Why can't you just grab the collar and show us? I just did. It doesn't matter. Genuine ask, aren't Tibetan Massive's advice?
I mean, this is real. This is real. Anytime I show something on stream, you know, show like something happening, watch something, react to something, demonstrate something, like, I don't know, 20 minutes later, like, reliably, someone in chat will be like, did you know that this happened? Or, you know, have you seen this? Or like, why don't you show this? Right. And I'm like, oh no, just roll the video back. You'll see it.
Large open space to roam around. And though, apart from everything else, you ever sitting for hours on end in one spot, is that okay for her? Yes. Everything that I do with Kaya, is from professional trainers and from vets. Okay. I am perhaps a little bit too type A of a dog parent. If anything, I'm a little too I'm a little too hyper critical, but that's it. But the reason why I do that is because I don't want to fuck up. Large dog, what were you reaching for in the clip? What do you think? All my tins are.
Oh,
anyway, it is what it is.
See, here you go. Here you go. There's things to criticize Hasan for. They're not what people are actually criticizing him for. This is what happens when you assume the worst at every junction. You miss the not so great.
But people will continuously hyper scrutinize everything that I do. They will continue to look for anything that they can. It's one of the funniest things that you could yell at me over, though, because like I'm very on it in terms of like reinforcing the training. Because if you actually train your dog, or you take your dog to a trainer and then refuse to reinforce that behavior, you ultimately allow your dog to slowly but surely expand the permission structure.
The permission structure? Are we on an episode of Pod Save? The permission structure? Oh my god. I hate the creep of that word, chat. You know, like mission creep is when the military is supposed to go into some place and do something, but they end up doing a little more, and then they end up doing a little more, and before you know it, you're in a full-blown like shooting war, right? That is the mission creep of the word, the phrase permission structure. And now it's just a thing we say for way too much. It used to mean something.
Need good guidance at every given moment. Okay? A lot of people who are like talking shit right now are completely oblivious to that reality. They've either never taken care of a pet, they've never actually taken care of another living, breathing, organic thing, okay? Whether it be a hamster or a dog or anything else. And for that reason, they just don't understand it.
La migra!
Oh. We should watch this. We should watch this, though. Before I even make this tea. Look, I guess you can call it a palate cleanser, right? Before we watch Ethan, let's watch a palate cleanser. This is ICE trying to make an arrest, I believe in Chicago.
La migra!
I'm glad they know to bleep the Spanish F word out. Wait, would I get in trouble with that? Why do I feel like I'd get in trouble for this? For saying CH the MI, chat, or for watching something that, like, you know, I wouldn't get banned if I watched a YouTube where somebody said F the police. Why do I feel like something bad would happen to me if the phrase, you know the phrase, right? Some of you know the phrase. It literally just means fuck immigration, fuck the, you know, immigration official, like, you know, used to be, who did deportations. Now it's ICE. Look at the professional job that is being done by these these hardworking, dedicated law enforcement professionals here that Trump has hired. Yeah, they sure don't look like criminal thugs or anything. No. So he's got zip ties there that he's trying to put around this guy's hands. Whoops. Whoops. He's going for the, they're trying to kick the zip ties away. And that guy just bumped him. Like, right, this is just like, nobody's doing a whole lot, right? But everybody's gathered around. There's a bunch of people, you know, saying shit. And they are actually having the effect of making these guys uncomfortable.
Out of here! Let me see your fucking face, bro! Let him go!
And just something to remember, a lot of these ICE agents might be pretty fresh, right? They might be new hires. You know, dudes with a lot of hate in their heart, potentially. That want to get a paycheck for doing some fucked up shit to people they hate, and then they show up for the job, and it turns out it's not as easy as they thought. What is that? What is that? Look at that. They're getting in their car. They just decided it's not worth it. Wow.
You just watched a community come together to save a man from an attempted kidnapping by the ICE Gestapo, and that video demonstrates the importance of solidarity because one by one, they came out and they put more and more pressure on them to leave him alone. Cars were honking at them while they were going by, people were filming the incident, others were confronting them more directly, as you saw, and collectively...
Rave, yeah, this is horrific. The shit that they're trying to do is horrific, and look, unfortunately, they're doing this successfully all over the country right now. Right, but you did end up, you know, when Trump, like, you know, puts an obscene amount of money into ICE in the big beautiful bill and starts just like hiring anyone they can find, and they're advertising like with like far right dog whistles, right, in far right places. They are trying to get all of the fucking Patriot Prayer assholes, all of the Proud Boys, all of the, you know, violent fucking brown shirt, you know, assholes that have terrorized this country in the past few years. They're trying to get them back together and make them an unarmed force, a branch of law enforcement. Although they're not, because they're not, it's so fucked up, chat, with ICE, because it comes under the Department of Homeland Security, you know, through the Patriot Act, right? They are unfortunately exempt from some of the restrictions that normal law enforcement or even the military would have to abide by. And so that's what makes these dudes so fucking dangerous. But yeah, they kind of thing didn't even happen in Nazi Germany. True. True. They're from Chicago, and their back can't show up because they don't know their... Oh, true. Yeah. They're not from Chicago, is what Tanky Gooner's saying. I see. Dog whistles louder than the car honking. Yeah, that's the best way to say CH the MI is just a honk in case that ever becomes a... I don't know. You know what I'm saying, chat? Like, there's people out there looking for shit. Looking for people saying certain phrases. And just hoovering up all that information. And it's hard to know. It's really fucking hard to know. Like, when I started the stream today, I felt like we had kind of a banger topic. And the numbers reflect that. Today, the numbers more or less reflect that. But when I had first started, it was like people are kind of slow to get into the stream. And I was wondering, did I say something in the title or in the description that is causing YouTube to not, you know, to not notify people, right? Because nobody knows how that shit works. And YouTube has just paid Trump $24 billion for banning him over misinformation after January 6th. And, you know, who knows what else they're doing.
They drove away those fascist pigs. But I do fear that they would have actually gone away with it had they not been brazen enough to commit that human rights abuse right out in the open in a four-way intersection where everybody could see what they were doing in broad daylight. And we don't have much details about that particular incident, but if the man that they were trying to kidnap was some kind of hardened criminal, then they would have had no problem whatsoever explaining to observers that they had a judicial warrant that was signed by a judge. But since they didn't do that, odds are they were likely just trying to grab an innocent man. So they decided to give up because it wasn't worth the hassle. But the problem is that not all ICE agents give up so easily. And I say that because when a member of Chicago City Council asked ICE agents in a hospital to present a warrant for someone that they were trying to kidnap, and this person, by the way, was only in the hospital because he was injured so badly when they were trying to...
Yeah, I think it's 24 billion. Yeah, how the fuck does well, I don't, you know, I was about to say, how does anybody claim damages like that? And you're right. No, that would never go through court. But this isn't court. This is just YouTube folding to Trump. Like so many colleges and universities, like quite a few law firms, like several networks, just folding. Just folding to Trump.
Kidnap him in the first place. But just look at the way that they responded to a member of city council for daring to ask for a warrant.
He has constitutional rights.
No.
He has constitutional rights. Do you have a sign?
No, you need to leave.
She's like disagreeing. No one has constitutional rights. We're ICE. We don't give a fuck.
Turn around. You're turn around and leave.
He is under.
I'm going to arrest you.
You are going to be placed under arrest.
Do you have a signed judicial warrant for him?
Can somebody go in the hallway and get Lisa for me, please?
Judicial warrant for him.
Can somebody go in the hallway and get Lisa for me? This is an older person who's being under arrest. I need my other staffer who's in the hallway by registration to come here, please.
You are hurting. I am asking.
Can somebody get my staffer, please?
This is a hospital. Do you have a signed judicial warrant for him? I am asking. I am asking. I did not touch you.
We told you to leave.
I did not touch you.
Now you're under arrest for impeding.
I did not touch you. I asked you if you had a signed judicial warrant for him. It is very simple. It is very simple. That man has constitutional rights. I did not touch you. It is a public space. I am not trespassing. I am asking you. Do you have a signed judicial warrant? I am asking. Do you have a signed judicial warrant for him? It is a question, sir. You are an agent. You are a federal agent.
We do not need a
You
warrant
are a
for
federal
somebody
agent. I am an elected official and I am asking.
Did you hear what they said? At the beginning of the clip, when she said that the man that they were trying to kidnap had constitutional rights, he said no. And then both of them said that they don't need warrants to abduct somebody from the hospital, which is crazy. It just goes to show you that the ICE Gestapo either doesn't know the law that they claim they're trying to enforce,
Like that phrase. That's a phrase they're going to be looking for.
or they're operating outside the bounds of the law. Every individual in the jurisdiction of the U.S. government.
But you know what? If I fucking try to censor myself out of saying anything that could possibly be, you know, something that the current version of law enforcement is searching out, I would never be able to say a word. I would be utterly, you know, paralyzed with fear, right? And I'm at, you know, a little bit, you know, I don't know, am I safer? Am I in more danger living where I live than if I was still in America? I don't know.
Has constitutional rights regardless if they are a citizen or not. And the fact that federal agents don't know that or don't care tells you all you need to know about this agency. And the fact that they have arrested so many public officials, including a judge, is worrying, to put it mildly. In fact, we just got video from when ICE arrested the mayor of Newark as well as a member of Congress. And in this video, before they arrest the mayor, they're talking about who told them to make this arrest.
We are arresting the mayor right now. On with Deputy Attorney General of the United States. Anyone that gets in their way, I need you guys to give me a perimeter so I can cuff them and get them on there. If you have body cams,
and look, the only hope that we have is if everybody says ICE Gestapo and they got too many results in their search. All right.
So it's hard to make out what they were saying, but he's saying there that they're arresting the mayor at the direction of either the deputy attorney general or the attorney general herself. And then he tells them to turn off their body cameras. I don't know what to say. Like, these are fascist criminals on camera conspiring to arrest a political opponent of the regime that they work for. And with how lawless they are, you might be thinking, damn, it's only a matter of time until they're busting down the doors of citizens looking for immigrants just like their predecessors did in the 1930s and 1940s.
Oh my gosh, you know what he's leading into with this. Some of you know exactly what Mike is leading into here.
But unfortunately, they're already doing that. Common Dreams reports just hours after President Donald Trump said U.S. soldiers should use American cities as training grounds, federal law enforcement officials on Tuesday night descended upon an apartment complex in Chicago where witnesses say they broke down residents' doors, smashed furniture and belongings, and dragged dozens of them, including children, and placed them in U-Haul vans. Local resident Roderick Johnson, who...
Wait, for real? You almost got me there. The stream is okay, right?
who lives in the building raided by Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents, told the Chicago Sun-Times that federal officials broke down his door, put him in zip ties, and kept him detained outside the building for 3 hours before letting him go. Quote, I asked agents why they were holding me if I was an American citizen, and they said I had to wait until they looked me up, he explained to the paper. I asked if they had a warrant, and I asked for a lawyer. They never brought one. Pratishu Fisher, who also lives in the building, backed up Jones's account and said that agents forcibly removed all residents from their homes regardless of their legal status. In other words, it can happen here too. It is happening here right now, as a matter of fact. And ABC 7 Chicago has some additional testimonies from victims that say some shocking things.
They just treated us like we were nothing.
Pratishu Fisher says she came out to the hallway of her apartment complex on the corner of 75th and South Shore Drive in her nightgown around 10 Monday night, only to find ICE agents yelling police.
It was scary because I've never had a gun put in my face. They asked my name and my date of birth and asked me did I have any warrants, and I told them no, I didn't.
She says she was then handcuffed and released around 3 a.m. Fisher says she was told if anyone had any kind of warrant out for them, even if it was unrelated to immigration, they would not be released. Citizen-at video shows the chaotic scene overnight. Neighbors tell us there were dozens of ICE agents. Neighbors like Ebony Watson says they ducked for cover as they heard several flashbangs go off.
They was terrified. The kids was crying, people was screaming. They looked very distraught.
I was out there crying when I seen the little girl come around the corner. Because they was bringing the kids out too. Had them zip tied to each other. That's all I kept asking. Where's the morality? Where's the human? One of them literally laughed. He was standing right here. He said, them kids.
Watson says budget trucks and military-style vans were used to separate parents from their children. Other neighbors say they saw agents destroying property to get in the building.
And they had a big 15-inch chainsaw.
What? Oh my God, chat. This is the place? I think this is the place they use the Blackhawks, right? This is the apartment building so you saw that window broken? Do you know what that means? Like, I was kind of wondering, like, obviously they're not landing the Blackhawks on the building, right? Other option would be they, put out ropes and the ICE, Gestapo, drops down from the ropes onto the top of the building, breaks into the, into the stairwell and then comes down. Or I don't know. Like, right, the idea I think is to make sure that nobody's how would you get away from the rooftop though? Anyway, but the way, look at this chat. Does it not look like to you that knowing that they used helicopters in this raid?
Style vans
I want to
were
show
used
you.
to separate parents from their children. Other neighbors say they saw agents destroying.
See those windows? The windows on the top floor are broken.
Property to get in the building.
Yeah? Look at does that look like? Maybe somebody rappelled down and like fucking Tom Cruise through their window? I mean, this is like a fucking movie, and that is what they're actually there with film crews when they do this shit. They produce like, They have their little like Zoomer right-wing goons, cutting the videos with CapCut, putting out, TikToks of this shit. I mean, yeah, so, if you're looking for the triumph of will, if you're looking for the parallel to that from the, the Nazi era, I would guess it is, turning like this, Alligator Alcatraz, deportation to C-Cut, like all these things. They have cut into content. They have turned into clips with musical backing, right? This is
building.
And
they fucking crashed into those people's windows. What the fuck? Talk about unnecessary. It's bad enough that you're going through a whole apartment building, detaining everyone, getting everybody up this 11 o'clock at night when this happened, right? Getting everybody out of bed. It's bad enough that they did that, but you gotta fucking come through the window.
A big 15-inch chainsaw with a round blade on it, cutting this fence down. We're under siege. We're being invaded by our own military.
I want to repeat what he said just in case you missed it. He said, we're under siege. We're being invaded by our own military. That is exactly right. They're putting kids in zip ties and detaining citizens in order to purge the building of any and all immigrant families. We're talking about a depraved, sadistic group of federal Gestapo agents just flippantly violating constitutional rights with impunity. And to make matters even worse, the regime is bragging about this particular incident. On Twitter, the official DHS account shared a video about this and called it Operation Midnight Blitz, and says to every criminal...
That's Midway Blitz. Which Midway is like, what, an airport in Chicago? Is it also an area of Chicago? It's like a neighborhood or in Chicago, Midway?
Illegal alien, darkness is no longer your ally, we will find you. And they showcase how they had the entire building surrounded with helicopters and militarized agents, and later showcase the humans that they abducted from the building. And it really should send a chill down everyone's spine that the federal government is Nazi posting on their main Twitter account. And I don't say that lightly. Like, if there was social media during the Holocaust, this is the kind of propaganda that the Nazis would be putting out.
Oh my god, I swear I haven't pre-watched this, chat. I swear, I mean, yeah, that's pretty much what I said. This is their triumph of will.
But it's not just the immigrants that they're bragging about abusing, because if you go to the official DHS Twitter page, they're posting videos of themselves dragging protesters violently by the arms with the caption, "Dear Antifa, we are just getting started," as if it's a good thing that they're abusing citizens. And even if they confirmed that that person in this video that they were treating this way was some kind of violent criminal, this is still a bit much for any government to post, especially so-called democratic ones. But it's commonplace under the Trump administration. And if you click on their page, they're turning photos of them abusing people into...
Chat, does that not look like Proud Boy tactics to you? You ever seen how Proud Boys fight? There it is. These are the same motherfuckers. He just hired Patriot Prayer, the Proud Boys, like all these assholes. He just fucking hired them, put them in ICE uniforms, and put a mask on them. That's the same fucking shit that they always do. They're cowards. They never want a fair fight. They always want to, like, they always want to fucking stomp somebody. They always want to gather around, like, 12 dudes just beating somebody's ass.
Recruitment propaganda, and they shared a video
and the cops were letting them do this shit
of them wheeling off this protester that they tied up. And if this is the kind of behavior that we're seeing from people at the top, it's no wonder why the institution is attracting people who do shit like this.
Ya me encerraron, ya me agarraron, bueno.
What is he being pulled over for? What is he being pulled over for?
Le van a quebrar el vidrio, te toca, Martín. Le van a quebrar el vidrio, Martín.
There's a child! There's a baby!
So understand the propaganda war that's going on here, right? These videos, from the perspective of the victims of ICE, are going to provoke a response in the American public. And that's why they're doing, they're making like, clips of every violent incident they do from their perspective to be like, oh, look at how cool we are. We get to beat up this criminal. Oh, the criminal thought he could get away, but it turns out that ICE does not respect human rights in any possible way. So look at that. He got fucking dragged off by 6 people. It's like they gotta, what they're trying to do is put the American citizen behind their eyes, in their shoes, make us see it through their eyes, right? And make it seem cool. And yeah, ultimately, you don't get people wanting to sign up for ICE, right? When this is what's on the other side, I don't think that's going to be enough. And as somebody commented earlier, the amount of pushback that those ICE thugs literally got run off by the neighborhood. This did not happen in Nazi Germany. To my knowledge, this kind of, organic, spontaneous resistance, right?
Oh, hey! I need baby, bro! I need my baby, bro! Open the door! I need my baby, bro! I need my baby, bro!
There's a baby! Can you guys have a little bit mercy, dude? He has a 1-month-old! He has a 1-month-old!
I don't know, bro. Okay.
Oh, motherfucker.
Who said boom, motherfucker? What was that from?
It's a 1-month-old!
I don't know, bro. Okay.
Oh, motherfucker.
Was that Christy Gnome? I didn't see where that came from. I know there's one incident, I don't think it's this one, where, in fact, I'm not even sure if there's video of this, the one that I'm thinking of, but, no, wait, there is. I just don't know if it's been released yet. It's, what does they say? Like something, like they point a gun at them and like something like, what you gonna do, motherfucker? Or do something, motherfucker. I can't remember what exactly. They're basically, yeah, like trying to. And this was the one where they claimed that they got boxed in by like a bunch of cars, and that the person that they shot had a weapon. It turns out none of that is true. They just they were going after somebody who was doing activism around immigration, right? And that was just the arrest of this person, right? It wasn't they completely just lied. And that's why, like, as much as I want to say, Candace Owens is full of shit, and she is, obviously, and the narrative that we've gotten as far as the official story for how Charlie Kirk died and who was responsible is the true one. But given how much these people fucking lie, I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. I mean, Candace crafted a theory where it was like, she was like, yeah, maybe it was a trans person. Yeah, the trans person obviously was the shooter, and they just tried to, make things look different. The FBI, she had the FBI basically protecting a trans person because they were like a deep state asset. I don't know. It's fucking crazy. Candace Owens just like, she starts off with something, showing something real, which is the screenshots, right, of Charlie Kirk's one of his last group texts, I guess. And then by the end of the show, she's just into fucking theory crafting, like world building, just making shit up.
Can I ask why he's being detained? Can I ask why he's being detained? Can I ask why he's being detained?
He has an immigration warrant.
He has an immigration. Can I see the warrant signed? Can I see the warrant
signed? You can come to the office.
No, I need to see the warrant. This is illegal. You guys do not have the warrant signed.
This is not illegal.
I've watched dozens of videos by now of people asking the ICE Gestapo for a signed judicial warrant, and not a single one of them have actually presented them with a warrant.
The most you'll ever get from them is they say they've got an administrative warrant, which doesn't cut it.
Most of them don't even pretend to have one, but for the ones that do, notice how they never show the warrant to the people who are questioning them. Isn't that interesting? We know why they never show it. It's because, as The Guardian reports, immigrants with no criminal records now make up the largest proportion of people in ICE detention because to them, simply being undocumented is a crime worthy of abuse. And they think it's justified to hold a family at gunpoint and break the window of a car with a 1-month-old in it because, as the one ICE officer put it, fuck those kids, right? It doesn't matter because if they are the child of an immigrant, then they're not real human like our kids. That's what they think. They are completely unrestrained. And here's another example.
What? Wait, wait, are they mad that they're stuck in? Oh, somebody's blocking them. I think somebody's actually blocking them there. But look at that. Look here. Let's rewatch that for just. So yeah, ice guy in the car. He's got a tear gas canister. Now, like I said, there's a lot of new hires here. A lot of these people. This is training day or whatever for them. This is. What the fuck just happened? Did he hit his own like rear view? Did he hit his own like side window? It looks like it kind of bounced back. And look at how much of the tear gas is actually going into their own vehicle.
Fuck you fuckers! Fuck you!
I mean, yeah, I couldn't say it better. Fuck you, you fuckers.
Fucking bitches.
Just casually throwing chemical weapons out of their vehicles like it's nothing. As if that's not extremely fucking dangerous. And they were probably pissed off because the guy on the motorcycle was blocking them, presumably because he knew that they were in his city to commit crimes and he wanted to stop them from doing that. But what do? They take it out on everyone else, including a 2-year-old who inhaled whatever chemical they threw out of their car. And according to News Nation, that 2-year-old had to be treated because they ended up inhaling the chemicals and it harmed them, obviously. But soon their abuse won't only be contained to the streets, because their campaign to hunt down every last immigrant will be extended to the online realm as well. I say this because, as 404 Media reports, ICE is buying a tool that lets them harvest location data from millions of phones. And this news coincides with an article from Wired about how they are building a surveillance team of 30 contractors to hunt down immigrants on TikTok, Twitter, and Facebook. So if you share a post about your status or the status of a loved one, they might...
Oh, well, Chad, I guess I shouldn't be doing any IRL streams.
use that against you, because the goal is to make you feel as though nowhere is safe. And at any time, they could bust down your door, because they might. They want to instill fear in you. But as that first video taught us, when you stand up to tyrants, you actually can make a difference. All you have to do is take out your phone and film them, ask for a judicial warrant signed by a judge, try to get the attention of others in the vicinity by yelling La Migra, and educate everybody.
Oh wait, maybe they weren't saying CH La Mi. Maybe they were just saying La Migra
around you about their...
I assumed that they had just somebody had censored that part. The Shenga.
Their constitutional rights that immigrants have as well. Also, if you go to nokings.org/signs, you could print off signs of solidarity. There are instructions about what to do if ICE comes to your workplace. You can print that off, take it to your job, hang it in the break room. These are things that you have to do, because not only is it important, but it actually does make a meaningful difference. If everybody knows their rights, ICE will be deterred. It's not going to work every single time, obviously, and if you try to confront them in person, you might get harmed yourself. But solidarity is our best defense against these fascist pigs, and they have to know that their illegal tyranny is not going to be tolerated by communities. So things like that, the things we saw in that first video, is how you effectively stop ICE from harming people. And when this is all said and done, every single one of these criminals needs to be tried and brought to justice, because this is not okay. They don't get to just violate the Constitution and civil rights and civil liberties because they're part of some federal agency. No.
Yeah, they should be looking at history, right? They should be looking in history how this sort of shit was handled historically. Because there are some questions that remain unanswered, right? There are some spooky things that potentially went on in with the Nuremberg trials, right? That it can neither be confirmed nor denied, but some people say that John C. Woods didn't have enough rope to carry out the sentences, right? And that his recourse was to just let the noose do its thing, rather than the customary way in which that sort of sentence is carried out, rather abruptly, rather quickly, with a snapping of the... And I will say no more, chat. I will say no more, but history does not look kindly on fuckers like this. All right?
No, these are illegal actions that we are seeing, and they have to be held accountable.
Yeah, there we go. All right. Look, that video made me feel a little bit better. Unfortunately, chat, what do we have next?
5, 4. All right, welcome back, everybody.
Oh my god. Oh my god, Ethan, fix your fucking outfit. You can't wear that shit on green screen. Look at this. Look at the see-through headband he's got on. Because he's got something that's too close to green in his Teddy Fresh.
Buddy, it's the H3 show. Coming at you with a special episode here on Wednesday. The date is...
Oh, this is the special episode? Oh, that's right. He's been doing Wednesday members only.
October 8th, 2025. And I come with you with a special episode.
I like my intro better.
About my dear friend Hasan, who is now embroiled in one of the biggest creator controversies of the year, easily. Currently in
Yeah, I'm sorry, but this content is never going to look anything other than disingenuous. And it's not only because, I'm not just saying that Ethan just, it's just, his presentation, like, you know, whatever is causing it just like, it just reads as like, I am full of shit. I know this is a nothing burger, and I'm gonna ride this nothing burger as far as I fucking can. I'm gonna get an extra 10,000 views on this video because I can finally talk about Hasan again. I don't have to, you know, eke out like 22,000 or by talking about iDubbbz, right? I can, you know, go for the big game because everybody's attacking Hasan now.
Like 5th place of all time on live stream fails. I saw this, what happened, you know, on our subreddit.
That's like saying, oh my God, it's like the, you know, when people are like, I had a #1 on iTunes, or like, who uses iTunes anymore? Right? LSI is kind of the same way. If you use LSI, you're probably a DGGer because they've taken over the subreddit, and you know that is what is there. Clips that are interesting to DGG are there, and so as a result, it doesn't have the power that it once did.
Reddit first, and I saw it had 1,600 points before even an hour, and that's for our you know, medium-sized subreddit, very, very, very active. And so I immediately knew that this was going to be something very compelling. By the way, Tom is here with us. Love Tom.
We got our own ICE agent here.
Oh.
No, he just kind of looks like a cop.
Feels like Christmas morning, guys. I'm very excited.
Hey, doesn't he kind of look like, oh my God, like, doesn't he, with this outfit, doesn't he, I don't know, for some reason he looks like one of those FBI dudes wandering around DC trying to pick up trash.
So, and by the way, yeah, we did like a 10-minute stream beforehand, but the audio was all messed up. So we're restarting here. Beautiful audio, no cackling, right?
So far, so good.
No cracking, no bopping, no.
So far, so good.
No nothing.
So far, sounds good.
So basically, Hasan is being.
Yeah, good point, Vamps. Good point. I don't know. It just glazed right over my head. I was focusing on the midway. Oh wait, chat. Did we have a? It looks like we had a little F. Are we all okay? Are we all back? Is everything good? Yeah, we had a little right after Vamps posted this. We had a little bit of a, looks like chat disconnected. They're using military equipment against civilians. Yep. We're good. We're good. Twitch is fine. What about YouTube? YouTube okay? Forgiato Blow will always have the #1 song on iTunes. What do you mean? Yeah, of course iTunes is a great measure of what's popular with the kids these days. But yeah, I mean, the same thing with the New York Times bestsellers. You know, like that. You know how that works, right? Is that large publishers with like, you know, big projects, they'll basically pre-order their books to make sure that they show up on, you know, the bestsellers list, and that the fact that it's there gets more people to buy it.
Accused of using a shock collar.
YouTube is good.
On his dog. Now, what's interesting, there's a lot of interesting things here. To me, the shock collar isn't even really, like, you could remove the shock collar from the equation and still the majority of the criticism holds, in my opinion.
Chat. I've had a lot of pets, like growing up and in undergrad, right? And I feel like I feel like I was a good, responsible caretaker of them. But if you were to hold me to a standard where I'm supposed to never get frustrated, even, yes, at your pets. Never raise your voice at your pets. I don't think any of us would pass that. Least of all, Ethan. Come on. Come on, and look, this all started, yeah, because that spike collar. It's not even, what is it called? It's called like is it called a pinch collar? But yeah, it has these little like metal spikes that go like inward. And I don't know, you know, how painful it is for a dog. It certainly looks like, look, if we're going to go by vibes, if we're going to go by, yeah, the clip looked bad. And I said that to start out with. I do not deny that. That clip looks bad, right? That's a rough clip, right? And if you hear the framing that the guy is shocking his dog, then you kind of, you know, you tend to judge him without really thinking that you weren't shown what the narrative is claiming, right? There's a receipt, there's a video, there's a claim. So since receipt is present, we're gonna believe the claim, right? We're never gonna fucking check to see if the claim is actually supported by the receipt. Just the mere fact of the receipt being present, and this being the kind of receipt we love. It's a clip. It's a short, palatable, easily consumable clip, prepackaged with a narrative that Hasan is zapping his dog out of anger, right? Shredder, God. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, like, and this is from a guy that, you know, I don't think, it sounds like he didn't know, but he was feeding one of his dogs shredded cheese for his whole life. The dog ends up dying from, I think, a kidney issue that, you know, could very well come from overconsumption of sodium. Whether, you know, it's because of feeding the dog the cheese, I guess we'll never know. But yeah, this is, and then Ethan, when he's crying about it, he like blames the vet. The vet never told me I couldn't feed the dog cheese. It's like, dude, a Google search will tell you not to feed a dog cheese, right? Human beings need a certain amount of sodium. We usually, you know, eat more sodium than, you know, is required, right? But dogs' need for sodium is different, right? It's the, you know, whole potassium sodium balance, and it's different in different species. And so for dogs, no, high sodium foods like cheese, not appropriate at all. Probably dairy, not, you know, at that like level, you know, that much dairy, probably also not super appropriate for dogs.
That being said, there's literally no other way to explain this video.
But no, I'm a bad person for fucking judging Ethan's, you know, pet caretaking, but he can just fucking, you know, make wild assumptions that aren't supported by the actual clip.
So let me show you guys the video and we'll break it down here for you.
But it is emblematic of all of America's much more consequential violence. Okay? It's the same reason as to why America...
Wait. Did I just notice that only Tom is there? I guess I kind of slept on that. I'm sorry. I'll roll it back. But like, wait, did you notice that too? The only person he mentioned is... I've never seen him launch into the show proper, right? Without being like, and we got, you know, like throwing it to AB, throwing it to Lena, throwing it to Zach, throwing it to Dan, throwing it to Olivia, who may not be working for H3 anymore.
It is emblematic of all of America's much more consequential violence. Okay? It's the same reason as to why America... Kaya, please just fucking go... Just stop.
So what he said is that even if there's no shot caller, Hasan's a piece of shit for that. Right? Even if there's no caller, is what do you think is claiming? You know, because he's kind of getting ahead of the fact that some of this stuff could end up getting debunked. And while, like, it's not going to change, like, the people that saw the clip when it was viral aren't necessarily going to see the response that will not go viral. Although, honestly, Hasan, not that you watch me, but you should totally make a YouTube video. You should make a YouTube video. Like, right, not upload a stream segment, not what you usually do, but make a new video for YouTube that is like a short, easily consumable, just you know, your take on this, right? Your response. I think that's his best bet. But unfortunately, I don't think that all the people that see the fucking clip are gonna end up seeing the response. So yeah, there's gonna be people that would have been maybe, you know, open to Hasan, you know, at some point later on that are absolutely the well is poisoned with, right? And that is unfair, but it's the nature of content creation, I suppose.
Jesus Christ, what are you doing? You're being such a baby. It's just you're making her stressed. She just literally is so incredibly spoiled from my mom.
How does he watch this with like a straight face? You know what I mean? Did he even manage to watch that with a straight face? Because he's got to know that like, you know.
She just literally is so incredibly spoiled from my mom.
I mean, as straight as a face as he can manage.
Now let's look at the crucial moments here. Right as she yelps in pain, Hasan is clearly reaching for a button of some kind. Look at the mannerism. Look at
it's gotta be a button. Look at the mannerism. Well, you would only have those mannerisms if you're reaching for a button. That's not a reaching for Zen face. That is a reaching for button face. That is a reaching for shock button Zap Kaya face that we're seeing right there, clearly.
As to why America, Kaya, please just fuck.
What else would you be doing? In this body motion, he looks over to the side, he reaches for something, right? And right as he seems to be making some kind of pushing motion, that's animal abuse. Tom came and he moved Ducky, who was sitting comfortably.
I actually shocked him. Is that not good?
I left my dog shock collars at home today. I thought it would be inappropriate.
Too soon? I'm sorry.
No, you're right.
Vigilant says, I hate the Dan Saltman Brigade so much. Hasan will be fine, but the amount of, I mean, look, in terms of his needs, yeah, he's going to be fine, right? It is like, you know, he wants to reach more people. Like, I don't think his goals are just about money or influence or size of channel, right? I think it's, influence in the sense that he wants to influence the political system more. He wants to influence more people. Right? He wants to provide a counter narrative to some to the ubiquitous bullshit that's just out there, and unfortunately this will very likely hurt him. But the amount of small creators, mostly women and LGBT, who he and Destiny dogpiles is so maddening. Yeah, that's why when Destiny challenged me to a debate last time, I turned him down. Right? His fans were already brigading my Twitter, and I decided that, if I appear on stream with him again in a very, negative frame, that I'm gonna get, harassed for years and years. And I've already been through that. I didn't need a second dip in that. So
right on time. So there's Tom, is there any other way to explain?
To be fair, Ethan has experienced reaching for, he should know. Yeah, he should know all about reaching for buttons.
This body motion at the exact time the dog yelps.
America, Kaya, please just fucking go. Just stop.
Oh, are they saying like, I haven't read like anything.
So his initial explanation is that
I love the idea that if something happens at the same time, it's definitely connected. That is, a worm has eaten your brain, Ethan. Right? It's crawled in, it's eaten your brain, it took a fat shit, and it left through your other ear. All right? You are thinking with literal shit for brains. And a very satisfied Giardia worm.
She scratched herself on the bed or something, or her nail got caught.
At the same exact time, he like
the same exact time he reached for and into what can be described as a pushing motion.
So there you go. There you go. That's all the proof they need, right?
Language is someone who's he's pushing something.
And just stop.
Right? So he initially tries to lie and say, "Oh, she must have got caught on the bed or something." Total bullshit. Just a total fucking obvious lie, right?
I agree.
And the other thing that really strikes me is like,
anybody want to guess why he could only get Tom? I know that it's not normally his streaming day. I guess that's probably the explanation he'd give. Is that like, look, we set up the schedule. Wednesday was supposed to be members only. I don't know what their members only show is like. I don't know if the members only like show has no crew with it. But I'm kind of wondering why only Tom is there.
why is he? I've always wondered why Kaya is refined to this tiny space for so long. Now, I've met this dog, and I have a young dog.
So do I.
Young, large, energetic dog.
Oh, yeah.
And they have a fuckload of energy, these young dogs. They should be running around, having fun. Like, obviously...
Yeah, it's almost like she does that. It's almost like he takes care of that before stream, specifically so that she's not going to be, you know, eating his background while, for instance, while he's streaming.
The time and place for obedience and sitting quietly, but...
Ooh, Kaya hate is their limit.
How long? Because I wasn't clear. How long?
Wait, AB is there too?
I don't watch. Like normally,
9 hours.
There's Tom.
Legit, the dog sits there the whole time.
The vast majority.
There's FBI Tom.
Of the time, yeah.
Because to me, I watched this a couple times. To me, the dog is just being a dog.
Oh yeah.
Like my dog would have never sat still that long.
No.
Mine's a 1-year-old, you know, golden doodle, and they got a shitload of energy.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So the dog is just like getting up and like trying, like stretching a little bit.
So Kaya licks her lips a little bit, and
Kaya gets up and stretches like all the fucking time. Right? I do think it's a little weird for Hasan to snap at her. Maybe it's because he's pissed off about the internet. But no, I mean he's not like preventing her from stretching.
it seems like she's probably just thirsty.
Okay.
Or maybe she just, you know, it's okay to get up and stretch your legs during a 9-hour broadcast that you do, you know, 6 times per day or per week.
You do a 4-hour stream. How many times do you get up?
I mean, well,
several.
I mean, yeah, because he's got to take a shit, I guess.
Yeah, but it's up to me, right?
I mean, that's what happens when you have chronic giardia. You know, you're constantly at the behest of the worm. When the worm decides that you need to take a bathroom break, you go and take a bathroom break. And it sounds like you are pouring like, you know, a kitty tub of water into the toilet when that happens, because that is the nature, the watery nature of a frothy, green, smelly, slimy giardia diarrhea.
I get up
for sure.
But the thing is, like, the transgression that has made him clearly...
It's like slightly green.
Very angry, right?
Of
is
all
this sweet
of
dog
America's
barely
much
getting
more
up.
Consequential violence. Okay? It's the same reason
Taking
as to
one
why
pause
America... Kaya, please just...
Now he gets angry, and she recognizes that. She fears him. And
Kaya, please just...
She immediately, obediently goes back on the bed. But that's not enough for Hasan.
We just got to give you a narrative. Like, she's afraid of Hasan, right? Even though he's not really raising his voice or anything. She can hear the tone in his voice and is exhibiting a fear response.
He needs to punish her.
Fucking just stop.
Why is he so angry?
Well, that's a good point. Kaya was already going back.
Oh, that's a good point, Ethan. Yeah, really good point there. Oh, I never thought of that, Ethan. That was really smart. Ethan, just get ChatGPT. You'd be better off with ChatGPT than Tom.
Yeah, no, it wasn't enough for him.
So, like, why punish? You punish for bad behavior. You don't use a shock, or you remove the dog from the situation.
Because...
It was already going
we'll
back.
Get into that, but I think he's sadistic. I think he's a psychopath.
Well, the other thing I didn't like is the aggression.
I think he's exerting control.
Ethan, you know what happens when you make claims about other people that is in no way supported by what you're showing. Our experience with you is that is projection. And I know you're a hateful bastard, but geez, dude, I never thought you were a sadist.
On an animal, I don't think he's like a serial killer, but in the same sense that serial killers torture animals, it's an assertion of control.
Yeah.
Right. That makes them feel strong. That makes them feel like an authority, and that's why he's doing it, in my opinion. My humble, I do have a PhD in psychology and criminology, so
in
take it from me. I'm also a financial trader, fully certified. Oh, I don't know if I explained, but Wednesday is for members, and I love our members. When we finish this one story, we're going to do this one story, and when it's done, we are going to go live for our dear beloved members, because we always come through for you guys because we're so grateful. So thank you to our members.
Unlike that no comment chick who just gives her content to everybody for free, who talks about doing members only stream but is too lazy to actually kick the free riders out of the chat. Yeah.
We didn't forget about you guys. But we're doing this special live on a Wednesday, which we don't usually do shows
Wait, what? It's a blue moon? Are you serious? Wait, I thought it was a harvest moon. Is it a blue moon?
Just because this story is honestly such a big... it's big.
Yeah.
It's very big.
Easy Ease, are you sure you're not talking about like a blue cheese moon? Because that sounds like it could be delicious. Assuming that we're talking about vegan cheese.
So let's continue here. Now, he says she caught her nail or something on the bed. If that's the case, if my dog randomly yelped in pain, my instinct would be to check on them.
For sure, yeah.
What happened?
Yep.
What was it? It was a full moon 2 nights ago, I think. Yeah, but it was a harvest moon, though.
Hey, the reason he doesn't do that is because he knows why she yelped. He did it.
Yeah.
And the reason he doesn't check on her is because he's angry at her, and he's not wanting to... He's angry at her. He's doing this out of anger.
You know, that's a good point, because if my dog yelped like that, I would go
That's a
over
good point, Ethan, and I can see how you totally know that. I can see how you have enough evidence to draw that conclusion from the short clip that we've just watched. Totally true, Ethan. That clip definitely proves what you're claiming. I mean, why give Hasan any benefit of the doubt whatsoever? We should just assume he's guilty until he can prove himself innocent. Until he can figure out a way to prove that he didn't zap Kaya with a dog. Can you imagine if we held Ethan to this standard? Prove that you're not... Can you imagine if CPS held Ethan to this standard? Prove that you're not, putting your kids in a dangerous environment, or else we take your kids from you? That's not how CPS works, luckily, right? He didn't have to falsify the unfalsifiable in order to, satisfy their, them doing their duties in checking in. But oh my God, if we held Ethan to this kind of standard on anything, chat, I don't think he'd like it. No, I think it's a beer, isn't it? Easy Ease or an ale, Blue Moon. It's like a microbrew.
Like
what happened?
What is it, like Fat Tire?
You know,
Are
his,
you okay?
his pain, yeah.
But
Is there something stuck in his paw.
He exhibits no concern for his dog.
Oh, look at that! Look at that! Tom thinks it. Like Tom's talking like it might be the paw. Wait, or is he just saying that because of he heard the explanation? God, Ethan looks like he's stoned. Chat. Technically, I am, more Vape Nation than Ethan is right now. How come he look? Do I look stoned? I look stone cold sober. This guy looks fucking wasted.
In fact, the opposite. He not only doesn't exhibit concern, he exhibits anger at his dog expressing pain.
The whole thing was very aggressive. I didn't like his tone throughout this whole video.
Well, yeah, and if you go back and look at his repeated treatment of his dog, it's been this way. It's only the shock collar that got people to realize how psycho this shit is. But
The
just
shot
to look at it.
collar. Yeah, well, could you show us the proof for that shot collar, Ethan? I'd love to see it. Yeah, obviously you've had access to you know, receipts that I haven't seen yet. Let's see that. Let's see that shot collar. Let's see those shot collar receipts. Oh, actually, he does, doesn't he? He did. Is he the one that goes through and tries to find like a model of shot collar that looks like Kaya's collar?
It again here. So this dog acts. So according to Son, this dog nail got caught in the bed or something obscene like that.
Okay.
So watch his immediate reaction in the aftermath of this fluke, poor animal getting injured.
It's the same reason as to why America, Kaya, please just fucking go.
Why is he so angry about one paw off? He's acting like this is the greatest disappointment of his life.
He's
like his dog. How could you do this to me, Kaya? Yeah, it's like, bro, what? And she's such
Rasta Teddy Fresh. Yeah, that is cursed.
just sweet, obedient dog. Like, bro.
But
So here she
stop.
yelps in pain right as he reaches, but okay, it's all a coincidence, right?
Fucking go. Just stop.
So is he concerned about why is she in pain? Dogs don't just randomly yelp out in pain. It doesn't happen. So here's his reaction.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus.
What are you doing? You're being such a
What, you're being a
baby.
baby. What are you talking about? This is
What are you doing? Almost like he's checking in on her. Almost like he's not expecting his dog to yelp randomly either, and that he is actively he's ascertaining the situation with his tactical know-how, to use cop speak.
dog. She just expressed that it's hurt, and you're calling it a baby? Dogs are babies, by the way. They have the intellect of like 5, 6, 7-year-olds. Dogs are our babies, right? And so
Are Ethan's crew fitted with shot collars? They should be. No, his dog, though, apparently has got a pinch collar. And this all started, from what I've heard, from Ethan getting, heat from his own community for a picture showing the dog with the pinch collar. Now, I don't know if this is like, humane. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But it's got a collar that's got these, kind of like metal prongs that like sort of poke into the dog's neck. And then I guess when the leash is tightened, they pinch the dog, and that's supposed to, I guess, get the dog to, want to get the leash less tight, which means coming towards you or wherever you're pulling the dog. I'm guessing that's what the purpose. I'm guessing that's the idea. I've never used one. I've never seen one. But his chat was not happy that he had this on one of his dogs. And so this is another way for Ethan Klein to deflect from his own real serious accusations of not betting the best doggy daddy in the world, lest we forget, his previous dog, who, he would feed with shredded cheese every day, and then died of a kidney disease, which, some people speculate might have been caused by excess sodium. Whether it is or not, we can never know. All we know is that, feeding your dog cheese with every meal is far from best practices as a pet owner. And this information is easily ascertainable, either from using Google or, I don't know, use fucking ChatGPT. ChatGPT will tell you, Ethan, if you love AI so much, why don't you ask your friend ChatGPT whether that is an appropriate thing to be feeding your dog, both because of the sodium content and probably a certain amount of dairy is too much for dogs too. But yeah, who are we going to talk about? The guy that may have killed his dog, or the guy that took a tone with his dog and, according to Ethan, shocked her vengefully with a collar?
So when it's like, I'm in pain, and he goes, stop being a baby. It's like, what is this, fucking the boot camp?
Yeah,
are we in basic training?
Get with the fucking
It definitely feels to me like Kaya has a very hard life, a very regimented life, much like boot camp. She's always cleaning the latrines for Hasan. She's always cooking chicken for him, doing his laundry, vacuuming the floor. Yeah, she's got it rough for sure.
It's psychotic behavior. It is. Even if there's no shock collar involved, what he's exhibiting here is this absolutely insane level of control, anger at the most asinine.
Does it almost sound like Ethan knows that it's a vibration collar? I'm trying to think, chat. Hasan goes live at what, 11 Pacific? Is that the schedule he's been keeping lately? Did he go live at 11? Ethan goes live when I lived in, I guess 1:30 Pacific, right? Is Ethan's time, right? So we got 2.5 hours. What I'm asking is, do you think that Ethan has watched Hasan's response already and kind of knows that it's not a shock collar while this meme is active before it's like, more debunked, right? I think he's gonna, do what he can to help spread the idea that it's a shock collar, but it's almost like he's preparing for that part to be debunked, for that part to be discredited. Now, how can it be totally discredited? How can it be totally falsified? I don't fucking know. Like I said, you could have anything in your house. You could have a fucking doggy Iron Maiden in your house, be torturing your dog with an Iron Maiden. And then, somebody accuses you of torturing your dog, and you take the Iron Maiden out to the garage and you do a house tour. And you're like, look, no Iron Maiden, right? Have a friend come over and pick up the Iron Maiden. Just keep it in their trunk for a few days. Like, walk through the garage. Look, no Iron Maiden in here either. Yeah, I don't know what people are talking about. A doggy Iron Maiden? Pff, that's crazy, bro. That's crazy.
Completely innocent reaction by Kaya and a totally flippant disregard for the pain that she's exhibited.
Yep.
And it really peppers in when you go back and look at how she's. I've always wondered.
Steve will do it? Ethan didn't go after this guy. Steve will do it this hard over Steve admitting to touching his dog. Do you mean like, what do you mean touching his dog? You don't mean like, oh, you do? Is this a YouTuber or something? Like touching their dog inappropriately and admitting it on fucking in a video? What is this? God, I have not heard of. Wait, I do? Oh wait, I am correct. I'm sorry. I thought you were accusing me of being sneaky. Like Shane Dawson and his cat? So some YouTuber essayed his dog? Wait, am I getting it wrong? No, I'm just reading. Wait, is this Shane Dawson example not like? I don't know anything about Shane Dawson. Is Ethan still dedicating his career to hating Hasan? Look, it's the only thing that gets him views these days, right? Whether or not he still hates Hasan or not, this is like the best thing that he can do for ad revenue, right? This is the only thing that he can do for ad revenue. Steiny's friend, Steve will do it. Oh, okay. I probably should know who this is. Steve is the dog. Wait, Shane is the cat? Or Steve has a dog? Oh, Shane did it to a dog. Sorry, Steve did it to a dog. Shane did it to a cat. Okay. Wait, Steiny's friend admits to... Oh my God. Oh no. Admitted to... Oh, why? Why would somebody do that to a dog? And why would they tell us? They feel guilty about it? I don't understand. Lady kind of told Hasan last week. Oh yeah. The Jennifer said that the collar was on too tight. Yeah, again, I have never had a big dog, so Hasan says there's a lot of neck meat to deal with. I don't know if that is some people in chat have said that, yeah, like a collar will seem tight with a big dog or something, and that it's like literally as loose as it can be and still not slip off. Is that what it means? The neck meat thing? That the neck meat would make the collar like slip off when she lays down if it was any looser? I miss when they just made fun YouTube drama events. What, H3? I miss the vape niche, you know? I just did a little vape niche myself, or not even, chat. You know, like vapes aren't legal here, right? So I obviously don't have one. They may be changing that law, but they definitely are not big on like concentrates, right? Which would be what it would like a vape pen at least would have. I'd be happy to find like a vape for flower. But so far, no luck. I thought there was some place that had like a volcano, like in like store. Chat, does chat know what a volcano is? It's like a vape that's shaped like a volcano. It's literally like a cylinder cone kind of thing, and somehow you put like you hook it up to like a bag, and it'll like slowly fill the bag with smoke. Not legal, but you can find them on most street corners outside of Bangkok.
How is it possible, and why is it even possible, that she sits so obediently on this tiny square for hours every day? This young, energetic puppy. How's it possible? Right?
Why would you? I wouldn't even want that for my dog. I would want a freedom to go outside, maybe have a doggy door or something so it can go pee. And
have someone take your dog out and play with them.
For sure.
Oh, I love the idea that we're making the assumption that Kaya has to hold her piss, right? I love how out of one clip, we're just making the assumption, yeah, he never lets her go pee. She has to hold it until she pisses on the floor, and then he yells at her for that too and shocks her. He just lets her make it up. Ethan, let me ask you a question. What's the difference between you and Candace Owens? Right? Because the only difference I see is that, you know, you're blaming Hasan without proof, whereas Candace is usually blaming trans people without proof, or accusing someone of being a trans person, or, you know, you plus Candace Owens. Wait, what would it be? I think you plus Chud Logic equals Candace Owens, right? If you just had a little bit more transphobia, you would be Candace Owens, and people would actually watch you. Imagine that. I looked up the Steve clip. Unfortunately, chat, people do actually watch Candace Owens. I have seen the thing where he admits to doing Red Rock. Wait, you mean from South Park? Are you talking about the South Park Red Rocket thing? Like, chat, if you don't know, there was a fucked up South Park episode that I wish I'd never seen, where like some of the older kids trick like Cartman, I think, into they tell him that there's a thing called dog milk, and that the way that you get dog milk is, I don't even want to say this, chat. It's horrible. It's animal abuse. It's literally fucking animal abuse, and South Park makes a big joke about it. Was it Stan? Why did I think it was Cartman? But wait, he did that to his dog as a joke then? Is that what I'm getting? Was that his explanation? He thought it was funny. Oh my god, chat, this is like a Samir Bhavnani video. Guy imitates South Park, gets in trouble with animal cruelty, gets beat up by PETA. I don't know. Cartman has a cat, Stan has a dog. Yeah, but for some reason I thought Cartman was doing it to the dogs.
The young dogs, they got to get the energy out.
Yes.
He does it regular? Wait, so it's not a joke thing? Like to what? Like to... You see Ethan's noting nothing jokey reaction to the clip. So, oh god. Yeah, so basically he didn't have a strong reaction to Steiny's friend talking about playing Red Rocket. which is as close to describing what he did to this dog as I'm gonna even get. Even had a special glove he uses. Oh my god, what? Why? I don't understand. Like, was he gratifying himself? Was he attracted to the? Was he getting off on doing that, or is there something else going on? Steve on the podcast said he does it to his dog because the dog. Oh, okay. So at least there's some kind of an excuse. Okay, I was looking for that. I was hoping for that, right? That, you know, I guess it's better than he's like a what's the word for it? God, what the fuck is that cursed podcast? Somethinger than thou? Zooier than thou? Yeah, I think it. Yeah, he's like a. Anyway. Let's not get sidetracked by dog fucking or whatever the fuck that was.
But you know the reason is, you'll notice Kaya is perfectly in frame. For his son, this dog is a prop. Her stepping out of frame is an affront to him and his perfect prop. This perfect story of her being this incredibly obedient dog, or just this beautiful picturesque life of this perfect dog owner. She stepped out.
This perfect dog owner whose dog never shits on the floor, whose kids never put the shit in their mouth, whose family never contracts Giardia in some kind of fucked up human centipede sort of incident. Yeah. Perfect Hasan with his perfect dog and his perfect life and his perfect ever increasing viewership on Twitch, his glow ups on mainstream media, his $20,000 PR agent.
Right? And that's what's upset him. She is literally a prop in his background. There's no other way to explain this. Even if you put the shock collar aside and say, okay, there's no shock collar. And let's say she just happened to scratch herself at the exact moment he reached for something. Crazy coincidence, right?
I'm sorry. I guess the fucking occupational hazard. Look, I don't ever want to hate anybody, okay? Like, I don't want to do that. It takes too much energy to hate people. You know, when I see what's going on in the United States, it's really tough not to hate people sometimes. But I don't want to do it. And this is making it really hard. Like, the occupational hazard of checking in with Ethan from time to time is that I start to really hate the guy. And I don't want to.
Still unacceptable.
You know, to me, you'll see your kids are younger, but when they get older and they're playing sports, he's got the energy of a baseball dad. Stop being a fucking pussy. Keep your eye on the ball. You suck. It seemed like that same aggressive type tone.
100%, right?
Yeah.
That's what it felt to me, as like a overburdening father.
Bradford, Kaya is a props. So does that make this prop clipping? Is Ethan prop clipping? DGG prop? Are we prop clipping? Sorry, Tim Pool reference. Ethan, who is now using his very young kids. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, he actually did bring his kids on stream fairly recently. Wife's actual toddler line for their normally adult toddler clothes. They need to start making diapers. I mean, since it's Ethan Klein, it would just make sense. Yeah, and to also like all of the pants, all of the overalls that do they sell? I bet they sell overalls, chat. I would be so surprised if there wasn't. You could I bet you can buy a pair of adult overalls on Teddy Fresh, right? They do overalls? Yeah. And then they just like have a nice wide plate, like a butt area so that they can slip on with a diaper. You know?
like a son who's
Look,
who's,
toddler core isn't just about like dressing like a toddler, right? It's about pooping like a toddler.
in little leagues who gets hit in the stomach with a ball.
Yeah.
And doubles over in pain. And
Walk it off.
And the dad is like, come on. It's baseball.
Yeah.
Get it together, you know. That's exactly what's happening here. I mean, come on.
Do you hear this shit? Yeah, he's the socially conservative one, not me.
Who denies that is just completely deluded.
It's just...
Why are you mad?
You're making her stressed. She just literally is so incredibly spoiled from my mom.
Then his response is, I'm so angry at my dog for taking up one paw off. And you know what? She's so spoiled by my mom. She lets this dog roam around the house. That fucking... I would say it.
Oh my God. Yes, Hasan calls his mom a bitch. There we have it, Ethan Klein. Wow. I'm sorry, you're kind of worse than Candace Owens. Like, you didn't have Candace Owens to be like, and I bet the trans person says, whoa, I got away with it. I got away with killing Charlie Kirk thanks to being a deep state asset. Like, she's literally got Trump protecting a trans person in her fucking theory crafting, right? And that is fucking madness. But I gotta say that hallucinating Hasan calling his mom a bitch, and then being like, yeah, no, he probably calls his mom a bitch. Yeah, no, he was upset with her for spoiling Kaya too much. That's probably what his thought pattern is my mother is an actual bitch in D minor. We want to make another South Park reference.
That's what Hasan was thinking. He goes, oh, that mom, she spoils my dog. She lets her roam around. She lets her drink water when she's thirsty. You know, what a terrible dog manager my mom has been. Right? But of course, there's so much more to look at. This is only the tip of the iceberg. And there's a reason why it has 65,000 points on livestream fail and it's going mega viral. Because on its face, it's pretty obvious what happened here.
Before you go on, first of all, I tweeted about this yesterday and have literally hundreds of hater DMs, which I don't even give a fuck.
Is this after Hasan got back from Europe and Kaya was with his mom? Yeah. That, I think that's what is being referred to. Yeah. I think that's what Hasan was talking about in the clip when he said his mom spoiled Kaya. I'm assuming. Yeah, he was in France for like 5 days, in Paris and Le Mans. Wait, am I saying that right? I feel like I'm saying it like too much like limon, like the fruit limon, you know? Which I think, is it lime? Is limon lime in French? Is it? I think that's lime in French, limon. I'm trying to say le mont. Yeah, the place.
You got to stand on business. But when I texted you last night, people will let a lot of shit slide. Anti-Semitism, no big deal. Let it fly. Racial hatred,
no problem.
Go wild. But you do not.
Denying rapes, supporting terrorism.
Let's go.
All good.
Let's go. But you do not fuck with dogs. White people especially will lose their fucking mind. They put Michael Vick in jail.
I feel like I'm watching a white person losing his mind with Ethan Klein here.
Right? Let's not forget that. At the time, sending somebody to jail for abusing a dog was like unheard of. It's like, yeah, it's dog. If you want to kick it or something, if it's bad, all right.
Wasn't Michael Vick like fighting his dogs?
Like, I'll look the other way.
Yeah.
But so he better watch the fuck out.
He broke the car. This was the one thing he could get canceled for.
Yep.
Although you'll be surprised by the level of delusions and coping happening by his fans. He really has them in this just unbelievably tight, cult-ish dedication to him. But what was I going to say? Yeah.
Oh, it was like a whole dog fighting ring with Le Mans. Le Mans. Limon is citron in French. Wait, lemon is citron, but is a limon L-I, I think with a accent, M-O-N. Is that lime in French? I can't remember.
Well, anyway, let's move on. We have so much to look at here. here is Hasan's immediate explanation in the aftermath of this. Oh, I know what I was going to say. You remember this documentary recently? It was a huge thing. Don't fuck with cats.
Jeez, or am I thinking of a city in Costa Rica?
Yeah.
But dogs also have, and potentially, well, it depends if you're a cat person or a dog person, but dog people are just as militant, just as caring. Americans love...
Seriously, citron vert? That's how you say lime? Le citron vert? How did I forget? I thought there was something, I don't know. I thought I remembered. Wait, lime in Spanish? Cal? La cal? I don't know, Chad. I don't know where I got that. Literally talking about a city in Costa Rica here.
Fucking dogs. And when you look at spending habits of Americans, even per capita, dog owners spend a fortune on their dogs, even more than cat owners do per capita. We love our dogs. They are our babies.
Yeah, the French might think of the lime as the green lemon, but I believe the Thais think of the lemon as the yellow lime.
Love them, right? And so to see someone being just, honestly, just cruel, right? That's the one thing he could have done, because he's done everything else.
And no big deal.
Yeah, nobody cares. He's like, he's even got, this man went on camera and said, if you have ever exhibited positive feelings for the state of Israel, you are not fit to catch a dog walker. And yet,
I can't stand this guy. He's so reliably wrong. I'm sorry, you can't catch a dog walker? What? You can't catch a dog walker. You all know it's lit. You can't, you shouldn't be elected to dog catcher. Is Tom gonna do the thing that Dan usually does? And actually, Ethan, I believe it was shouldn't be allowed to be a dog catcher, not what did I say? Catch a dog walker? Oh yeah, well of course, yeah, no, that's what I meant.
he has these people so deluded that Sam Cedar, a so-called proud Jew, came on this show, looked me in the face, and said, Hasan doesn't mean it. It's not what you think, right? But here we've
what? He's lost the thread, and so it's the odd. Like, there's no tracking this. This is Trumpian, right? This is the way that Trump talks, where you can't fucking. He does the weave. He's doing the weave. Chat. Is Ethan experiencing early onset dementia? That's what I gotta ask at this point.
Found the dog. The dog is. This is it. We don't fuck with dogs.
Nope.
So here's his immediate explanation.
Now I'm wondering if you fuck with dogs. I wasn't thinking of it until you said it, but given the amount of projection we're seeing from Ethan, chat, I'm now wondering if Ethan is imitating South Park or whatever.
In the aftermath, as he realizes he fucked up, and people are starting to chirp about it, and it's getting posted on live stream fails.
To hear oral. Sometimes South Park imitates life. Sometimes life imitates South Park, and Ethan Klein is a great example of that.
Arguments on Thursday.
Oh my
we should
God.
Note that new CBS.
Is there like a fucking LSF video or something? Is that why there's like hella people coming in here and screeching?
So did this happen on, did this happen to it's Thursday technically. It's 3:40. Oh God. It's like, if you're in the East Coast, it's almost 6 a.m., isn't it? God damn. I've streamed for too long. I'm thinking, chat, this might be a 2-day affair. Hopefully the Vanguard gets their shit sorted out. That's not something I end up having to cover. And I mean, it sounds like they may have already taken the first step to that. But I don't think I've got 2 fucking hours left of this Ethan VOD. And I haven't even gotten into what fucking Loaderbox, Asmongold, Hutch. It's everybody. It's all the Sloptubers. This is my beat, right? conscious commentary. And all of the fucking, this is like Arkham Asylum just got broken open and everybody got let out, right? That's what it feels like. And if you're Batman, which I'm neither Bat nor man, but I still, much like Batman, have the responsibility, just given that it's in my, character, to deal with all of the fucking super villains that just got released from Arkham, thanks to Ethan. No, thanks to Destiny. No, thanks to I don't know who. Thanks to LSF. It's like the Ghostbusters, when they like the thing gets open, the containment thing gets opened, and they got to go bust all the ghosts all over again. This is what it feels like. All thanks to that EPA dude.
That was going on. Oh, classic.
You gotta love it.
Anybody know when this happened? Like when Hasan was made aware? Was this the night of? It looks like he's looking at the Chicago story now. The lawsuit by Illinois against the Trump administration. I can't tell if this is the same night as the clip was taken, or if this is the. It's got to be, right, because he right off the bat, like, I think this morning addressed the whole thing with Kaya, if I'm not mistaken.
It started on D, then H3, then LSF is the classic pipeline.
They try to pin this.
Oh, thank you, Ash. The clip was from the same stream as the Yep, but like 3 hours later. Yeah, I think that somebody said that the LSF or the DGG was cutting the clip like 30 minutes after it happened. Then LSF puts it out 3 hours after it happens, and he's still on stream. So he did hear about. I assumed that I thought that he had gone to bed, not knowing. You could just watch the Ethan short video. He made a TikTok. Oh no. Thank you. As opposed to this, right?
Like our community, bro, 65,000. I'm not on Twitter, but I heard everybody's timeline was just 100% Hasan dog stuff.
Yeah, I mean, when I saw an our subreddit, I'm like, of course. And then on live stream fails, I know they're not Hasan fans, but when I open Twitter, I've never seen anything like that. Whereas every single post was about Hasan.
Like, bro, he's trying to obfuscate, like, oh, it's just the haters doing their thing as usual. Bro, there is a reason why everybody is reacting so strongly to this across the board. I cannot do this. Trust me, I cannot force people to care about something like this.
It's the same reason, Ethan, that people were reacting so strongly to, I don't know, videos of a black dude carrying a dead bird off the street in Ohio, right? Same reason that people were reacting to a woman experiencing an acute mental health crisis, being, interrogated by a cop about whether she had eaten a part of a dead cat, right? It is the same fucking shit that caused that to turn into the Haitian migrants are eating the cats and eating the dogs, right? You are trying to use a clip's virality, a clip's prominence as proof that it supports the claim that you're fucking making. And that is the same fucking logic that got Donald Trump elected, you fucking asshole. Pretend to care about that. Scold Hasan Piker for not supporting Kamala Harris sufficiently when what she actually needed was some fucking tough love. What she needed was some negative reinforcement that she was not carrying out her campaign the right way. Hasan cannot change the minds of, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of voters who are, whose stomach has been turned by the actions or inactions of the Biden administration and the lack of clarity from the Harris campaign. But what he can do is point out that she's making a huge mistake And as Shaky Gurga himself would say, iceberg straight ahead, right? That's what Hasan was doing. And what was your ass doing? Being toxically positive. Trying to fall out of a coconut tree one more time to hope this time it'll work. And not noticing that the best parts of the Harris campaign that were going on during the summer had been silenced by the fall. But look at him reinforcing the same fucking kind of logic. Well, I guess the clip is, pretty viral, so I don't know. That's what I heard. I heard they were eating the dogs. I heard they were eating the cats, Can you prove that they weren't eating the dogs? Do you have a biopsy of every Haitian immigrant's stomach in Ohio to ensure me that they don't, that there's no dogs or cats being eaten? No, I'm sorry, I don't have that. It would, unfortunately, that would cause the deaths of the people that we're talking about, which kind of seemed like what Donald Trump and JD Vance had in mind with that campaign of hate. And here you go, obviously, nowhere near as impactful in terms of the number of people affected, but just as disingenuous. We've got a clip of, a dog yelping, and we're going to run with it and say this means Hasan Piker is shocking his dog based on nothing. Okay, so I've been told there's a TikTok. A TikTok is hit.
Any of you guys know that I'm a dog lover?
How do I pause Ethan? There he is. Okay, good. You want to see the TikTok? We will get back to this, chat. I will do my best to finish this content. I need to get to the bonus content though pretty soon.
And there are a few things.
Oh shit, he's getting cooked. Yo, chat. Oh wait, you can't see it. You can't see it. Oh damn, I need to recenter this. Stomach biopsy did not. Okay, I don't know. I guess I'm not expert. That's why I wasn't a surgeon. So yeah, this is he did a TikTok, even better. Chat, I gotta show you. Is there a way to like center the comments on the page? I don't think I can do much of anything. There's no way to like pull up the comments. Oh, I'm gonna have to like move the. All right, let me just read them to you. All right, so didn't you kill your dog though? Second comment, didn't you kill your dog? Oh, 2,100 likes. Now, how many? Oh my God, chat, this first comment has got almost as many likes as his video. His video's got 3,258, which for the record, that's not that many likes. A lot of comments, almost 1,000 comments, 250 bookmarks or so. Didn't you kill your dog? Didn't you kill your dog? First two comments. But prong colors are okay. Third comment. Same guy who killed his dog by feeding him too much cheese, by the way. His anger alone towards her. Okay, so the first, I gotta go down, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yeah, the fifth comment, let me see if I can what happens if I click this? Will it pull it up? There we go, that's the fifth comment. Look at that. They're showing what looks like Kaya hurting herself. I actually hadn't seen it that clear. But there it is. Okay, so I got to go down to the sixth comment to find like a pro and agreeing with Ethan comment, right? His anger alone towards her is not normal. Okay, Mr. My Kid's got the dog poop eating disease. Damn. Hey, what happened to Shredder? Free Kaya. I guess that's a pro Ethan comment from an account named Fart12345, who nobody should go bother. He doesn't use a shot collar. Lol. Crazy. After years of streaming, he slipped up. Oh, there we go. There's second pro Ethan comment. With 210 likes, he slipped up this one time. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I misinterpreted. I misinterpreted. I did not see where this person was going. Okay. Crazy, after years of streaming, he slipped up this one time. You definitely got him this time, man. You should keep doubling down on this for full episodes for the good of the channel and the fans. So years of streaming, countless hours of footage, and this is one clip of Kaya yelping. Seems legit. / sarcasm. He clipped his paw. Why are you lying? Oh, he's still obsessed. My stomach just turned. Poor dog. Okay, so there's another. That's pro Ethan. Second pro Ethan comment there. My stomach just turned. That poor doggy. And we haven't even watched the video yet. Remember that Ethan Klein inadvertently killed his beloved dog. This is what I'm talking about, chat. This is the Streisand effect in action, right? Remember, Ethan jumped in this whole thing to distract from a controversy with his own pronged collar. Is that what it's called? Pinch collar is what he was using. A collar with metal prongs that poke into the dog's neck. And I don't know if it's, you know, painful, ethical or not. I don't really know. I've never seen one. I've never used one, so I can't really comment. But people are saying it's people in the H3 community specifically have a problem with it, right? And yeah, this is bringing up all of the stuff that Ethan is trying to hide, right? In fact, something even worse, the shredder shit is like, you know, he got away with it because he was able to just give a glib explanation and nobody really focused on it. But the more you look at what he said, like his, you know, excuses with Shredder, the more it looks like negligence, like really scary negligence, right? Not that he did it on purpose or anything like that. I'm not going to call him sadistic like he's doing to Hasan, but beloved dog. Okay, you killed his beloved dog Shredder by giving him cheese with every meal. Then he went on to blame the vets. True, not telling him he couldn't do that. The dog wears a barbed collar as we speak. Ethan's dogs are so badly trained, they bit people regularly. They poop all over the studio and the home. That checks out. That checks out. What is this one? What is the name of that Reddit account? Oh, Pedotroll, yeah. Will be the topic of my next video. People are asking him about Pedotroll. He did make a video, I guess a video trying to explain Pedotroll. Yeah, god damn, he's getting cooked. This is the cooking chat. He's getting cooked on TikTok comments.
That horrify me more than people that abuse their animals. These are precious creatures that need us, depend on us. And abusing that trust is such a horrible crime. A clip of Hasan Piker is going viral right now of him shocking his dog Kaya for taking one step off of her mat. Let's take a look.
Such a first world problem, but it is emblematic of all of America's much more consequential violence, okay? It's the same reason as to why America, Kaya, please just fucking go, just stop. Jesus Christ, what are you doing? You're being such a baby.
I always found it bizarre how Kaya, who's this young, energetic puppy, stayed in 1 square foot of Hasan's room, right in sight of camera, almost like just a prop in his room. Well, now
I mean, all you got to do is forget that Hasan takes her out to exercise for 2 hours in the morning. The angle that Ethan feels very Amon Animations. Why film yourself at the most deranged angle? It does. It actually does. Maybe Amon was portraying Ethan that, I don't know, is this maybe always how Ethan, like, so if you don't know, like, the H3 podcast was kind of a later evolution of the H3 YouTube enterprise. It started off on H3 Productions, right? Which is where all the classic vids like, you know, what's it called? Vape Nation, you know, all that stuff, all the stuff that got him famous, right? Was on the H3 Productions channel. And I think usually Gila used to film him, and, you know, she's kind of shaky. She's not like a professional photographer. So that was part of the charm of it, right? Is, you know, they're a team. She's holding the, you know, camera. He's on the video most of the time. and so, but maybe they filmed him at a certain angle, right? Maybe that's what Amon was picking up on. Sitting around in their basement smelling gas for months. Alfredo refused. Oh, I thought you were joking about the gas leak episode from Community, Sarah, for a second. No, you're serious. You're serious. This is real, apparently. Sitting around in the basement smelling gas for months. Alfredo refused to go downstairs to the basement, but Shredder was always down there with Ethan. And wow, I mean, Ethan definitely seems worse for the wear for his time in the basement. Do people think that the basement was responsible for Shredder passing? Is that a theory too? Like I said, chat, we don't have proof that the cheese is what caused Shredder's death, but it is definitely not how you're supposed to feed a dog. In fact, that's dangerous to feed a dog that much sodium. Anderson Cooper's parents are some of the richest in the world, providing major endowments with multiple universities, owning medical teaching colleges, and he still works for a measly TV salary. I thought some of the bigger personalities, I guess maybe not anymore, but didn't dudes like Anderson Cooper used to get paid a lot? You're right that most journalists, even on the, on like network news and stuff, would not get paid that much money. But I think that the main people did used to command a fairly heavy salary. Ethan's desperate to rehabilitate his reputation. Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, to distract, right? That's what the mission here seems to be, distract from his own controversy that his own community is actually kind of up in arms about his pronged collar that he uses on one of his dogs. So talking about Hasan's dog is a great way to do that. You know what? I hate to say it, but one of their kids was born with without a kidney right before Shredder died of kidney disease. They ended up having a major gas leak. Damn. Yeah, I didn't know about that.
Well, now we know why. He's using extreme austerity measures to shock and abuse his...
Austerity? Does bro know what that means? Austerity measures? Like, as in cutting social safety net services? What?
Animal for, and then blaming her, getting mad at her for him hurting her. There's further evidence from a recent broadcast.
And now it's mainstream. I love her. I think her collar's too tight.
Here, we can.
You have to be able to get 2 fingers, and I couldn't even get one. I think you're choking her.
She's like, it's she has a lot of neck meat.
This woman on Hasan's stream was concerned enough that, she had to say something live. I'm sure that was the last thing she wanted to do, was humiliate him on his own stream. But she was that worried. She couldn't even fit a single finger under her collar. And you get the sense that he was about to say, it's a shock collar. He says, it's a ... and then he doesn't finish the sentence.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Fucking mind reader Ethan Klein. Clearly he was about to say it's a shock collar. The fact that he pauses proves it. What the fuck? Oh my god, chat, we got so much to get through here. Let me finish this fucking...
It's a sentence. As I'm sure Hasan will try to deny using a shock collar, here's a clip of him admitting he owns one.
John.
My old roommate wanted to use a shock collar. Or Fish and his dogs. For Fish and his dogs barking, I couldn't do it. I have it still. I bought it.
With all that evidence and more coming out, it's pretty hard to deny that Hasan has been abusing his dog for the absolutely vain project of just sitting there in frame for 9 hours straight every day. Terrible. Many of you guys know that I'm a dog lover, and there are a few things that horrify me more than people that abuse their animals. These are precious creatures that need us and depend on us. And
it rolled over. Rave sent me some some of Ethan's. I mean, I guess we could just find him from the. Could look at Twitter. The question is, I probably search Ethan Klein here. Okay, so now I don't know what this means. The account's called OG Snark, right? Oh wait, no, they're debunking Hasan. Vibration colors can be easily. Oh no, sorry, they aren't. They are debunking Ethan, I think, or debunking like a, you know. Here, let me. Yeah, this is somebody saying prongs can be removed. They are debunking this claim. The exact model of vibration color Hasan has is the PG300 pager only collar for from educator collars. It has no prongs and no shock functionality. Pause. Wait, what is this account? 29K likes. It's not huge, but it's not Hasan's account that's posting this. What is the surf saying? I think people need to start unpacking how parasocial relationships can work in both directions. It's an entire 24-hour cycle where people were openly calling him a dog torturer. Evidence was that there's probably a secret electrocution button off screen. And this is just from the video. Noah Sampson, this dog, Hasan dog collar stuff. Now, chat, understand my feed, not necessarily representative of, you know, all that's out there on Twitter, but yeah, it's pretty negative. My For You Twitter is pretty negative towards Ethan's claims. Hasan dog collar stuff is blowing my mind. Never seen so many people so immediately and unanimously act so insane and conspiratorial about a stream clip. Yeah, I'm having a little trouble getting the Ethan's Instagram stuff on screen. I'm gonna try to look for it on. Oh, look at this! Taylor Lorenz, Democratic influencers in the Chorus 1630 Dog Money Influence Program continue to smear Hasan the Hun. Now, understand this is, you know, this is Taylor trying to close ranks, right? This is Taylor, you know. I mean, Hasan obviously is positively disposed towards Taylor, but they are sort of in the same boat here, right? With the people that hate Taylor Lorenz because Hasan is friendly to her, going after him as well. Falsely claimed that he's abusing his dog. Susan Lambert, who's called herself the liberal Regina George, is leading the charge. Somehow not surprising. So there's a TikTok. That's likes and views. Wait, the wellness therapist. Wait, what am I supposed to see here? Oh, people that like it. Okay, I am politics girl. That's I believe that's a chorus member. Okay, I think she's trying to show these are chorus members. Like, I guess. I'm guessing that's what the wellness therapist. Here's a clip of Jennifer Welch from I've Had It saying Hasan Piker's dog collar is too tight. I guess we're gonna. I would expect a video from the I've Had It podcast girls, right? You guys keep asking for a Joe Rogan for the left. Well, this is what you got. What you asked for. Let's see. At some point, I mean, that's the old Hasan when Hasan was on their channel. At some point, I'm expecting Jennifer to maybe give her take. And I don't know what it'll be. I do not know what it'll be. Doesn't look like they've talked about Hasan so far, so. There's Hutch. What? Oh, I'm actually looking at my For You feed. So that's the first thing in my For You feed that's not about the Hasan situation. He's reported, I honestly had no idea how completely insane anti-Semitism makes people when it really starts to creep in. Wait, are they Oh no. What is Anna saying?
I'm talking about like, yes, we're gonna surveil everybody. Everyone will be on their best behavior.
Oh wait, this isn't. It's not TYT putting up the happy merchant meme. This is it's edited into it. I'm guessing.
Yes, you're a freak. You're a total creep.
Okay.
All right. I'm talking about like, yes, we're gonna surveil everybody. Everyone will be on their best.
Again, I'm not sure about the Anna is anti-Semitic claim. There's a lot wrong with Anna Kasparian, and I will say that, you know, her, like, you know, when she's talking about the Candace Owens stories from yesterday, you know, that like kind of falling into something that, yeah, is a trope, right? I mean, it's not, it is kind of embarrassing for her, but I am not buying the Anna Kasparian is an anti-Semite that Jillian Michaels was. I think I did. There was stuff that she did that looked like. Look, I'll go this far. I'll say that Anna Kasparian does seem to be trying to attract an anti-Semitic viewership, right? And I say that specifically because right after Jillian Michaels leaves the leaves the set, they put up Nick Fuentes, right? They're like, it's time to watch the Nick Fuentes clip and agree with Nick Fuentes, right? I mean, like that was, I think, a sign of the audience that Anna's like kind of trying to attract. And I think there was something else too that she was doing, but no, it didn't seem like she was doing like, anti-Semitic dog whistles. And when Jillian tried to show a few moments, a few clips from TYT, and use those to claim Anna was anti-Semitic. Anyway, chat, if that ends up winning the bonus content war someday, we'll actually watch that. For now, it looks like we're only scheduled. We're getting one piece of bonus content, and it is likely going to be the Trump Antifa summit, which will definitely not get me in trouble. Destiny is sweet. Yeah, this is the article from Forbes I told you about earlier. And I don't know where this image comes from. I saw the image. I saw it on, several YouTube thumbnails had this, the Kaya getting, zapped with lightning image. But yeah, Forbes also has this. $2.4K. Destiny's not quite what he used to be. There's Denims retweeting. Getting some traction there. Wait, the Haas Paws channel, right? I'm surprised we're not seeing more stuff from Hasan, but I guess he doesn't have time to tweet. So I didn't see the Vanguard tweet. If anybody has that, if anybody saved that, I guess I should probably look at it if, so if you want to send that to me, I'm trying to think what the best way is. The surest way to get something to me is nocommentchick@gmail.com. You can also probably hit me up on DMs for Blue Sky, or stream suggestions. So yeah, here's this information tracker talking about the caller that Ethan is trying to deflect from. Milo Yiannopoulos retweeting Yeet. Wow. Yeah, I mean, at least on my like that's my own feed, right? It's, somewhat curated, but Klein, it seems like the the tides have turned a little bit, at least on my feed.
Sarah super chatted $19.99.
Yo, Sarah, thank you.
I want to see the Sagar defends ice.
I will put your money where your mouth is, Sarah. Thank you for the super chat. Let me add that to both the Sagar defends ice. Look at that. Look at that. So we may have a different yeah, look. I should probably look at the poll. Albert with the $2 Canadian super chat. Raider of Kaya strikes again. Oh my god, wait, who's the Raider of Kaya? Denims? Either way, thank you for the super chat. So I added the yeah, for Sagar, and then I gotta add this to the goal. So yeah, we're at 167. We're 33 points away from getting the top 2. We get to 200 by the end of the stream, then that's we'll do not just the top 1, we'll do the top 2. We'll do both. We will do and let me see, what is the top 2? I gotta do some math right now, don't I? What am I looking for? I'm looking for the poll. Okay, so Trump, Antifa roundtable gaffes. Goofs and gaffes from the Trump administration. That sounds lovely. At 38 points with so far no motion behind it from the donors. So if you've donated, feel free to let me know which of these topics you want to see. Oh my god, chat, I just realized also we got a 15-point Vox Populi tonight. Meaning that all of the donos are going to have to, yeah, meet that threshold. And luckily for the Sagar fans, they're not like Sagar fans. You want to see the Sagar content. You're probably the opposite of Sagar fans. If anything, maybe Crystal fans. Who knows? So that's got 11 extra plus 23. 11 plus 23 is 34. Okay, so it looks like second place. Sagar defends ice against Crystal. Van Jones, nobody cares about Van Jones tonight. I'm going to leave that blank. He's at 18%, and nobody has donated on his behalf. Her Take Drama has 21 points. 21 plus 0 is 21. Since that's 21 points from the poll, chat, the Vox Populi does not take away from the poll. The Vox Populi only takes away from donos. I hope that makes sense. So it looks like, yeah, very close race tonight between Trump, Antifa, Roundtable Gaffes, which is still 4 points ahead, and Sagar defending ICE against Twitter. Oh yeah, I gotta add, Albert, I gotta add, so it should be 168, or let's give your Canadian dollars, you know, more credit. This is a Vanguard thing, says Ash Bradford. I mean, I don't know. I'm gonna have to look at it, right? Because like, again, I'm not trying to keep drama going that's on its way to dying. You know what I'm saying? I'm, you know, if they've got this solved, if they've got this figured out, I'm not trying to like bring it back. Does that make sense? I just have to kind of see if it's still going to be a thing tomorrow. Just quick tweets. Wait, what did I want to do? Okay, I want to check and see the, let's see if we can XQC. Okay, so yeah, we were like 30 minutes behind, you know, 30 minutes after this. Wait, how did I, what? Oh God. Was there something I wanted to show you here?
Oh, I said of Anissa, immediately defending Hasan and dismissing what is an obvious example of animal abuse.
Okay, so yeah, he does talk about Anissa and iDubbbz for a while since she's coming on his side. Let's just read this really quick. Nisa, I'm a big dog advocate, love training dogs with positive reinforcement, as you can tell with Merlin and Fiona on Ian's stream. I met Kaya. I saw Kaya while Hasan was streaming. She's never had a shock collar on. She was good at her place command, but it's very easily accomplished with positive reinforcement. I would be very, very surprised if this was actually Kaya reacting to a shock collar. Ethan puts this on Instagram. What a pathetic shit-stained human being. Immediately hand-waving away animal abuse and instead trying to turn it on my 4 loved dogs. Okay, wait, sorry, about Anissa? Wait, sorry, this is, okay, wait, she's reacting to another one. It's Ethan saying horrifying animal cruelty caught on camera by Hasan. Wait, how is she? I don't see her talking about his dogs. That must have happened somewhere else. More evidence of Hasan's animal. He's assuming Anissa will erase the tweet, which she does from time to time. We've seen it happen before, but he thinks that Hasan is going to be proven somehow to be an animal abuser, which I guess is what happens if your standard for Hasan exonerating himself is, is for him to be considered guilty until proven innocent. Then yeah, I guess you're not going to be moved. Anissa says if you loved your dogs, you would teach them to stop shitting in the house. Ethan actually responded to this with, if you loved your husband, you would stop him from shitting in his pants. So, well played, I guess. Shouts out to Yeet. Oh no.
A shout out to Yeet, man. He's got the scoop on that
16-year-old. Yeah.
That one.
Do you shout out a lot of 16-year-olds or just ones in DGG? I don't know.
Love that.
Have to ask Pedo Troll about that one.
XQC, of course, expertly and impartially analyzes, gives us a breakdown here. We can rely on his expertise.
I'm not gonna be a hater. I'm gonna get a fair
and his volume.
I'm the soy boy.
Just
head over.
For
a better press. Still moving. Now goes forward. I'm assuming probably has a, let's say, Steam Deck, right? Hand forward. Now
he met Kaya. What the fuck is going on? Is he going on about? He is just lying out of his ass, right? And he's already got movable goalposts set up in the very beginning, right? He said, like, listen, even if there's no shot caller, and then proceeds to claim that, because of Hasan moving his hand and Kaya yelping at the same time, that there's definitely a shot caller. But then he's like, even if there's no shot caller, this is still really bad, blah, 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 blah. So he's kind of set it up to be able to move the goalpost, right? If the shot caller gets debunked, as it looks like it's sort of on its way to, at least on Twitter. Now, this doesn't mean that this is going to change, that Forbes and New York Post are going to write a retraction. How dare Kaya move? It was bought as 10 hours. It was bought as 10 hours decoration. Stay still, god damn it, or I zap you. Nice memes, Irene.
That was on for now is
we're kind of looking for proof. We're here with Detective XQC looking for actual proof. So, let's conclusions and
hand going forward probably. See?
Okay, so there's his hand moving.
Bang. It would be in the next 3 frames.
Okay, you know what? This one's a little slow.
It would be in the next. Yeah, this is the thing I don't get either. Like, does anybody know about shock collars? Do shock collars have a delay? I would assume that a shock collar, because look, chat. Now, I don't think this is good dog training, right? From everything that I've heard, positive reinforcement is the way to go as far as training your dog. But people who want to, try to classically condition their dog with negative reinforcement would try to associate, the pain with the inappropriate behavior, right? So they'd want to be able to hit that button and have it instantaneously shock the dog. And given it that it's 2025, I don't see why that would be difficult, right? I really don't see why that would be difficult. I'd be surprised if a shock button for a collar worked on a delay. I don't know why that would. I don't know why that would be that way.
I think we all are on the same page on that one.
Thank God for XQC.
Yeah, I don't know if that was a soundbite.
It is now.
Genuinely. Oh, I saw. So this was on my newsfeed.
Technically punishment. Well, yeah, that's what they're claiming is that. Well, no, they're not even claiming punishment. They're claiming that Hasan's just mad at Kaya. And I mean, I guess you could call that punishment, right? But not punishment in a behavioral correction sense, like just punishment like vindictive. Like Hasan was like, fucking dog. Fucking dog. I'm sorry, I don't buy that. I don't buy that. I get that it's good memes and everything, and I have seen some there was like a comic in one of the Twitter posts with Hasan saying fuck fascism and then immediately zapping his dog to be like, get back in your place, Kaya. The idea that he's a doggy authoritarian. Negative reinforcement is removing something negative. Is there another negative term that I'm trying to use? I thought it was negative. I think it. Removing something negative? Wait, what? Slept listening, so I had a dream about you and Hasan and Ethan and me. We're all friends, hanging out. Eventually, they all left because you were saying all the things on your stream, and it made it awkward for conversation. They were mad because I was streaming. Wow.
And I loved it because I was like, the media has just been on a nonstop.
Dude, he looks like such an asshole.
It's in my. Can you use Lena's credit card? They need a credit card for our bottles. So the media has been this nonstop fucking disgusting glaze fest. But now that this is happening, the way that they talked about it just made me giggle, because you'll see what I mean.
His recent live streams, but not for the reasons he might want. People are accusing Hasan Piker of using a shock collar on his dog Kaya in order to keep her in the shot. The moment in question played out during a Twitch live stream on Tuesday.
But it is emblematic of all of America's much more consequential violence. Okay? It's the same reason as to why America, Kaya, please just
pause. God damn it. There's fucking music.
To be like, oh, and also all this other stuff. Doing a shot collar.
That's the New York Post video. I mean, I don't know. Maybe we could watch that, right? New York Post put out a video. Mr. Beast puts on a dog shot collar. What am I looking for? I'm looking. So we saw the XQC. Is that the whole XQC breakdown? I guess we've, yeah, okay. So, no, I'm curious about negative reinforcement. Negative reinforcement strengthens a response or behavior by stopping, removing, or avoiding a negative outcome or adverse stimulus. What kind of reinforcement do you call like classical? If you do classical conditioning, like the way we're talking about, like, somebody administering a shock to a dog, in order to, I guess, is that what the shock collars are for? Are the shock collars for getting a dog to cease the behavior they're doing, or are the shock collars for, like, trying to train the dog that when you do the undesirable behavior, you feel a pain, therefore the dog doesn't do the undesirable behavior? Yeah, so we're talking about in terms of psychology, the psychological concept of reinforcement. You are correct. Negative reinforcement seems to be taking away the negative, the negative stimulus. So it's I don't know, kind of positive by way of removing something unpleasant. Shocking would be positive reinforcement. Okay. So what would giving a treat be then? Like if you give the dog a treat when it you say sit, the dog sits, you give the dog a treat. What kind of reinforcement is that? Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, that's what I thought, Ash Bradford. People in chat are disagreeing with me, and it sounds like they know a little bit about psychology, a little bit more than I do, apparently. It'd be positive punishment. Wait, giving them a treat is positive punishment? Or giving the electroshock would be positive punishment? The treat, yeah, that's what I think of as positive reinforcement, is like giving a treat. Shocking isn't positive. Yeah, YouTube chat and Twitch chat apparently disagree. No, I'm looking at you know, like a Wikipedia page, and it is actually reinforcing. I don't know if it's negative or positive reinforcement, but reinforcing what Dr. Draith is saying right now in Twitch chat, and it's surprising me too. They're trolling. Is Wikipedia trolling me? I love that YouTube is like, don't listen to them. They're trolling you. Don't let them gaslight you. I've got a minor in psych. Well, I'm looking at the Wikipedia page right now. And it does indeed say that negative reinforcement here. Negative reinforcement. Okay, there is also negative reinforcement, which involves taking away an undesirable stimulus, right? So something causing pain, something causing discomfort, you remove it. That's what, you know, in terms of behavioral psychology, that's what negative punishment refers to the removal or withholding of a pleasant factor. Okay, positive punishment refers to the addition of an unpleasant. Okay, so I get it. So shock collar, zap, that's positive punishment. Sit, treat, that's positive reinforcement. Don't sit, no treat, that's negative punishment. Wait, negative reinforcement. Don't sit, I take away the treat, right? Would be negative reinforcement. And then negative punishment is removal of a pleasant factor, right? So the dog's got a fan, it's cooling the dog off, you take away the fan, I don't know. Negative punishment. Wait, how is that different? Negative reinforcement. Removal or withholding of an unpleasant. Wait, negative reinforcement is okay, I got it backwards. Yeah, negative reinforcement, you take away the bad thing, the thing that's causing distress, and negative punishment, you take away the thing that's pleasant, the thing that's causing happiness. Wow, it's more complicated than I thought. B.F. Skinner was a well-known influential researcher who articulated many of the theoretical constructs of reinforcement and behaviorism. Skinner defined reinforcers according to the change in response strength, response rate, rather than a more subjective criteria such as what is pleasurable or valuable to someone. Anyway, so chat, it looks like, yeah, Trump Antifa roundtable still winning by 4 points. What else did I? Oh yeah, I was Twitter. I should have got more to eat. Oh, I still have watermelon. I still have some watermelon. So we're looking at the Ethan Klein as a tag on Twitter. Correct me if I'm wrong. Oh yeah, the pronged thing. So yeah, a lot of people going. Wait, what? I'm looking for the. I guess I'm looking for the. Instagram. There's the original, I think. Disturbing and sad, Hasan caught shocking his poor dog, Kaya. She stepped out of the one foot out of her 1x1 foot bed. That is not the dimensions of the bed. Kaya would not fit on a 1 foot by 1 foot bed. Try again, Ethan. Invoked his wrath. First he shocked her, then he got mad at her for yelping in pain. I always wondered why Kaya stayed in such a tiny space the entire... Okay, this is him responding to Anissa. Wait, is this all the... Oh my god. Chat, I'm looking at... Fuck me. Look, I'll estimate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. God damn it. This is just a big bunch of IG. There's at least 36. Probably more. I don't know, like 50 fucking Instagram posts here. Yesterday, Hasan Piker's dog briefly snagged his paw on the bed before laying down. Ethan Klein, his community, and Destiny's community then made hundreds of social media posts falsely claiming that Hasan has shocked his dog. I don't know, maybe... Oh, sorry. These aren't all Ethan Klein. Never mind. These aren't all Ethan Klein.
America, Kaya, please just fucking go. Just stop.
Interesting how much it changes the impact of the clip when you're looking directly at Kaya, right? Almost like the people blaming Hasan we're focusing more on Hasan, reaching forward ostensibly to press a button than they were on what was actually going on with Kaya. Almost like this is motivated reasoning. I don't know. So that's why there's shite everywhere. Wait, what? Hila and Ethan really out here acting like they're great dog owners when they openly admitted to using a prong collar and feeding their dog too much cheese. R.I.P. Shredder. Dogs roam around the house. Really? This is Hila posting. They are also not restricted to one tiny corner of the room.
And I was giving Shredder like cheese. He loves cheese, and I was always sprinkling cheese on his fucking food.
What's up, Fredo? I'm gonna give you some cheese. You're a good boy. You get cheese.
Salami's so good. All right.
Girlies.
Are we almost ready?
Wait, I'm sorry. Is Alfredo still alive, right? 2024. Wait. When was this? Wait, he knew that the cheese was bad for the dog.
Are we almost ready?
Salami's so good. Cheese. You're a good boy. You get cheese. I was always sprinkling cheese on his fucking food.
See you next Tuesday, number 14. Oh God, when did See You Next Tuesday, number 14 happen? This looks like earlier, which is doesn't make the basement has not looked like this for a while.
Sprinkling cheese on his fucking food.
His hair wasn't like that. I mean, he's heavier, right? You can tell that's way earlier. So he's aware, I think, at that point, that sprinkling cheese on your dog's food is wrong.
I'm gonna give you some cheese.
And look at this. He hasn't learned shit. What the fuck?
You're a good boy. You get cheese.
Wait, 57, September 20th, 2024. I don't know, chat. It looks like Ethan not fucking learning the lesson that the hard-learned lesson that you don't feed your dogs food that's high in sodium.
Salami's so good. All right.
Girlies.
Are we almost ready?
I mean, he's killing his fucking crew here with fucking, what do you call it? Like preserved meat? There's a name for that. Oh my god, chat. What are we calling it?
I'm ready.
Who are we missing in the middle seat there?
AB.
Oh, AB.
No, wait, Freddy. Wait, Freddy? Wait.
Alfredo loves.
Wait, this one's Alfredo, right?
I'm ready.
Who are we missing in the middle seat there?
AB.
Oh, AB.
Who's that dog? Wait, do I not know his dogs? Maybe I don't know his dogs.
B.
I thought he said Freddy.
Alfredo loves.
Okay, so pronged collar is completely humane and used universally approved in the training world for big dogs. Chief weighs over 80 pounds. If he doesn't learn to not pull his, he can seriously hurt someone. The reason we got it is because our trainer told us to. I don't know what you guys think it does. The edge is flat and not sharp. It just applied pressure, so they will know to stop pulling. Why, when they aren't pulling, it feels the same as a regular collar. I would never do something that harms or hurts the dog. So. Ethan Klein, while scrolling the LSF subreddit, found a new way to try and take down Hasan. The claim, Hasan uses a shock collar on Kaya. This was definitely... This will definitely be, what's that? Hasan has already talked about it? She snagged her nail? Oh, brother.
You can be on a fucking mountain in the middle of Norway and get better internet than Los Angeles, California.
The reason that Ethan is probably, you know, talking about like strict training, overly strict training, right? So he says, we've read the first part, horrifying animal cruelty caught on camera. The second part is she cries, the bottom text, I guess, is she cries in pain. Poor baby. I always thought it was extremely bizarre that his young, energetic puppy never took a step off her bed. That has to be the result of some brutally strict training. So that's Ethan's response. Hey, I don't train my dogs well enough. They shit all over the floor. My whole family's, infected with Giardia. Well, maybe Hasan's too trains his dogs too strictly. It's not my problem. I'm the good doggy daddy.
And this is just like,
I mean, that's just the clip. That's just, we've seen this already. A deeply psychotic behavior, exerting this level of control over a meek animal, and then turned his anger on her for crying out in pain. Very disturbing. That's actually not what the clip shows, but okay. Old clip of Hasan admitting he owns a shock collar again. It's not. His roommate, I think, owned a shock collar or wanted him to get one. Right? And he said no.
Arguments on Thursday.
Oh my
we should
God.
note that new CBS.
Is there like a fucking LSF video or something? Is that why there's like hella people coming in here and screeching? Is that what's going on? Oh, classic. Oh. It started on D, then H3, then LSF is the classic pipeline.
There it is. Started on Destiny. Spread all over Reddit. Started on D, then H3, then LSF. Okay, yeah. Here's Ethan Klein photoshopping a swastika into onto Kaya's collar. Here's the H3 subreddit. Right, this is the meme I was talking about. Kiwi Farms getting involved. Wonderful. Love to see it. Wait, what is this? H3 subreddit has resorted to posting comments. Oh, shit. Chat. The comic that they posted is from a Nick Fuentes fan. That's America Man. That's who that is, right? They're responding to Kiwi Farms. That should be a good clue. Don't tell me that your community's not terminally online to know that when something is associated with Kiwi Farms, often it walks like a duck, talks like a duck, quacks like a duck, because it's a fascist duck. right? Who do you think goes to Kiwi Farms? But yeah, this is what some kind of Jews did 9/11 web comic going by the same artist, retweeted by America First Nick Fuentes. Oh my god, racist, wow. Okay. Ethan made a TikTok, a thread, posted on IG, reposted LSF, and even reposted his thread on IG, all about how Hasan is a bad dog owner, and he wonders why people are bringing up how he treats his dogs. Like I said, Streisand effect, right? That's what we saw on Twitter. Everybody.
He has a conscious policy to never admit fault, to never admit to being wrong. Lie.
You have a conscious policy to give disingenuous apologies, selective apologies, right? Apologies that you post on TikTok rather than sharing with your fucking community that you were wrong about something.
Attack, obfuscate, and gaslight. And they're actually doing that. They're trying to...
Is he going to bring up the Hasan method, or is that too DGG coded even for Ethan?
Sidestep this whole thing by saying, Ethan's a dog. If you think that's bad, well, Ethan's a really bad dog owner.
I'm sorry, that's the opposite way. You're the one who got accused of mistreating your dog first, Ethan. I mean, that's a what do you call that fallacy when you reverse the... There's a name for this, chat. When you reverse the order of events.
And it's like, listen, if you want to have a conversation about me being a bad dog owner, that's okay. What's that got to do with Hasan? Like, I couldn't imagine a more obvious deflection. Yes, what happened?
But you're the one who's talking about Hasan's dog care. Hasan is not talking about your dog care. That's the difference, Ethan.
Hasan did. Don't look at that. Ethan is really bad.
You're the one who's saying don't look. This is fucking such gaslighting. This is literal projection in real time.
Look at all this, how bad of a dog owner Ethan is. Okay, what's that got to do with Hasan? Sure, we're both bad dog owners. Okay, but why are we talking about me? Let's talk about the guy who's fucking, has a million tweets about him for shocking his fucking dog on camera. Why are we talking about me?
Why is he going to you? I mean, this is obviously
obfuscate, attack, deny.
But the response isn't just from H3 people because it's so massive.
Why is he going after you? How? In what way? God, I mean, maybe there was something before this, right? What are they reacting to? In what way did Hasan go after Ethan? Like, I think he mentions that Ethan's boosting it or something. Maybe in the video.
It's people who've never even heard of you are coming after him because they just saw the clip on Twitter.
Well, that's his go-to. He used to blame it on Destiny. Now he blames it on me because Destiny has pretty much been reduced to ash. So I'm the new boogeyman.
I'm sorry, but you're eating out of Destiny's ass, Ethan, in terms of this clip, right? Not in real life, obviously. You're human centipeded up to him. Right? DGG cuts the clip. H3 spreads it. It goes to LSF. And then it reaches the wider internet. And people don't know where it came from. They don't know who this is. They don't know anything about it. But out of context, yeah, it looks pretty bad. A dog yelps. A guy reaches for something. And all you've got is somebody telling him, this is it. This is him pressing the shock the dog button.
But he's this is the classic thing, right? This is part of the gaslighting technique that how he keeps his
while he's gaslighting, he's accusing others of gaslighting.
Community in line. No, this is all a conspiracy, guys, by Ethan and the hater community. They're conspiring to create this crazy narrative, which don't believe your own eyes, guys.
Don't believe your own eyes, Ethan. You haven't proven anything.
Don't believe your own ears.
Do believe your eyes, do believe your ears. Don't believe someone's narrative that fills the gap and makes it make sense in a way that's advantageous towards them, especially when they're trying to deflect from accusations from their own community against them. It wasn't Hasan fans, it was H3 fans that noticed the way that Ethan is treating his dog, right? And that is... There's no sound. What am I looking at? We're scrolling, there's dogs, there's products, I don't get it. GPS tracking collar, like a fly collar. Oh, okay, they're trying to show the collar. So now we're back to old tweaks. Froggy Tonic, I concur. The brain damage theory about his detractors. Oh my god, chat. I'm gonna have to move to bonus content. I'm gonna have to try to get back to this tomorrow. This is the problem with Ethan drama. This is why I fucking hate it so much, right? Is that it's always like expansive, right? It's never just Ethan did a 30-minute segment about Hasan. Here, watch it. Here, react to it. It's Ethan did a whole stream about Hasan. It's not Ethan had some criticisms for Hasan. It's Ethan did a content nuke against Hasan, right? Oh, but if you cover it, we're gonna sue you. This is why I fucking hate Ethan Klein. And I don't want to hate anyone, especially not somebody that I don't know and will never meet in real life, right? I fucking hate this. Anyway, chat, we got to make the decision. We're at 167 out of 200 right now. Now, that gets us one bonus content item. The bonus content item that's ahead right now is Trump Antifa Roundtable gaffes, right? It's a rather long video. Although I do know where to find the funny stuff, and we're gonna start with the funny stuff, and go from there, right? So, but I just gotta let people know, if you've donated, or if you intend to donate, now is the time. Now is the time to possibly, change what content we're doing. The top two, by pretty far, are Trump Antifa Roundtable and Sagar defends ICE against Crystal. That's Crystal Ball. That's breaking points, right? Terrible debate for Sagar and Jetty on breaking points. So as it is right now, I'm going to go forward and we're going to watch the Trump Antifa Roundtable clown show, basically. I mean, it would be a clown show, but it's like clowns with like automatic weapons, right? So it's not actually as funny as it sounds, right? It's kind of funny. They're ridiculous. They don't know what they're talking about. They're doing self-owns. They don't know anything about fucking Antifa. But at the same time, no, these are the people with control over the law enforcement apparatus of the federal government. So yeah, it's actually kind of scary. I thought it started around that anniversary. Wait, what? So what do you want to do, chat? If we get to 200, we can watch both. If we stay at 167, we'll watch the top one. Right now, the top one is looking like the Trump Antifa. 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 We're gonna we're going for Trump the Antifa Roundtable. Unless somebody tells me differently. I feel like a centrist in this one. So Reindeer, if you were, let's say that you're part of a jury, right? One day you get jury duty, you get called up, and you look at the prosecution's case, and you look at the defense's case, right? And you're like, I can't really tell if this person's guilty or not. Are you gonna vote guilty, or are you gonna vote? Oh my God, Joel with the 5 community subs. It started because of 7-Eleven. Wait, are we talking about 7-Eleven, like where I pay the power bill here in Thailand, or 7-Eleven? Oh, 710. Thank you. That makes more sense. Yeah. So Rachacha Val, you just got jellyfished. Palooka 1917, I suppose. You just got jellyfished. Alfan 08, you just got jellyfished. Melon Jelly, you just got jellyfished. And Rusty from West Oz, you just got jellyfished. Joel is saying split them amongst Antifa, Roundtable, and Sagar. Okay, well, that gets us to 197. 197. Okay, chat. I'm sorry. I have this thing when I'm like hungry or like, you know, fucked up, and yeah, I should get some food probably. Like I tend to write theme songs. Anybody get this? Anybody relate to this? Like when your brain's just going on autopilot, you just start writing theme songs. Like everything needs a theme song. You can't talk about anything without coming up with a theme song for it. Maybe that's just my personal neuro idiosyncrasies. I don't know. But I do know that we're at 197. Joel said split the 30 between, what was it again? Antifa, Roundtable, and Saga. So 15 for each. Okay. All right, so look at this. Look at this. When you give Trump, Antifa, Roundtable, and maybe Joel calculated this, right? When you give Trump, Antifa, Roundtable 15, that sounds pretty good, right? But then you immediately apply, as one does, you immediately apply that Vox Populi. And you end up with 0 plus 38, which equals 38. Right? Now you take something like Sagar defends Ice against Crystal, and you add 15 to that. It's already at 26, right? 15 gets added, it's 41 minus 15 equals 26. 26 plus 23 equals 39. Holy shit. Holy shit. Look at that. Look at how narrowly that got decided. So it looks like right now, oh my gosh, except there's one more gifted sub going out. So I guess we don't have to choose Reindeer. You might not be able to decide between Ethan and Hasan, right? But you have gotten jellyfished, and that is a good thing. I love eating food theme songs. Yeah, like when I'm gonna do a theme song for this watermelon. Okay, so and then if I take 3 more, if I add 3 more, yeah, this one's still like ahead by 1, right? So it looks like right now, yeah, we're at 203 out of 300, and that means double bonus content. That means I gotta buckle up and buckle in, stand back and stand by, as Ethan Klein would say to his H3 foot soldiers, his Foopa Troopas. I put the last one on video games. I gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't change anything anyway, so you might as well put it towards video gaming, which definitely needs a theme song. And definitely needs me to, I owe you a video gaming stream. I did one already, but I need to do another one in the near future. Maybe I'll make that one a premium streamium, since I still owe, I said I was going to do members only stream at some point for the members and the Patreons and everybody that supports me with a sub or a membership or a Patreon subscription. So yeah, here we go, chat. It looks like we're doing Sagar and Jetty first, then we're gonna go to the Trump roundtable, and then I'll go to sleep, and I'll maybe eat something, go to sleep, and wake up tomorrow and do it again, because I'm not done. Like, I didn't get done with this. There's still more shit. There's a ton of shit on this. I don't know if people are, you know, I'll see if people are still interested in fucking Shockgate tomorrow, but. And we still haven't heard from Jennifer Welch. Oh, wait, one more thing to check really quick. Jennifer Welch. Has she tweeted about this? Does she exist on Twitter? I'm not seeing anyone tag her. Yeah, I don't even know if she's on Twitter, chat. Anybody know? Look, people. Jennifer Welch. No? Nothing? Something? Maybe? Okay, we got the I've Had It podcast. Wait, Pumps' last name is Sullivan? I never knew. No, this is her. This is her. I've Had It podcast. Okay. So much like the Vanguard, they share a Twitter. Trying to. There's a lot of retweets here. Trying to see, does she post? It looks like this is mostly retweets. No, here's a post. September 9th. Wait, what? Why doesn't it tell me what time it happened? Does it not usually give you like a time? September 9th, 11:32 a.m. It is... What? I'm so confused. I am so confused. What? 11:32? Isn't it 5:11 a.m. right now on September 9th? Is Twitter just broken? Anyway, I'm just going to assume that Twitter's broken. I'm not seeing her say anything about Hasan. Right? And she was definitely mentioned. Now, I don't know if she name searches. Hopefully she doesn't, because it's not good for your health to name search. Hopefully I've Had It podcast has someone else doing that for them. No, it doesn't look like there's been much of a... Yeah, September. Yeah, they don't tweet a lot, and there doesn't seem to have been a response. Could there have been a reply? Tequila. Nope, nothing from Jen, nothing from Pumps. Oh well, chat, it is time. It is time. What am I trying? Breaking points, that's what I'm looking for. Breaking points. I wish it was breakfast points, because I'm so fucking hungry right now. And it's breakfast time in the USA, at least. This was a little bit ago. I'm trying to find... Oh my god, I can't remember what the video is called. It was definitely like more than 24 hours ago. Crystal and dire warning. Yeah, I almost...
People agreed with deportation. I still think people agree with deportation. The question has to be about law and order. And
that's such a weird starting point. All right, so chat, we are into the bonus content. Like I said, I picked the first half of the stream. I decide what the content is for the free half, and you decide what the content is for the fun half. You decide by voting, and you decide by donating. If we even get, bonus content at all, and you've decided today that we get not just one bonus segment, we get 2 bonus segments. This is the first one. We got Saga and Jetty versus Crystal Ball arguing about ICE, essentially, right? He still wants to do deportations after all of this shit. I think he's just like not like this, right? I think that's his... Yeah, I think he has some bone to pick with the way that Trump is doing this, but overall he thinks that deportations are a good thing. right? And he's unwilling to accept the fact that Americans have kind of switched their position on deportation, right? If not straight up on immigration, which, you know, has a lot to do with the way that issues are framed, with what's in the news at the time, and, you know, with which political parties are, you know, getting behind one side of the issue and which aren't, right? And for the longest time, the Democrats have abdicated their responsibility. They have thrown people under the bus, and we've only had the Republicans shitting on Democrats, shitting on immigrants, saying they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs, they're taking our gerbs, they're you know, stealing you know, safety net benefits, which they're not. They're actually paying taxes without getting those benefits, but you know, they're feeding America, right? He doesn't even understand what he would be, that he would be someone who ICE would, yeah, definitely someone who the rank and file of ICE would look at with suspicion, right? And you know, detain, process, try to find any reason to deport this guy. Any I's that are not dotted, any T's that are not crossed. I mean, I don't know what his immigration status is. For all I know, you know, he was born in the United States. So, you know, maybe they wouldn't have anything to go on as far as deportation. But yeah, ICE, you know, that will not stop you from getting arrested. The fact that you're a U.S. citizen born in this country will not stop you from being arrested by ICE, will not stop you from being brutalized by ICE, and does not mean that ICE does not look at you as just as much of a poison in the blood of America as they look at, you know, undocumented immigrants. Chat, it wasn't about criminals, like Trump said. It wasn't even about whether you have documentation or not. Steve Miller's fucking racist program is about your race, is about his feeling that America is not white enough, and he would like to make it whiter. So yeah, you're absolutely right about that, Sarah. Sagar would be a person of interest for ICE at the very least. I gotta pee. I'm gonna let Sagar start this. Sagar and Crystal. Now, just warning, he's gonna be talking over her a lot. So, you know, I don't know, kind of pissed me off. It'll probably piss you off as well. But I'm gonna pee. And I'll be right back. In fact, I think I'll maybe see if I can listen to this. Yeah, my phone's still on. I'll see if I can listen to this on the phone while I'm peeing, so we can kill two birds with one stone, or pee on two birds with one stone. I don't know how that works, chat, but I'm gonna have to make it work. Let me give you see first. We're looking for. Did I find him though? There he is. Put on Waluigi, put on Sagar and Jetty, and Crystal Ball, please don't sue me. Okay, deal?
This is part of like, how did we all get here? Again, chaos, lawlessness at the border. There was no legitimate solution, democratic solution, that was accepted by the American people for the democratic view of illegal immigration under the Biden administration. People agreed with deportation. I still think people agree with deportation. The question has to be about law and order. And this is also where, I mean, I don't know, I'm curious where you think things are going. Because let's be honest, abolish ICE in 2018 was a political disaster. It was a disaster. I think it's actually very interesting. I have not seen that sort of rhetoric re-emerge, even in the midst of where we, to be honest, you're probably more legitimate saying it today than ever before, right?
I have seen it and I support it.
Okay, but let's all sit with that. That all seemed like the hot, thing to do in 2018. And so what happened? Oh, ICE is fascist, deportation, etc. So now let's flood the country with 10 to 15 million illegals, and you're going to lose the election. So that's my question here, is about like, what are legitimate law and order solutions to this? Because at the same time, let's be honest here, a huge amount of the left supports like actual violence against ICE. That doesn't mean that they should be wearing masks or acting totally out of control. You don't become the enemy of my enemy. You know, you don't become the mirror image of what we should criticize.
Yeah.
But this kind of leads everybody to dig in and say, hey, let's be real. 2017 and 2020 was fucking crazy. BLM is burning shit down. You have ICE and Antifa literally throwing rocks and shit at ICE agents, which, again, let's be real, people actually, I would say by and large, it's like a leftist coalition that supports that. How do we get ourselves out of this? I mean, because what's the inverse? Abolish ICE? Like, okay, good luck. I mean, I don't see it. You know, kids in cages, crocodile tears, whenever Obama was doing the same thing, like it all reeks to me of the same kind of pushback narrative, and then we're just gonna come right back here. Because that's what I would say. I would say we're here today because of the failures of the center, largely the center left, and of the far left's overreach on immigration. They are largely to blame for American public opinion shifting this far. Now, of course, there's agency in the Trump administration, et cetera. But as you just said, you need to grapple with the fact that a huge portion of the public is like, no, we're fucking done. All this empathy and all of that got what? Mass illegals here in the country. We can't have that. Most people agree with that, I would say, broadly in saying like it was a totally out of control situation.
I think
like, how do we dig
public
ourselves
opinion
out of this?
is
Oh my god, chat. All right. Fuck. The second I step away. This guy stinks, definitely. Oh, brother, this guy stinks. So here's the deal. All right, yeah, abolish ICE sounds base as fuck right now. We should have done it, right? We wouldn't be here now if ICE had been abolished and there'd been real criminal justice reform instead of just lip service and performative bullshit, you know, taking a knee, putting on kente cloth, whatever the fuck they want to do, instead of actually changing the fucking law. This wouldn't be happening. If those people that were talking about abolishing ICE, and they didn't just say abolish ICE, Sagar, if you remember correctly, they said abolish the police. Now, I see how that, you know, has been taken to mean something that it never meant. I favor the slogan, repeal and replace the police. How about that? To take a line from Trump's playbook, repeal and replace. Because the problem isn't that we have an institution that's dedicated to public safety, you know, that's, you know, armed when needed, right? The problem is that it is an institution that traces its lineage back to slave patrols and back to Pinkerton thugs. It is utterly corrupt, and you shouldn't be surprised when it's racist and corrupt and, you know, like actively laughs at incarcerated people being raped, right? Does nothing to, you know, when there's no fucking justice, when it's just a fucking criminal gang. That's what we've got. We don't have law and order. We have a criminal gang. Now, that being said, it's a little bit more professionalized of a criminal gang than ICE. All right. So ICE, Sagar and Jetty, do you realize, you fake populist bitch, you are defending part of the Patriot Act? You fake motherfucker. You're a populist? My ass. You support George W. Bush's overreach. You support the massive overreaction to 9/11 rather than recognizing what might have been done differently in United States foreign policy to make something like 9/11 less likely, right? Not only do we need to abolish ICE, all right? In fact, let me just knock that off the table for now. Since it's so controversial, I won't even say abolish ICE as a standalone issue, right? I will say repeal and replace the police, and I will say repeal and don't replace the Patriot Act. Repeal the motherfucking Patriot Act already, right? In terms of this authoritarian creep that we've seen in the early 20th century, that's where it started. This was a plan by the people for a new American century, right? Not the Patriot Act as much as the war on terror. But you know, I mean, like this is what we got, and it needs to be repealed. You can't claim like that something that you say is like an emergency power in the wake of a freakish, you know, terrorist event where somebody takes out a fucking couple of tall buildings with you know, planes, right? You can't say that what, you know, if you need to institute some kind of thing in the wake of that, sure, I guess, but you can't say that we got to keep this massive fucking government overreach, because that's what creates accountable institutions, organizations like ICE, right? The problem with ICE is that it's not law enforcement the way that, you know, the FBI or other federal law enforcement might be. The problem with ICE is that it is under DHS, right? It's not subject to posse comitatus, and it is not subject to any kind of like it is, you know, separate, right? The sort of control that you might have over how the tables have trumped what on the whole question of ICE. Yeah, I mean, like, he's arguing that this is all caused by people saying abolish ICE in 2020, which honestly I didn't hear that much of, but it sounds pretty fucking based right now. I wish we had abolished ICE. It would have been a great idea. It would have saved us a lot of, like what's going on now literally could not happen if ICE had been abolished. Now, I don't know if that's realistic from a policy perspective, but I think that we got to start talking about repealing the Patriot Act, right? That is the original sin. We've got to take a firm turn away from the mistakes that were made by the government in the early 20th century, right? Un-American. It's called the Patriot Act, chat. Could it be more Orwellian, right? It's fucking un-American. It's bullshit. And yeah, that's what started this giant overreach that Trump is turning into a literal fascist regime. All right, I don't know when, you know, when there would be the votes to do this, but it needs to happen. It needs to be talked about. And that's where we need to go, because you don't have to say abolish ICE anymore. All right. ICE is part of DHS. DHS was established due to the Patriot Act. We need to tear this whole fucking thing down. And that's the only way that any of us are going to be safe. Because no one is safe when there's armed thugs wearing masks out there terrorizing people. We shouldn't be the ones to feel the fear. We're not the ones that did something wrong, including undocumented people. They may be guilty of a civil infraction or whatever, right? But you gotta see the the incentives that brought them here, and the reason that there is no pathway to citizenship whereby they might become legal, because of the corporations that benefit from being able to exploit their labor. We need to pull together these narratives so that we stop being in the position where Trump is doing a million fucked up things and we can only talk about like 3 of them, right? This is the Gish Gallop. This is Rob Knorr's Gish Gallop, right? This is Trump/Bannon's muzzle velocity. Actually massing Chicago police now. Chicago police are like, gassing. Yeah, they got gassed the other day. Yeah, and there were people there being like, what the fuck are you doing defending these assholes? You should be arresting ICE. And they're right. These are criminals. And they need to be held accountable. And like I said, chat, we shouldn't be the ones to feel fear here. They should feel fear. Because the guilt is theirs. Providing appropriate tools required to intercept and obstruct terrorism. Yeah, Patriot Act. Yeah, it's sick shit. And it's time we woke up to this. Chat, I'm serious, like, right? I mean, I'm sure that most people are on board at this point for undoing Trump, right? At least Trump 2. I think we could make a good case for undoing Trump 1. And hell, while we're at it, let's undo Bush. And if we can, I mean, I know there's not a financial crisis to kind of, crystallize the, the energy towards this, but we should undo what Obama's mistakes in terms of not actually handling the financial crisis right. We've got way too much of our economy that's been financialized. And that's why it's able to hold a gun to our heads and say, you will bail us out. You will not bail the homeowners out. You will not bail the people that need it out. You will bail us out. Right? Or else this gun goes off, right? Should never be in that fucking position. I want capitalism small enough to drown in a bathtub, if need be. If need be, if it should ever come to it, we should never be in a situation where capitalism can blackmail us from doing what we need to do to protect our people, all of our people, whether they got paperwork or not. All right, you know what the difference between an undocumented immigrant and a documented immigrant is? It's fucking paperwork. And they can't get paperwork half the time because there's no pathway to citizenship. That is a failure of our politics. It's a failure that needs to be addressed. I'm sorry, Sagar just pissed me off. I was actually gonna, go out and smoke a little bit because I'm buckling in, chat. I'm buckling in for the long haul. We got two, not just one, but two segments of bonus content tonight. And like as soon as I step away, I put on the headphones and I hear Sagar and Jetty say this shit. It's all because of protesters who said, abolish ICE. Fuck yeah. I will yes Chad that. I should have been abolished already. We shouldn't be dealing with it as a, like, chat, if you were in Germany and somebody said, abolish the Gestapo before they got started, and years later, would you blame that person? Well, look, we got horrible shit happening now. Look at what the Gestapo's going around and you know what I mean? You would say that person is like a prophet. Hey, that was a really fucking good idea. We should have listened to you, right? We should have done what you said. The Gestapo should be. I mean, it's not that simple, right? You got a whole bunch of fascists, it's a whole fascist superstructure there. It's, that's bringing this all into existence, right? But like, this is the equivalent of what Sagar is saying here. It's people's fault for talking shit about the Gestapo. Now they're going buck wild on all of us. Anyway. Damn. Shit. What time is it? 7:30. Oh, God. I should try to get something to eat, shouldn't I? Okay, let me put on Sagar. I'll try to get something to eat. I was going to go out and smoke, but shit just got serious, I guess. I don't know.
Wildly up for grabs on immigration. And the
But
swings,
to what extent? Under Biden?
The swings that we've seen just since Trump was elected are truly wild. I mean, he is dramatically underwater on immigration now. And you're right. It was one of his strongest issues coming in. My perspective is different in terms of how we got here. I mean, I see it zooming out. I see it more broadly as a failure of the center left.
And also, chat, we don't call them ICE anymore, okay? Like I said, there's certain terms that are going to be, looked for by the feds in what we're about to see in our next segment, the anti-Antifa roundtable, right? So just so you're not considering Antifa, don't say ICE. Call them icy wieners. Yeah, icy wieners. That's what they are.
To offer an alternative view of the world that is not about your problems are because of immigrants.
I hear this stuff all the time.
That is the truth. It is the reality.
It's coke,
because
man.
the whole reason that this narrative has purchased.
Yeah. God, we need to watch the. I know what you're talking about with the. Yeah. Wait. Oh God, I saw like actually a YouTube short. I think I've even maybe got it saved to a playlist. The only problem was it's got really good music. And they are dancing to that music, right? They're like on the beat to the music that's playing, but I think it's copyright. Otherwise, I would have showed you the what it is like, the dangerous riots in Portland, and then you just see a bunch of people in animal costumes like bopping around to some bangers.
is because you have people who feel like they are struggling in their lives. They feel like the world is past them. They feel like they're not able to get ahead. They feel like, you know, inflation is they're struggling to pay their bills. The grocery bills are, healthcare is expensive. Like, I don't know that my kids are going to be able to even have the life that I have. What is it coming to? And they're looking for what went wrong. And Trump has a very clear, and the right broadly, but specifically Trump has this very clear narrative. And immigrants are central to it. They're not the only scapegoat, but that's central to it. And if you don't offer an alternative explanation, that people are going to gravitate towards that solution.
Not only an alternative explanation, but an alternative explanation that weaves together the threads of all of our oppression, right? That's solidarity. You got to make a narrative. You can't be like one-offs, like, you know, ICE is bad, right? You got to tie it into everything else, material conditions, and Trump's corruption, and the, you know, tech aristocracy, the corporate overlords. You got to tie it all together.
But, you know, when you say mass deportation, right? When I heard that, I'm not sure that I saw Black Hawk helicopters rappelling onto apartment buildings in Chicago, but I knew it would entail chaos. I knew it would entail
She said rappelling. That's what they were doing then. Yeah, I saw. We looked at that earlier. We looked at a building that ICE had hit with you know, Black Hawk helicopters. You know, he basically just got everybody out of bed at 11 o'clock at night. You know, detained them all and processed them to see which ones were documented, which ones were not, which ones had, you know, warrants or outstanding charges, which ones did not. And eventually at 3 o'clock, if you were documented, you could prove your documentation and you weren't, you know, you didn't have a warrant at 3 o'clock, you could go back. But then the landlord immediately tried to use the damage that ICE caused. And yes, rappelling into the building, chat, that means hanging down, I guess, from a helicopter and then crashing through the windows like Tom Cruise style, like you're in a movie, which is a lot of what this is about. This is LARPing for these fucking high school bullies, these high school bullies losers that they've got watching you know, the
infringement, not just on immigrants' rights, but on American citizens.
But yeah, I mean, that's where the damage came. They literally like crashed into the windows on the top floor.
Rights, because it has to. Because if you're going to sort the immigrant from the non-immigrant, it is going to require surveillance, and, you know, it's going to require a heavy hand from the federal government. I think you would acknowledge that. So, like I said, I didn't envision kids naked, zip-tied together in U-Haul vans, but I knew it would be brutal. But I think for a lot of people, when they saw mass deportation, they thought like the criminals, right? And Trump consistently in this campaign, more than previously, portrayed undocumented immigrants as criminals. He talked about, oh, they're emptying out the insane asylums. And so there was this image of the undocumented immigrant in general as being this criminal character, and we got to find him, we got to lock him up, we got to get him out of the country. And yes, people are on board with that. I'm on board with that. If you've got, you know, someone who's violent criminal.
Yeah, there's a meme about that, Shakespeare. It's like I think it's an AI one. Otherwise, I would have showed it on stream, right? They got a line of people like Americans, and they're holding signs that say, wait, what is it? Oh my God, I could understand the Spanish, but I can't remember what it was. They basically, we want to be Mexican, is what the signs said, and they were like, what do you call it? Like caravans from the. You know, like how the whole caravan thing, whenever Trump was trying to run for re-elect, there was, you know, a congressional election or something, like there would conveniently be a caravan that Fox News would talk about. The caravan is making its way towards the American border. And like, however, you know, like this threatening, you know, line of immigrants like coming up from Honduras or wherever. So now they've got the American caravans asking to become Mexicans.
I don't want them in the country, you know, even in my most expansive immigration view. But as the rubber has met the road and people see what it actually means, and you see, actually, Stephen Miller doesn't prioritize criminals. He prioritizes random dudes at Home Depot. He prioritizes random, you know, migrants in an apartment building that like some slumlord is trying to get evicted. He is overtly
that's the situation in that Chicago building.
Told his law enforcement, you know, whether it's ICE or others, that they need to stop wasting their time doing these complicated gang cases because that takes time to develop and that's more difficult casework, and just go for the numbers. So you have many fewer of the much smaller percentage of the immigrants who are in federal custody actually have any sort of criminal indictment than under prior administration. So in any case, it's a long way of saying that, you know, I think you're right, that when people actually see these images and grapple.
Yeah, queremos ser mexicanos is, I think, what their signs said. And I mean, it's a cool meme. Unfortunately, they used AI to make it.
With what is being done in their cities, and they put it together with the other, you know, crackdowns that are coming on speech and weaponization of the government and war on elected officials, democratic elected officials in states and cities across the country, that they are broadly repulsed. Now, you're right. His approval rating basically where it's
exactly
been,
the same.
because people are so, it's not good. It's like 42%, something like that. People are very locked in with their views of Trump. But I do want to get to, we have some of those images just so people can see for themselves, you know, some of the things that are unfolding. These are all from Chicago and Portland. So this is a sniper in an armored vehicle.
Now, to be fair, those are, they're either like pepper spray balls or somebody said paintballs, which would be wild because if you don't know this, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago, there were Patriot Prayer members riding trucks through the streets of Portland with people situated on the back that had paintball guns where the paintballs were frozen. They were terrorizing the streets of Portland, running down, just shooting people on the side of the streets, right? And this is when the whole the extrajudicial killing happened, right? Somebody on the street got involved in an altercation with one of the Patriot Prayer members. He ends up shooting this Patriot Prayer member, killing him, and you know, was a fugitive. Tried to, I believe, talk to some journalists to give his side of the story, which I think was that he was, you know, taking action defensively to protect people. But before any determination could be made, this man was killed by Trump's federal law enforcement with no real attempt to you know, detain him. No real attempt to arrest him. They just fucking killed him. So as far as the you know, that court case, unfortunately, will never go to court. But they may have straight up you know, just extrajudiciously executed a man who had a affirmative self-defense. You know, he could use self-defense as a defense in court and would not have been found guilty. So but anyway, yeah, Pepperball way better than Hasan's internet in LA. I don't have nearly the problems that he does, but the last few days been getting a few problems. So knock on wood that it doesn't happen anymore. Are we back, chat? Twitch, YouTube, Savara, are we back? One thing I will say, when I lived in Houston, there was a bunch of gangs harassing us. The gangs are always talking about, they're always talking about it on the news. It seems like they never go for the, oh yeah, no, they're going for innocent people because innocent people are way easier to arrest, right? Way easier to arrest than people with outstanding warrants or charges, and definitely way easier to arrest than like the violent criminals that Trump campaigned about, you know, the Hannibal Lecters, as he said, right, that had come into this country. They got no interest because those people are actually hard to arrest. And they're only interested in one thing, driving up the number of deportations to make Stephen Miller's, to gratify Stephen Miller's hate boner from whatever must have happened to him in high school, chat, which I could only guess is like, I don't know, a girl that he, was attracted to choosing a Latino guy over him. That's the only thing that fucking hate that this man has got to have some backstory, right? Some amazing backstory from his high school days.
It's mass show of force. Everybody's all kitted up and look like stormtroopers. And then you got these camera guys.
There's a delay in the audio for you. Maybe try refreshing and reloading. I think that usually works.
Bunch of camera guys.
There's a little too many cameras.
You got the iPhone dude. You got a couple of camera guys. This is Chicago PD that was actually tear gassed by ICE. So the local law enforcement, Chicago PD here, struggling after they were tear gassed by ICE. There was another incident where ICE tear gassed near an elementary school. The elementary school had to, cancel recess, keep everybody inside.
Fortunately enough, we have some video. I need to have some time to show you this, right? But we do have some video of Stephen Miller, I think, as a high school student, as like a 17-year-old, saying some pretty cringe stuff. Pretty racist stuff even back then.
Because of the random ICE tear gassing in their neighborhood. So it was incredibly heavy-handed tactics, even impacting elementary schools and police officials as well. And we have more images here. This is still more Chicago Police Department recovering from being tear gassed, which is just an insane situation. Actually, the Broadview, Illinois police chief says that they're getting fake 911 calls from ICE agents as well, and it's incredibly taxing to their resources. Here you have, a confrontation from ICE and protesters. I believe this is in Chicago. I had to double check, but I believe this is in Chicago. These scenes that are occurring, again, this is before the National Guard comes in.
And look, some of the brutality, it's hard to tell where the brutality or the incompetence ends and the brutality and the cruelty and the hate begins. When you see those scenes, right? Remember, these ICE people, a lot of them are new recruits, and the Republicans are the Trump administration has been recruiting in far right spaces using far right kind of dog whistles to try to they're trying to put uniforms, chat, on Patriot Prayer and the Proud Boys and the Rise Against movement and all those other shitheads from the early 2020s, right? They're now being, deputized and or literally getting jobs at ICE, right? It's not actually Mr. Garrison. It's way worse, right? Most of these are not just some dude that got fired trying to make his nut to pay his rent for his apartment. Like a lot of these dudes, they're in it also for the love of the game, and by that I mean racist, deep and abiding racist hatred. They got people that don't live in Chicago that have been dreaming about terrorizing. Yeah, same with Portland. Yeah, purely off of hatred. I mean, Patriot Prayer is literally what I'm describing when I say people. When we say people who have been dreaming about terrorizing Portland, right? That would be Patriot Prayer. And I think the organization itself disbanded at some point, but obviously the people that were terrorizing the city are still around. And I'm sure many of them have found their way into jobs at ICE.
This is for sure Portland. Those are snipers stationed on the rooftop, overlooking this area outside the ICE building where these protests were occurring. So this is some of what's, being done on city streets.
My thing is, I don't think this was inherent to mass deportation. I think this is genuinely a Trump thing.
He thinks you can have mass deportation, keyword being mass, without this kind of brutality. Sugar, could I ask you, do you think you could have mass deportation without these camps at which were concentrating people, like these camps for concentrating? Do you think we could do it without that? That's what people were saying before Trump, won the election, was that this, policy that he's got, mass deportations, there's no civil, orderly way to do this. This is going into communities and literally ripping people out who are integral to those communities. Because again, remember, it's not about keeping us safe. It's not about crime. It's not even about your papers. It is about racism. And it is about, ethnically cleansing. This is a form of ethnic cleansing going on here.
Like, I don't think that this is necessarily how it would
It's
have
like
to
a
be.
Stephen Miller thing, to be honest
It is
with you,
genuinely a vision for them about division, which let's be very real here. It has worked to their political benefit. We can read a poll all we want. Who knows? I mean, New Jersey's looking kind of close to me. I don't know if you've been looking at that.
Already 65,000 plus people detained by Icy Wiener.
The New Jersey race, Republican could win in the state of New Jersey. Again, listen, roll the tape and make fun of me if he loses. It could be Gavin Newsom recall cope that I'm huffing right now, but it's possible. It's possible. So, like, let's be honest, also about the political dynamics. But to return to kind of something you were saying earlier, and this is where I see it, Graham Plattner going viral for people are being lied to. Guys, we live in a country with finite amounts of resources. To say it's a lie that massive amounts of illegals are.
Tell me about finite resources while the rich waste those resources. Tell me about finite resources when data centers are allowed to raise the fucking energy prices on all of us, are allowed to dominate the infrastructure of our communities. Tell me about those limited fucking resources while we watch the rich dine on the fruits of not just our labor, but our parents' and our grandparents' labor as well. Right? That's their generational wealth, generations of capitalist exploitation.
Not going to tax the system is ridiculous. It's ridiculous to say you can allow 10 to 15 million people into a country over a 4-year period and it's not going to have some crazy effect, especially when the absolute vast majority of them are non-skilled, don't speak any English, and are not going to integrate into our society on a very easy basis. If we just grant them all citizenship, every single one of them is going to be on welfare.
Can somebody just follow this guy around and every time he's about to eat something that had input from undocumented migrant workers into it, whether it be produce, whether it be meat, any kind of input, just snatch it away from him, right? Put him on a diet, right? You can only eat stuff that was, that has no undocumented. Since you're so against undocumented immigrants, you can't eat anything that's made. Sagar, I don't think that I think you'd be pretty calorie deficient, right? That would not be a healthy diet for you. It would not be a nutritionally sufficient diet, right? No fruits and vegetables.
And so the point is like, you can't just live in a world, Crystal, if 23% of the people, if 23% of the people enter the country illegally, don't speak English and don't have a high school diploma, what's going to happen? They're going to end up on welfare. Look at the statistics of our own population in that group who end up on welfare. It's huge. Listen, not saying that.
Meanwhile, these people come to our country, they don't get welfare because they're not eligible for welfare. But what they do is they pay taxes and they pay payroll taxes and they're keeping Social Security afloat. Yeah, you don't like undocumented. Oh, wait, are we effing? Are we effing? We having another event? It looks like I have got plenty of bits. I got plenty of frames. Are we okay? I can't tell if chat is, oh, chat's getting something bad's happening. Something bad's happening on YouTube. How are you doing, Twitch? Can you hear me? Back? Okay. Yeah, I didn't see it on my end. Sagar is tripping. Yeah, he really is. I mean, look, he's being proven wrong and he's trying to cope, right? He got what he wanted, mass deportations, but now he's like, not like this. Not like this, but no, you're going to ruin the good name of mass deportations. Mass deportations should be so great, should be so wonderful, something everyone can agree on, something everyone's okay with, but Trump's given it a bad name. He thinks 23%, yeah, that would be I was wondering about those numbers, Shaxby. I was wondering about those numbers. I hear those kind of numbers from like the Trump administration too, and I'm just like, where are these numbers coming from?
They're bad people. We got to take care of our own first. It is actually a world of finite resources.
We're not taking care of our own. I'm sure Crystal's going to go there too, right? But we're not. No, we're not. We just cut Medicaid, Sagar. And not because of pressure on the system from too many undocumented immigrants on welfare. We cut Medicaid for a giant tax cut for the super wealthy.
I mean, I know there was this whole discussion about ERs. Yeah, it's crazy that you allow all these people here illegally and they get hit by a car, by the way, with no insurance, and then who's all footing the bill in these ER rooms? It's all of us.
Sagar,
they don't deserve my healthcare dollars.
But Sagar,
sorry.
That's the reason why you need an actual system that works,
But
where you
Percy,
have
your system wants these people to have citizenship.
There you go, pathway to citizenship. Yes, music to my ears.
I do, because
that's my
they are a
point.
net
Exactly.
benefit to society. I mean, we have gone around this a million times.
But exactly,
We are
this
a
is the
nation of
fundamental
immigrants.
question.
This is the strength of our country. They are a net benefit
This
to
is just
society.
Statue of
The
Liberty
American
quote
people,
code. Like these people.
I do believe
Statue of Liberty bad? What? Doesn't sound very American to me. This guy doesn't like the Statue of Liberty. What's next? Mom and apple pie?
the Statue of Liberty quote, by the way.
So
and
again,
overwhelmingly, by the way, the American people agree with me. Ask them, even at the peak of anti-immigrant hysteria, people still said that immigrants are a net benefit to
Yes, because
society.
grouping all these people in together is
Sagar,
preposterous.
Is there a limit?
Yeah.
Grouping the vast majority of undocumented immigrants who commit crime at a lower rate than our citizenry with the exceptional, with the horrific, with the statistically anomalous, murderers and shit. Don't you think that's also a mistake, Sagar? Or
yes, to the number of
exactly.
people that
So what's
can
the
come in.
limit?
Of course.
Yeah.
I don't know what the limit is, but I can tell you that we have the capacity to absorb a large number of people into this country. And if you have people out of the shadows, they're not having their labor rights abused and violated. They're not being undercut in terms of their wages. They're able
Mexico should have the Statue of Liberty
to pay. And by the way, most undocumented immigrants, at least until now, were paying taxes.
Well,
now they're afraid.
I don't know. I mean, I know there's a lot of pressure on rent in like Mexico City, for instance. I would love to settle. I would love to live in Mexico. It seems like a great country. It's got great political leadership. I just don't know if I could afford it. It is a bit more expensive in Mexico than in Thailand. Why is a dog abuser on your stream tags? Is that your final answer? Fire up chips, 81. Okay, you're right. I'll take out the Ethan Klein tag.
Are going to be like swept up in a deportation raid because for
is it enough for the government services that they consume?
Yes, it is.
No,
yes,
no
yes,
chance.
Sagar, it
again,
is.
like,
go look at the
yes,
studies. Don't just make stuff up.
I'm
look
not.
At the
I mean,
research.
listen,
it is true. They contribute.
Yeah, unfortunately, I was trying out a Ethan Klein tag on Twitch, and I seem to have brought in some absolute refuse by doing so. So yeah, I'll take out the Ethan Klein tag. I don't know. I just wanted to like signal to my fellow H3 Fupa Troopas that this is a safe space for them.
Much more.
There are
than
endless
they take
numbers,
out of
yes,
society.
of
There's no doubt about it.
forward.us studies to support many of these. There are also endless numbers of studies that show that
you just dismiss out of.
I mean, same with you. No, I mean, but this is the frustration. This is again how we got here. If the only option is mass citizenship, a lot of people are going to say, "Fuck it, then let's go with the Black Hawk helicopters."
No,
because if we're just going
sorry, fire up chips. All you do is eat hot chip and lie.
That's where
10
I
to
disagree.
15 million coming in here, and they get to vote. Absolutely
in the
not.
absence
Like,
of an alternative vision, where you're saying, you know what, the problem isn't the immigrant.
Yeah.
It's
Also, fire up chips. When did you stop beating your wife? I want to know.
Billionaire. It's the people who are robbing you blind and rigging the system and stealing your electricity and hiking up your electricity
both of those
prices.
can be true, you know.
If you
and I
don't
think both of
have
them
that
are
alternative
true.
vision, then yes, you're right.
I'm sorry, if you can't prove to me that you're not doing domestic violence right now, I mean, we might as well just jump to you're guilty until proven innocent, because that's the standard that you're holding Hasan to, right? And I don't even think there's anything in terms of proof that would ever satisfy you. But that being said, no, there's no way that somebody can prove to you that they didn't shock their dog with a punishment button on their collar, right? That is true. So if we're going to go by that standard that you've established here, guilty until proven innocent, then I would like you to exonerate, to prove to me that you yourself are not guilty of domestic violence. Don't come in here with this nonsense.
But then you do have a large number of people who say the problem is, the Venezuelan migrant who came in and they're stealing the housing or whatever, or they're eating the cats and the dogs. Yes, they will be open to that message, but it is not a correct message. And so if you actually have a vision on the other side that is compelling to people, that is the only way that you fight back against this. That's why I say that it is a center-left failure, yes, that led to this by offering no other explanation and broadly caving to the worldview of the Trumps. So that's how you end up with Stephen Miller and Trump and this truly fascist assault on cities and states and in communities and lawless chaos that is vastly more dangerous and more violent than anything that I've seen from any undocumented
I
immigrant.
just think that it very much absolves much of the far left who's forced every candidate to raise their hand and say we should have health care for all illegals.
We should have health care for everyone. I mean, that's
for
all illegals. That's the terminology that we're using. We're calling people illegals. Oh my gosh, chat. They're literally, I mean, their audio is like kind of good because it's like it's normalized, but it's normalized like on the high end. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, I don't know, because of all of YouTube has like substandard audio. People don't people don't know how to optimize their audio. When I get something like breaking points, now look, I do have problems with their audio. I don't like whatever chain of dynamic effects that they're using, their compression, their limiter, whatever noise. Like I think that's really screwed up. It's crunchy. It's painful to listen to. Maybe even they could, throw an EQ on there, or maybe it's an EQ that's on there that's making it sound like this. I don't know, chat, but they do have their, their volume level is optimized. So,
that's the other thing is, that's the other thing is that when you have a neoliberal system where, yes, not everybody has health care, that is also going to make people much more receptive to see that person who's showing up at the emergency room, they're getting health care and you're not. Which is why but that's why I support universal health care. That's why I support higher wages. That's why I support union rights. That's why I support universal pre-K. That's why I support affordable daycare, so that people don't feel this sense of we're all, it's every man for himself and we're all scrapping against each other.
Yeah, and we gotta I don't know what, pocket watch somebody going to the emergency room. Look, if somebody's in a medical emergency, you help them. That's just what you do as a fucking human being. Now I got a question at this point. What do you think, chat? Is Sagar saying that if an undocumented person shows up to the emergency room, they should be, their paperwork should be checked before they can receive life-saving care? It kind of sounds like that's his argument, although that's an absurd argument. Is he really saying, because this is what his if we scroll down and look at the comments, this is what the Breaking Points viewers are asking. Notice that for conservatives, we live in a country with finite resources only applies to immigrants, not to the infinite growth business mentality, nor to the need for renewable energy. How did we get there? We voted for this. Somehow it has to pay the government services, says Sagar. Crystal, cut the defense budget and tax the wealthy. Sagar, but that's not going to happen. I'm trying to find somebody here. Ask the question. Does Sagar really mean? Does he really mean that somebody who shows up here and can't prove that they're an American citizen should be left to bleed out and die? Because it kind of sounds like that's what he's saying. Anyway, I saw it earlier. Sagar voted for this. True. Statue of Liberty Cope. The pro-America party, ladies and gentlemen, is true. Yeah, there it is. There it is. Did Sagar really just say that someone who gets hit with a car shouldn't get medical attention? That's what I'm wondering. That is what I'm wondering.
Where people are doing fine and have the right to those resources themselves, then they are much less likely to find the message of immigrant scapegoating to be appealing.
Again, there is not a single social welfare state in the world that exists with a massive open border and a legalized population. All of the welfare systems that you're describing have very tight borders. Norway, Scandinavia, Denmark, they have massive assimilative programs.
And also, why is the crime of undocumented labor always put on the undocumented laborer? It's never the fault of the person hiring the undocumented labor, who is probably, on the other side of things, lobbying to keep that labor undocumented, to make sure that the pathway to citizenship remains unattainable, so that they can keep their workers in place, underpay them, fail to pay them, do wage theft against them. And if anyone ever tries to bitch about it or unionize, then they call ICE themselves, and they don't face any consequences, right?
For example, in Denmark, I mean, if that's the type of society you want, fine. Like in Denmark, they literally ban you, I believe, as children from wearing a hijab, because they're like, hey, that's not who you are. If you're going to come here and you're going to get our services and you're going to be a citizen, then that's going to come with a huge number of responsibilities. I don't think most people would want to sign up for that. And so we live in a world of finite resources. You can't just have a system where everybody gets healthcare, including vast numbers of illegals. Like this is, again, I think that this message is deeply damaging. I see the Graham Plattners of the world going for it. Maybe it'll work in Maine. I have no idea.
Oh my God, chat. The Graham Plattner clip. I feel like I need to show you that. If I can find it. Is it on Twitter maybe? Graham Plattner. Am I Graham Planner? Plattner. No, it is Plattner. Okay, I think this is it. Yeah. This is the clip that he's talking about.
So what's your plan for the illegals that are in this state that get free benefits?
They don't.
If you listen to what she was saying, no, just hear me out. If you listen to what she was saying, at its core, she's angry about the exact same things you are. People are propagandized, people are misinformed, but people are not stupid. And we shouldn't treat them as such. People are angry because they know they're being screwed. They might get lied to, they might get taken in. If somebody robs your neighbor's house, you don't go over there and laugh at them afterwards. They've been taken advantage of. And that's what this is. People are being robbed. They're being robbed of their critical thinking. They're being robbed of their empathy. The answer to that is not shame. The answer to that is not anger. The answer to that is empathy and compassion.
So that's what he's mad about. It sounds like a pretty centrist take. This is, very, can't we all get along? And I mean, like he's kind of yelling at his own side there to be more understanding of, the MAGA person who has fallen for the line that immigrants are the cause of all their problems. If anything, there's like room for a little bit of criticism of Graham Plattner, on the other side, of not recognizing that, yes, some of these voices might be people that are ignorant or deluded, but some of these voices are coming from people for a reason of, for hate. But I will take this, what he's saying, over the lack of pushback that you're getting from the likes of the Democratic leadership. It is it's an improvement at the very least. But Sagar is like jealous of this guy or something. Sagar like hates this guy for saying something that that gets the whole room on his side, when Sagar has managed to alienate the entire comment section, chat. Like I don't think I saw a single positive yay Sagar or anti-Crystal or agreeing with Sagar comment in the whole bunch, right? I mean, I'm sure there is, if you switch it to new newest first, maybe you'd find one or two. But yeah, by and large, if you're reading the room does not agree with Sagar.
Idea, but at the end of the day, the rubber will meet the road with an actual proposal. And if you're just going to mass legalize and grant mass numbers of social services to people, I mean, first of all, I mean, in an unironic way, somebody does have to pay for it, like for real. It can't just be, quote, tax billionaires or whatever, because, I mean, with the way that our taxation structure.
Are they not somebody, and do they not control an inordinate amount of resources?
Works, it will have to ultimately come from some upper middle class and others. Like it quite literally could not exist.
And actually tax the rich.
Yeah, it's not going to happen.
Yes, I mean, but that's
under 60 people in the United States Senate. What's the practicality of what it looks like?
Wildly, I'm not. Listen, you're in terms of the politics. Is it difficult? Of course, of course. But is it wildly popular? Of course, yes. If you ask people, should we cut the defense budget? Yes.
Free money
if you ask people, no, that's not free money. That's cutting the Defense Department budget. And then, yes, we just had a massive tax cut for the rich. Just give that
if you're
back.
You're going to bitch about free money. I'm going to make you account for the free money that is garnered through squeezing consumers and employees. We're talking about the same people, consumers and employees here, on both ends of the equation. Underpaying them for the value that they provide for your corporation, alienating them from their labor so they don't even know, how much they're being underpaid. And then on the other side, overcharging them for everything they need to fucking survive, right? You want to talk about free money? You want to talk about rent seeking? I will point you in the direction of the capitalist class, because that's the only people in the fucking country that are getting free money, Sagar. If people want to tax the rich and you're going to say that's somebody else's money, I'm going to say, no, it's not. It's their money. It's their surplus labor value. It's their parents' money. And it's their grandparents' money. All right? That's generational theft that has created that generational wealth for the capital class, thus, making them able to act as capitalist.
As a starter. You can't tell me that every other developed nation around the world can afford universal health care and we can't for some reason.
Oh, we absolutely can.
Yeah,
I'm with you.
Of course we can. Of course
but I say my vision for that society.
The way that things are distributed is so wildly unequal. Even if we just did a little bit, we would be in such a better place. So in any case, to get back to the core of this thing, I mean, I think there is, listen, do I know what the political fallout will be? I don't. But the thing that scares me the most is you think that they believe this is political win. I think they don't care, because I think they feel like they are really going for it right now. Like they are going for labeling Democrats as domestic terrorists, crushing dissent, surveilling social media. There's a story about how they're putting together a social media surveillance team using Palantir, scaring any sort of like comedian, installing Barry Weiss as editor-in-chief at CBS. I mean, they are going for it. And so in a sense, like obviously what's happening with ICE in these cities and with federal agents in these cities, obviously that is about immigration, but I also don't think it is mostly about, it is about more than immigration as well.
I don't disagree.
Because it really is a sort of all-out assault on our rights, on our First Amendment rights, on our ability to protest, freedom of association, freedom from unreasonable search and seizure. Like all of those things are under attack right now, and it's by design.
I know the producers are going to be mad because I'm dragging this on, but I think this is the fundamental question of our day. If
I just keep arguing with her, eventually will. Wait, what happened, Bad Lefty?
The left, how are you going to handle, if the Democrats come in power, wouldn't you do the same thing at this point?
What do you mean?
So, I mean, look.
Would I send in the National Guard to Texas?
I mean, well, not that, but I mean, isn't Stephen Miller going to be prosecuted?
Well, he should be.
But see, this is my point.
No, but he's a criminal.
For them, but now we're feeding into the same culture of this is now a same.
Sagar's under the impression that if the Democrats had been willing to turn the page on history, let Donald Trump's crimes, his treason, go unpunished, that, I don't know, there would have been no second Trump administration. And that is such fucking cope. Listen, there would have been no Trump administration if the mechanisms of justice had started, if the wheels of justice had started to turn, you know, the moment he left office. He would not have been able to run for president, and he would not have the popularity to run for president. The shit that he did on January 6th that was unacceptable to the vast majority of Americans, that would have stuck. You leave the impression by failing to punish Donald Trump, by failing to even start the process for 2 years, you leave the impression that maybe he did nothing wrong. That's why he's back, right? They should have put Hitler to death, by the way, for the Beeler Hall push. I know. The reason they didn't do it is probably, you know, partly because probably the judges were somewhat sympathetic to his, argument, which is pretty much the Napoleon quote that Trump gave: "The he who saves his country has committed no crime," or whatever, right? But also because they were afraid of, I guess, making a martyr of him. But I'm telling you, there needs to be zero tolerance when it comes to fascist takeovers.
The same lawfare.
If you are violating people's rights, and you are breaking the law, do I think you should go to prison?
Yeah, but that's how they saw it under Trump,
Yes.
right? Is if January 6 prisoners are all, listen, I'm representing a worldview where you have liberal institutions which are assaulting us. You're trying to plug our children full of hormones. You have an all-out.
Fuck? Is this a Maha thing, chat, or is this an anti-trans thing? What do you want to bet? Is he being like is he lying about trans kids, saying that they're getting hormones before it would make sense for them to fuck, or is he talking about, like, I don't know, like, you know, the fact, for instance, that there's God, there's a lot actually that affects our hormones from the food system, and it's not untrue. The untrue part is when you try to ascribe, like, I don't know, wokeness or something as the purpose for that. Yeah, maybe both. I don't know. Sorry, he doesn't specify, does he?
Takeover of our institutions. You flooded our country with 10 to 15 million illegals. So fuck it, let's go for it. I mean, isn't that what the next Democratic administration? Aren't you going to do the exact same thing? That's my view. Trump, JD, and all of them, all of their staff.
This is wild.
Good luck.
Are we going to do a mass deportation of right-wingers? Is that what you're saying? Are we going to send people that we disagree with to CCOT? Rendition them to South Sudan? Is that what you're asking? Unhinged. I don't even know if he knows what he's saying at this point, because it doesn't make sense. And look, Sire, he's a piece of shit. He's got real hard, like, fascist, just like, proclivities, right? He's just like, he loves him some fascism. He's attracted to it, right? But he's not dumb. And I can't imagine that he's actually in control of the words that are coming out of his mouth right now, because they're so obviously wrong.
Buried in legal paperwork, and probably much more because the libs are actually good at it. If you're a red state, you're probably gonna have your shit cut, right? This new popularization
I
of
wouldn't say so.
Again, people, not just Republicans and MAGA people live in red states, right? And MAGA should realize, Trump should realize, that not just left-wing people live in blue states. That is actually a mistake that Trump's making that I think the left is pretty cognizant on. There's not a fucking chance of that, Sagar. They're gonna start cutting, and see what he's doing here? Based on the fact that Trump is cutting services, is cutting aid to blue states, right? He's saying, well, when the left gets in power, they're just gonna do the same thing on the other side. Apropos of what? Based on what? Based on Trump doing this shit? You think Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer are going to cut off Mississippi, a state that needs federal money to survive? They're just going to let everybody in those red states die? Anyway, I'm still trying to figure out what the fuck I'm supposed to eat tonight, chat. And I can't do it because this is too interesting. Because Sagar is such a piece of shit. I can't even turn away from this for a moment before he's saying something even more cringe than the last thing that he said.
I think so. If Gavin gets elected, for sure. Yeah.
I wish that I had the faith that you do, that Democrats are going to have the backbone to actually lock up the criminals that exist in this administration. I mean, these people who are pulling naked children out of their beds and being zip tied, yes, I think they should be in prison.
Come on.
This
works on the Republican side.
Especially
you let rapists into the country, you should be illegal. See, come on. This stuff does, this is the same.
Don't try to hold yourself above Trump and MAGA when you're saying the exact same shit. Letting rapists into the country. Letting the undocumented people, letting them, assuming, you're even attributing this, that the Biden was come on in, Jack. You're undocumented. Come on in. Let's get you in here, right? Anyway, having the undocumented population that the United States doesn't increase the crime rate, Sagar. It lowers the crime rate because these people, on average, commit crime at a lower rate than the citizens. It doesn't make America more rapey. It makes America less rapey. And it also shores up Social Security, and it's what our whole, food, the basis of our food system is running on. And there's an easy solution, right? There's an easy solution to, I don't know, any effect of depressing the wages that might be coming from undocumented people, and that is to make them documented. That is to create a fucking pathway to citizenship so that these people are able to unionize if they want to. They have pretty good pause. He looks straight up evil in this, pause frame, obviously.
Sagar had the Biden administration procedure. You may not have liked it, but it was done by these were legal provisions that allowed undocumented immigrants. Many of the immigrants who came in were through temporary protected status.
They impeached Mayorkas over it. You can come up with any novel explanation you want.
People have a right to apply for asylum. That is consistent with the law. You do not have a right to violate Americans, let alone immigrants, but Americans' due process rights. You do not have a right to pull children with no warrant out of their beds in the middle of the night and zip tie them together and throw them in a U-Haul van. You do not have a right to hold American citizens 3 days, no lawyer, no warrant, no phone call, no nothing. You do not have many of the some of the things that happened under Doge continue to have been deemed illegal. So yes, where criminal acts occurred, there should absolutely be accountability. There should absolutely be accountability. And I'm not going to buy this whataboutism. Oh, well, the Democrats did things Republicans didn't like. Yes, if they were criminal, yes, prosecute, fine, prosecute them.
Yeah, well, you could come up with, isn't that one of the lessons of this admin? Is that the government can come up with a fucking
But let me ask you this. Yeah. Do you really think there was anything under the Biden administration that was equivalent to Black Hawk helicopters raiding an apartment building in the middle of the night and pulling out people? And just the lawlessness of these ICE agents. This is the disagreement.
I think that the border was actually just as lawless. They impeached Mayorkas over it. It was a genuine criminal act at a political level. Look, I could hit it back. Kavanaugh stops are legal now under the Supreme Court. I don't agree with it, but it is. Kavanaugh stop means that you can briefly detain a U.S. citizen for whatever period of time.
Profiling.
Yeah, but it's legal. It's under the U.S. Supreme Court. So is it illegal?
Well,
no.
It was on the shadow
You can say
docket.
It's bad, but
it was. It was on the shadow docket. It hasn't officially been ruled on the merits, but yes, it allowed them to proceed with overt racial profiling, which is insane and outrageous.
Right, but that's my point. And so they can come up with a justification for anything, right? Oh, it was all asylum. It's I don't say not really. I'm only pointing out though that if that is going to be the posture of the Democratic base and probably the next Democratic administration, then it is kind of a mirror image of each other. And so for them, I mean, they're not dumb. They can see all of this. In their mind, it was go time anyways. But if you're a Democrat, why wouldn't you now believe the same thing? So it seems to me like an endless race to the bottom. Like if Gavin Newsom gets elected, wouldn't you deny funding to Texas in a hurricane?
No.
You'd be like, fuck you. You came after me. See, I think you would.
If the Democrats and Republicans were fundamentally the same people, then yeah, that might fucking make sense. If one side given power, overreaches, then, and the other side's the exact same, then yeah, that might happen. But it's not. It's not even fucking close. And anybody with eyes can see that, Sagar.
This is something I totally disagree with this.
Yeah.
As much as
I'm so hungry.
Despise the Trump regime, as much as I despise Stephen Miller, as much as I disagree with individual people who voted for Trump this time around, I want them to have healthcare. I want them to have preschool.
No, you do,
I want them
for
to
sure.
have, and this is the view of the left broadly. Right? Now, do I see it being an issue? Yes, Stephen Miller should be locked, that sort of stuff. Yes. We're going to go to war with Texas and deny people health care? No, I don't see that at all. I thoroughly reject that. I think that is anathema to any sort of politics that I would believe in whatsoever. And that is genuinely a race to the bottom. Now,
No, I don't question your sincerity at all. I mean, listen, I don't.
But you're the only one. You're a voice crying in the wilderness. Every other left-winger, they're looking to selectively cut Medicaid for Republicans. They're looking to cut off and, embargo all red states until, they're just going to do Gaza in fucking Alabama. What the fuck? No, Sagar. No. No one is saying that. No one is thinking that. That is your own made-up fantasy, as Zavara is saying. Yes, exactly. Get food, girl? I'm trying. I just can't fucking decide. I'm looking at, hummus. I'm looking at... I found I can get fucking $3 off of this one place, but it's got, I don't know, hummus, French fries. I mean, this isn't exactly good for me. It sounds delicious though. Onion rings. Fried veggie kebab. What the fuck is that? I don't even know what that is. I would love if there looks like some kind of fake chicken in there or something. I can't tell. I can't tell, chat. Don't cheat yourself, treat yourself.
But the level of vindictiveness I'm watching bubble about truth and reconciliation post-Trump, it almost makes me understand the Trump behavior more. Because for them,
but any kind of vindictiveness, any kind of calls for accountability, it is all pointed at Donald Trump and his administration. And they should be held accountable, right? Anybody who was complicit with this fucking Nazi Gestapo shit that ICE is doing, also should go in front of a judge. If we want to make sure that this shit never happens again, which I never thought we'd have to say in the United States of America, and thank God, I mean, it hasn't gotten as bad as it could possibly get, and there are people that are starting to wake up and turn around. You saw spontaneously, organically, people in Chicago defending their neighbors, not asking, are you illegal, sir? Do you have a warrant? But saying that what is happening to you at the hands of these Nazi Gestapo bastards should not happen to any human being.
they're like, if we were already here, they have to go, because to them,
I think
it's like
projection. I genuinely think that is projection of like the way that this administration operates on, you know, the Democratic base and Democratic lawmakers. And I mean,
so you think things will be back to relatively
Biden,
normal?
Maybe I
they
can
didn't even get their act together to charge Trump with a coup in time for the thing to go to court, right? That's who we're talking about here.
Yeah, but aren't you mad about that?
Yes, I'm mad about that. Yes, I am mad about that.
They wanted him to be prosecuted.
Yes, and he should have been.
Well,
he should have been.
this is where
but that's a different thing.
It gets
than saying
all
that
very sketchy.
Texas shouldn't get hurricane funding, or they should, the people of Oklahoma or wherever should be like screwed, and and there should be retribution against them and their funding pulled, which is things that this administration has done. Because, for example, Janet Mills in Maine said something he didn't like about transgender kids in sports. No, I don't. I can't say I see zero appetite for that, but that is not a widely held view whatsoever. And like I said, it's anathema to any sort of actual left kind of a politics.
I agree, but you're talking about the left and not the
politics.
Democrats, because, see, I don't know. I think people are mad. And I see with the base, with Gavin, the way that people are, quote, fighting back, I think a lot of vindictiveness is coming. I mean, look, Trump, for all of his faults, he broke the glass on a lot of longstanding norms in politics. I still think this is the central question because it informs so much of the way that our current government is behaving. To them, they thought that the glass was broken under Biden, where, yes, they incompetently indicted Trump or whatever, but they still indicted Trump. To them, that's like Banana Republic shit. So they're like, if we're going to open the door, then let's be Banana Republic, right?
Yeah,
and so that's all starting to become the feedback.
I'm sure they feel
I'm not even
that
justifying
way,
this.
but I'm just talking
as an
about
observer.
actual reality. Like Trump tried to coup the government. He should have been in prison. He should have been banned from running for election again. And so to equate that with I didn't like Biden's asylum policy.
Well, you're minimizing it because you don't disagree with the policy, right? I could flip it around. I mean, look, at the end of the day, like I opposed the impeachment or whatever of Donald Trump. I said you should leave it up to the democratic process. And I mean, it's more of an indictment of the Democrats for being unable to beat him.
I'm sorry, the law is not something that you leave to the democratic process. That's fucking madness. That's fucking madness. We got two principles, and this is just me going back to remediary fucking civics class here. Right? We got two principles, majority rules, okay? Minority rights. What does that mean? That means that, in the gross democratic sense, that the overwhelming will of the voters should determine, in a non-citizens united world, in a money out of politics world, would determine what gets done as far as policy, right? And minority rights means that, you're not going to have your rights trampled over just because the majority feels a certain way about you. So just like Trump shouldn't be, convicted just because people hate his fucking guts, he also should not be, his crime should not be overlooked because Americans memory hold it, right? That's why it's up to a judge. And yes, a jury of his peers. Those are the rights he has. You don't want to talk about the Supreme Court and how they threw kerosene on this fire? How they signaled to Trump that he could do whatever he fucking wanted to? How they interfered with justice on his behalf and only on his behalf? You don't want to talk about the Federalist Society takeover of the Supreme Court? You don't want to talk about the illegitimate nature of a Supreme Court in which justices regularly receive lavish gifts from wealthy donors? If you want to know where the glass was broken, it was broken by the Supreme Court.
In the election, it's just a question to me about once things are here, how can it possibly ever go back to normal? Because that's kind of what you're saying. I don't know if it can.
Well,
that's part of the reason I feel so despondent.
I don't know that there is a
once we're here, we are not going back to the days of Biden. Like red state, blue state. I'm not saying we're going to have a civil war, but we're definitely going to have a lot more authoritarian power in the federal government.
I mean, we're already at
we might not have a singular federal government for very much longer. I don't know how much longer this can actually last. Either the country is going to balkanize, Trump is going to crack down with a, you know, even more authoritarian government, or there's going to be a straight up revolution that takes him and all of his cronies out of power and subjects them to something a little harsher than the kind of justice that, you know, he should have been subjected to in the first place, right? Like he's going to be staring down a tribunal. And we're back. Sorry for the F. I don't know what's going on with the internet. Usually it's pretty well behaved, but you know, sometimes you gotta hit the button and zap the internet when it goes out on you.
Why wouldn't that? This is what I mean. Isn't the logical conclusion? It's like, oh, well, people are going to start fighting back. I'm like, that scares the shit out of me. That's part of what I'm afraid of.
Yeah.
With all of this, because everything is just getting dialed all the way up, and I don't possibly see an escape. Like if Stephen Miller thinks he's going to get indicted under a future administration, I mean, do you even want there to be a future administration?
No, but that's
right.
already what they're going. I mean,
Yeah.
I think that's already what they're going for, and
So,
that's why I
yeah.
look at the mid.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I hope there's something approaching free and fair elections, et cetera. But I have no confidence that these people have any intention of giving up power.
Yeah.
Like there's no reason why we should think that. We already have Trump losing and trying to not give up power, so we have a track record.
I could see how you would get there. I'm not there just because, I mean, at the end of the day, he did leave, right? And most of it was a LARP. Like 98, that's another thing that people vastly underestimate.
I don't understand this point of view. It was a LARP chanting "Kill Mike Pence," trying to abduct members of Congress, trying to prevent the transfer of power from happening, breaking into the Capitol building. It's a LARP? Fuck you, Sagar. Stop gaslighting us. Stop fucking gaslighting us. Listen, if like, I don't know, 50% of the American people had been in support of his beer hall push, he wouldn't have left the White House. He left the White House because, yeah, he would have probably been dragged out of there, you know, possibly even, you know, pulled apart like French peasant style by a mob that was sick of his fucking shit. The whole country was sick of his shit. And then we just allowed these fuckers to memory hole that and make all kinds of equivocation. Well, maybe it was just a LARP. Well, maybe they weren't. Well, he did finally leave. Yeah, no, he should definitely come back and run for president a second time. Fuck all of you.
Estimate 98% of this is a quote LARPing, despite the fact that, look, it has serious ramifications, obviously for norms and all of that, etc. But I do think we should stick with this kind of debate and story because it's all I've been thinking about. I go, once we're here, can you possibly come back? I actually don't know. Like, can we come back from a world of like blue on red warfare, like literally in terms of states and state power and indicting your other political opponents? Everyone can debate endlessly about who started it or whatever. Every side is going to see theirs as entirely legitimate, even if you disagree. And it's honestly what scares me the most about where we are.
Well,
like
we
with
did
Illinois,
literally have a civil war and managed to put the pieces back together.
Oh, it took a long time.
It did
A lot
take
of
a long
people
time.
died. Okay, so it's not. It was. The more you read about that, the more you should be afraid of ever possibly getting there in the first place. Okay,
What an asshole. No. That is something that you tell to, like, you know, somebody fucking starry-eyed revolutionary in a time of relative peace, in a time of comedy within the United States government, both sides, you know, disagreeing, fighting, running against each other, but ultimately working together for, you know, the best interest of the country, right? That you should not want civil war. We're not going to have a choice. All right? The alternative may be to be stepped on, to live with a boot stepping on your face again and again forever. This is not it's not the left that's chasing after the fucking Civil War. This is the kind of shit that Tim Pool has been lusting at for, you know, fucking 10 years, going on 10 years now. The right has been spoiling for Civil War, chat, since Obama, like the end of the Obama administration, at the very least, Jade Helm operation. They tried to turn that into, oh my God, the United States military is invading us when they're doing a routine fucking exercise. What the fuck was that? other than a way to normalize the idea of civil war on the right.
All right.
Well, to be continued, probably.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the...
Yeah, to be continued if Sagar is ever dumb enough to try to bring this up again. Anyway, chat, we got more bonus content coming at you. Let me see if I can find the... Ooh, looks like I got two... So I got two clips from the round table.
Mr. President. Mr. President, thank you so much for having us here today and holding this this round table. Antifa is real. Antifa has been around in various iterations for almost 100 years in some instances, going back to the Weimar Republic in Germany.
It's pronounced Weimar, but yeah. Yeah. When fascism came about, in some ways as a response to the failures of capitalism and the complicity of the capitalists, the preference of capitalism to, to give the government to fascists over the possibility of allowing the workers to, more self-determination. Yeah, people rose up and said, I don't fucking like this and I'm going to fight this. That's a startling admission. And it's very much a mask fall moment, right? That he's willing to admit that. This evil organization that we're all at this round table to try to crack down on, right? And spoiler, it's not an organization, it's an idea. The idea is simply that fascism is bad. This is a round table for crushing dissent for the fascist government that they're trying to institute. Let's see what else he's got to say.
And it's now been just under 1 month since we saw a far leftist murder Charlie Kirk, and we saw thousands upon thousands of people, other far leftists and people in positions of authority, people like nurses and pilots.
A far leftist who barely follows electoral politics, right? Yeah. Barely even politically engaged, but yeah, no, far leftist, right?
Doctors and HR departments celebrating the death and the murder of Charlie Kirk. This sickness that's out there is absolutely real. And Mr. President, thank you for mentioning the fact that one of the bullet casings read, "Hey fascist, catch" on it. One of the other bullet casings right next to that had Bella Ciao written on it. Now, Bella Ciao is a song that is known in Antifa circles as the international anthem of Antifa, and all of us around the world.
And it's also appropriated in right-wing Groyper circles.
Around this room that have studied Antifa, we're very familiar with these symbols. And Mr. President, I think the situation is getting worse. When you look at people like Luigi Maggioni in his 20s, Thomas Matthew Crooks, of course, who took a shot at you, sir, the ICE shooter in Dallas, and now this Tyler Robinson, we're starting to see a pattern of more and more murderous violence. And this same violence is not just random. It is targeted assassinations, which are getting worse. And every single one of us in this room that goes out there, and obviously you as well, sir, and all the staff, we are now under that threat every single day. And working there at Turning Point USA, and I've spent just about the last month out there in Phoenix with Erica, with the family, with the team. And I will tell you this, Mr. President, even though going through something like that, which is an absolute nightmare, and people say, what was it like to speak in front of all those people? It was horrible. Every second of it was horrible. But we're not going to quit. And Turning Point USA is continuing the tour that Charlie was on. We had 6,000 people when we went back to Utah. We had 5,000 people last night in Montana, if you can believe that. We are continuing to organize on campus. We are getting more and more people coming out in the face of this threat, knowing what happened to Charlie. But Mr. President, we need to do something about this, because I fear that the next one who could be killed could be sitting at this table right now. And we're not going to stop, but they need to stop, and they will not stop until they are stopped. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. I appreciate it very much.
Or until they stop you.
One thing I have to say is that Washington, D.C. was almost as bad. I don't know what could be worse than Portland. You don't even have stores anymore. They don't even.
You don't even have stores anymore. Holy shit. Yeah, you have fucking diners. Do I have this? Let me see if I can pull this up. Look, like I said, this is a clip that I think has copyrighted music. It goes hard. It needs the music. But I don't know if I can play the music for you. I'll give you a little taste of it. Nonetheless. Let's put this here. This is Portland. There's no stores. Okay, it's good. It's really good. Yeah, no, this is Portland right now. These are the protests that are it's Antifa terrorizing these poor ICE federal agents with their terroristic reptar costume, unicorn costume. What else do we see here? There's a cat up front. It looks like maybe a bear. No, it's a raccoon. Raccoon and a bear. I saw an amogus as well in the crowd. What else did I see? Oh yeah, there was a frog. The frog is pretty cool. The frog guy actually gets like they shoot like tear gas into this dude's like there's an air hole, right? Or yeah, wait, was it tear gas? Was it I think it was mace actually. Was it mace? I don't know. It's like yellow and thick, whatever that stuff is. Into the air hole to try to, really hurt this person. And unfortunately, the froggy was unfazed. But yeah, they don't even have stores in Portland because if they did have stores, Reptar would tear them down. The unicorn would break the glass with its horn. The raccoon would steal all of the contents of the stores, and the bear would, I don't know, eat the honey, something like that. Anyway, back to this shit.
Glass up, they put plywood on their windows, but most of the retailers have left. But
most of the retailers, more than half of the retailers in Portland have left. The stores are all boarded up. What the fuck is he talking about? Chat, how much of an echo chamber does this guy live in, right? There's two possibilities. Either he's lying through his teeth or his dentures, which Kanks has been doing for a long time now, so no surprise, or he has been like, there's a soft coup going on where people like Steve Miller and Russell Vought have effectively taken over the administration, are acting as Trump's autopin, are running the unelected officials running the fucking country, right? And keeping this guy in a fucking matrix of lies. Yeah, Mr. Trump, Portland's burning. No, there's no more stores there. Everything's boarded up. It's very dangerous.
Washington, D.C. was so bad, and Pam, I'd say it took 12 days to really make it pretty good, and a month to make it great.
We had to pick up the trash. Yeah, we had to send our FBI agents out there to, pick, and now it's much better. Now, we didn't find any crime, but we threatened a bunch of people. We harassed a bunch of citizens there, and yeah, we picked up some trash because there's literally nothing else to do.
People are going out to dinner. The restaurants are booming. They don't have enough seats. They're opening up new restaurants because many of them closed. And people are walking down the street totally safe. A reporter, I'm not sure if she's there. I can't see somebody.
Totally safe with fucking armed soldiers on the street. Yeah, that totally feels safe. That's what says safety to me. Fucking tanks in the street.
Reporter, there she is. She was violently assaulted. And I don't know, she tends to be somewhat liberal, but she wasn't liberal on this one. I appreciated your honesty, but that won't happen again. It won't happen again. You're lucky you're alive, frankly, with what happened. I know exactly what took place. So Washington, D.C., our capital, we thought we'd start there appropriately, and it's safe, and people are so happy. They're so happy. And now it's a couple of months. I went to dinner there. I felt totally safe. I gave a press conference right in the middle of the street, which I don't think Secret Service was thrilled about. But, you know, I'll tell you what.
Yeah, you should do more of that. Definitely. Definitely do more of that. Anything, especially when Secret Service is not thrilled. That's your sign that you need to do that thing.
Christine.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for hosting today and focusing on Antifa and the terrorists that they are. Let's not make any mistake. These individuals do not just want to threaten our law enforcement officers, threaten our journalists, and the citizens of this country. They want to kill them. Their agenda is to destroy the American people and our way of life, and this president is standing in their way. He is stopping them from bringing their death and their destruction to the individual citizens in this country that just want to raise their kids and their grandkids in peace and in safety. I want to also thank everyone around this table for being so bold and so brave, for standing up and recognizing the threat that Antifa is to our way of life. By recognizing how advanced they are, how sophisticated their networks are, how they've infiltrated our entire country.
They have a whole industrial complex going on. They got like fucking drones. They're surveilling. Oh wait, no, sorry, that's us. Sorry, that's us. Right? They're invading countries, bullying small countries, threatening to invade their neighbor. Oh, sorry, that's us. I'm sorry. I was thinking that was Antifa. No, that was actually us. Sorry, I got it mixed up. Here, let me shuffle my paperwork before my face fucking starts dripping off of my skull.
And we're seeing them play out with their tactics from city to city and how they have built out their funding mechanisms. And sir, I also want to thank our Treasury Secretary for his work in getting to the bottom of these funding mechanisms and individuals who are perpetuating this violence on our American cities. I was in Portland yesterday and had the chance to visit with the governor of Oregon and also the mayor. They're in town, and they are absolutely covering up the terrorism that is hitting their streets.
They're covering up. They're hiding it. They're throwing a blanket over the dinosaurs and unicorns and people in costumes partying and like nothing to see here, nothing to see.
You talked about some of the stories of our ICE agents, our Border Patrol agents, how they have been attacked, how they have been shot at, injured, the damage that they've done. These leaders in these local cities, along with Pritzker and Johnson, ignore what's going on, or, sir, they're helping Antifa cover it up. We have arrested dozens of individuals that are Antifa members or affiliated with them, and I want to thank our Attorney General for prosecuting them and making sure they never see the light of day again. They have been so bold in making sure we're bringing those individuals to justice. One of the individuals...
You know who should never see the light of day again? This motherfucker right here, this treasonous fucking traitor, should be thrown in a fucking deep hole that he could never climb out of again. I mean, after, obviously with the, legal process, preceding that, right? But, and not a literal deep hole. I just mean serving out a fucking prison sentence for the crimes against his fucking country, assuming that they don't, they don't pronounce the other penalty for treason on him, which case no hole would be needed. Oh, maybe a hole would be needed. I don't know, Chad. I don't know the details. I don't want to get bogged down in the details here, all right? But no, this dude should never see the light of day. He will never see the light of heaven, I can tell you that.
We arrested recently in Portland was the girlfriend of one of the founders of Antifa, and that we are hoping that as we go after
the girlfriend of one of the founders, who we were just told that Antifa was founded in the 1930s or 40s, right? This other guy that showed up was nice enough to tell us that yes, Antifa traces its roots back to opposition to the Nazi takeover of the Weimar Republic, right? You got a girlfriend of somebody from the 30s? Is she a mummy? Please explain, Christy Gnome. Please explain, Dog Killer in Chief.
interview her and prosecute her, we will get more and more information about the network and how we can root them out and eliminate them from the existence of American society. I want to thank the new journalists here today for telling their stories and for being able and willing to go to the
new journalists. Are these more right-wing influencers as God damn it, chat.
Streets and to cover what's happening here in America. Many times the legacy media has looked the other way, refused to tell the stories. The networks have not really focused on what this is and what damage it is doing to our country, and how this network of Antifa is just as sophisticated as MS-13, as TDA, as ISIS, as Hezbollah, as Hamas, as all of them. They are just as dangerous. They have an agenda to destroy us, just like the other terrorists we've dealt with for many, many years. And today is the day that we have a president that won't tolerate it and will stand.
Terrorism is the magic word when you want to commit fucking war crimes, right? That's what that is. Terrorism, you've established now, is code for we're going to do fascism. And anybody that tries to stop us, we will call a terrorist. That is the definition.
Up and fight for the American people. So thank you for being here, for being so bold, and for standing in the gap at such a time as this. It will matter, it will make a difference, and your life will be one of significance because of what you've done today. So with that, God bless you, and thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Cash, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President.
So here's Cash Patel. I thought we were going to get some Pam Bondi at some point.
The American people gave you a sweeping mandate in your victory in this election cycle.
A sweeping 1.5% win. Like, right? Less than, to be clear, chat, Trump won the popular vote by less than Hillary Clinton won the popular vote. Probably less than Al Gore won the popular vote, right? That's the sweeping mandate.
And they demanded safety and security for our citizens. And your administration, with your leadership, has provided us with the resources that we need, which is a whole of government approach to go after criminals absolutely everywhere, not just outside of this country, but within this country. And that takes a whole of government approach. The interagency seated up here with the Department of Homeland Security, our Attorney General, our Deputy Attorney General, and your White House staffers, including Stephen Miller's leadership, has allowed us to go out there and map out these networks. What we are doing at the FBI is simple. It does not require rocket science. We are following the money.
Yeah, money. I would guess they're persecuting leftists is what they're doing, right? I would guess that they are fucking harassing. I mean, just like, you know, the way that COINTELPRO did in a clandestine way. Remember, COINTELPRO is a 60s era program that targeted both civil rights activists and communists or socialists, right? And that was all secret until, I believe, what was it? The God, I'm trying to remember. It's the Church Commission. Is that where that came out? Until the Congress demanded more transparency, this was all kept secret, right? This was not to be known by the American people that the CIA was doing this, was suppressing free speech while arguing that we need to go into Vietnam and bring democracy to them, bring freedom to the poor, you know, Vietnamese that are apparently too stupid to reject, you know, Ho Chi Minh, who ended up, you know, uniting the country, who just wanted his first goal, right? Ho Chi Minh's first goal was not communism or anything like that. His first goal was the liberation of the people of Vietnam after fucking almost 100 years or more of you know, being colonized, right? They by the French, then by the Japanese, then by the French again, and you know, Ho Chi Minh tried to make a case, tried to come to the world and ask, can we fucking be free now? And the answer was a big fuck no. We're going to institute French, now that you got rid of the Japanese, right? Now that the Japanese have been defeated, we're going to reassert the French colonial power. And the Vietnamese were not having that. Anyway, sorry, I got Vietnam on the brain because of having traveled there recently.
Never lies. And that's what it's going to take to bring down this network of organized criminal thugs gangbangers, and yes, domestic terrorists, because that's what they are. They are harming everyday citizens in every single one of our communities. And the folks you see here on the right and left, they're some of the bravest men and women we have today. They're reporting the stories live time because the mainstream media won't cover it. They're putting their lives on the line. They're standing up for the flag. The least we can do is stand up for them. So you have my thanks. I read more of your stories than I do theirs because you guys are putting out the truth. And we deserve a country where you are protected as equally as they are. We, in this FBI, will go after with the criminals with a vengeance. We will not rest until we find every single seed, money, donor, organization, and funding mechanism that we have. And I want to echo the Secretary's comments on Scott Bessent, who's allowing us to map out these networks through their financial criminal activities, which has been going on for decades. And I would like to remind the American public, they built this disease temple of corruption over decades. And in 8 short months, Mr. President, you have crippled their foundation because of your leadership here, because of the interagency, because of people like Deputy Attorney General Blanche, and because of Attorney General Pam Bondi's fearless leadership to go after criminals wherever they are. They will not be able to hide. They were able to hide and conspire with prior administrations, and we are exposing their corruption from within. And we will go to every single city in this country under Operation Summer Heat and the other operations we are doing at the FBI to bring these criminals to justice. We will arrest every single one of them from whatever perch you sit in, private or public, no matter how your goal or your ambition is. It will be crushed by the Constitution because the American people deserve law.
The Constitution that you're currently wiping your ass with? The Constitution is a mere formality to these people, chat. Let's see if we can find the Pam Bondi clip. Where was that? There's Trump talking, blah, 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 blah. Oh, wait, here's Pam. Is this Pam? Maybe right here.
Journalists, they attack courthouses, they attack police stations, they dox and assault our law enforcement officers. The Biden administration let them commit these crimes with...
Yeah, they're keeping track of criminals for when they can be brought to justice, along with the rest of you. Tick, tick, tick. Pam Bondi, Trump. It's only a matter of time. You have awakened a sleeping giant of the American people. You have done what was thought to be impossible, is unite the American people fucking against you. Congratulations, I guess you are a uniter, not a divider. And every bit of accountability and culpability that you escaped after attempting your beer hall push, you will be delivered that justice in spades.
Total impunity for...
America is not safe until all of these fuckers are locked up.
Years. So did Democrat leaders.
Criminal regime of Donald Trump.
And Mayor Brandon Johnson. Last week, independent journalist Nick Sorter was arrested just for protecting himself against Antifa. I saw it online and I called Nick. I couldn't believe what happened. He did all this just trying to save our American flag from being burned. He was pushed down and assaulted, yet the local police arrested...
Wait, are you telling me this guy assaulted somebody that was trying to express their First Amendment rights, still affirmed by your corrupt Supreme Court, Donald Trump? Burning the flag is free expression. And if somebody got assaulted trying to stop that free expression from happening, that's fucking on them.
Nick, not the Antifa thugs who did this to him. Antifa feels empowered to operate in the open.
Antifa is about to be bigger than you could ever imagine, because Antifa technically is a term that applies to every one of us that doesn't want fascism. If you're against fascism, you are by definition anti-fascist. That's the only thing that it means. Now, we all hold anti-fascist beliefs, right, which are, I guess, thought crimes under the Trump administration, but we don't all express them. And that is what is about to change. You have awakened a sleeping giant, and that giant will crush you. All of you. None of you will escape justice. You will be held accountable in court for what you have done the giant shit that you've taken on this country. Americans are sick of your bullshit. Even MAGA is sick of your bullshit. This motherfucker was on Epstein Island doing who knows what to little kids. All right? Do you think that the American people are going to put up with that shit for much longer? Because I don't see it. You got the, united the right and the left in wanting to prosecute the clients of Epstein and Trump. You've given every sign that you're one of those clients. You've given every sign, every little peek that we've gotten behind the curtains of the Epstein files has indicated that you are guilty. You sick fuck. You're gonna pay for what you did to those children. You sick fuck.
Because weak Democrats have turned a blind eye to their actions. Their hatred for President Trump.
You want to talk about a blind eye to the actions, chat? This guy's on the Epstein list. What kind of fucking, you want to talk to about a blind eye that that Acosta turned towards Epstein in giving them that sweetheart deal? Chat, Epstein didn't go to prison when the stuff was first found out. And then Donald Trump hired the guy that gave him that sweetheart deal. Something stinks to high hell. Something smells like a pedophile in the highest office in the land. And I want to see what's behind those curtains that you feel so impelled to hide that shit from us. I want to see what's back there. It was what we've already seen. We want to know, Donald Trump, what is the enigma? What are the secrets? What did you and Jeffrey Epstein do to children on that island or wherever? When justice catches up to you, you're going to wish that you went to jail. You're going to wish that Merrick Garland got off his fucking ass and prosecuted a fucking traitor for treason.
And for law and order agendas fuels their violence. We've seen more than 1,000% increase in attacks against our ICE agents since January 20th. Secretary Noem is out there fighting for you firsthand.
America has been attacked by Trump, by ICE, by this criminal regime, and they are fighting back spontaneously. There is no leader. You will not break up any cells because there are none. This is spontaneous. This is organic. This is natural. This is people getting sick of your shit. Donald Trump has put us through this shit for 10 fucking years. At what point do we recognize that there's more of us than there are of him? Infinitely so.
And to keep our federal offices
enemy
safe,
of
to
the
keep
people.
our federal buildings safe, and we're not going to have it anymore, these thugs. We saw what's happening in Portland and Chicago, and you saw what happened in Dallas. No longer. This is not activism, it's anarchy. We can't and we will not let masked terrorists burn our buildings, attack our law enforcement, and intimidate our communities.
Yeah, right. I agree, Pam. I agree. I should be prosecuted. Every single one of them should go in front of a judge. Should be held responsible for their complicity. Because look, all right, maybe you were just following orders, but that's not an excuse. That's not good enough. All right. We need to send a message to show that anybody, not just anybody who engineers, not just anybody who architects this shit in the future, not just any Curtis Yarvin with designs on a fascist takeover of the United States, right? But anybody who participates in it. Anybody who signs that dotted line with ICE, you are signing your future prison sentence. And you should know that. We will not let this go. Not after Trump is gone, not after MAGA is forgotten, all the hats burned, and all the ashes shoveled into the dust pile of history. Not even then will you escape justice for your complicity with this scumbag, pedophile, freak show, rapist. This man has raped the fucking country, and I want to see justice done to him. All right? And I have pretty much killed my voice at this point, chat. You might not get a stream tomorrow. Fuck. Oh, I streamed too long and too deep.
Under your leadership, President Trump, we're deploying the full might of the federal law enforcement to crack down on Antifa and other domestic terrorist organizations led by Stephen Miller. And Stephen, thank you for everything you're doing.
Oh my God, Stephen Miller. I don't know if there's a rope short enough, right? I really don't. I really don't. Right? Probably not. Probably just take that off the table. But yeah, when you're talking about architects, there's your guy, right? When you're talking about the mastermind, it's not Trump, it's not Kanks, it's Stephen Miller. It's Stephen Miller, who apparently like lost a, I don't know if some like, Latino guy like, dated the girl that he was interested in and forever made him like seethe in racist hatred. But this guy has got a fucking hate boner for non-white people at this point. Anyway, I have got a the too long and too deep is the best way to, well, not when it fucks up my voice. And Chad, I can't even decide what the fuck would I eat, all right? What the fuck would I even eat?
Last week, I issued a memo ordering our federal law enforcement agents, DEA, FBI, U.S. Marshals, and ATF to protect ICE officers from Antifa and other radical left-wing violence. Director Patel has been going non-stop. He and Deputy Attorney General Blanche were in Chicago yesterday. While Secretary Noem was in Portland, we are around this country fighting against this domestic terrorism. We had Apple and Google take down the ICE block apps. Hope they continue to comply with that. It's threatening the safety of our federal law enforcement officers. We're not going to stop at just arresting the violent criminals we can see in the streets. Fighting crime is more than just getting the bad guy off the streets. It's breaking down the organization brick by brick. Just like we did with cartels, we're going to take the same approach, President Trump, with Antifa. Destroy the entire organization from top to bottom. We're going to take them apart. Thanks to your bold leadership and the designation of Antifa as a terrorist organization, which is exactly what they are.
Which is exactly what ICE is.
Americans will no longer tolerate their unhinged violence.
To pull out the rug out from you fuckers when we repeal the Patriot Act. Disband ICE. And look, the 90s weren't fucking perfect. America's never been perfect. Any of the good aspects of America have always been a promise unfulfilled at best. But god damn it, the 20th century has been a shit show, and we need to correct the original sin of that shit show, which is the Patriot Act. Well, I mean, you could probably take it back actually to the anointing of George W. Bush, who lost the 2000 election to Al Gore as president by the Supreme Court, which didn't even have to be fucking Federalist Societied up. It's already been an illegitimate organization, chat, since 2000. That decision right there would have been a good time for the American people to stand up and say, fuck no. But we weren't there yet. We had to see how dark it got in the depths of the rabbit hole. I am hoping that Americans are going to start to see now. Chat, with that, I'm going to leave you with something a little bit, I don't know, like less piss you off. I mean, you should be pissed off, right? And I hope that I am, giving you that permission structure, as the Pod Johns would say, to be pissed the fuck off by what's happening to your lives, by what's happening to your country, by your futures being stolen by this fucking rapist and his corrupt regime. I would hope that I inspire at least that in you. Yeah, let me give you something to laugh about too. Yeah, somebody mentioned Stephen Miller. Videos have resurfaced for a much younger Stephen Miller. Let's look at who this guy was.
Of Donald Trump's worst advisor, Stephen Miller, has now resurfaced, and it turns out that as bad as he is now, he's always been basically that bad. Take a look.
To the issue of the Iraqi civilians, I think that as many of them should survive as possible, because the goal of any military conflict is to kill as few people as possible. But as for Saddam Hussein and his henchmen, I think the ideal solution would be to cut off their fingers. I don't think it's necessary to kill them.
I actually think that Stephen Miller would like my style of humor. I don't know. We were not so different, you and me, Mr. Miller.
Entirely. We're not a barbaric.
I just kind of point my ire in a basically 180 direction from you, who likes to pick on people with the least power possible. I would rather see the tables turned on people like you, Mr. Miller. I would like to see the look of fear in your eyes when you realize that you fucked around and you're about to find out what the American people think of a fascist scumbag such as yourself, Mr. Miller.
People. We respect life. Therefore, torture is the way to go. Because torture people can live. Torture is a celebration of life and human dignity.
These are words to live by with this man. I feel like this will greatly impact. I feel like this is prophetic, not about the people that he's talking about, right? But about completely different people.
We need.
You want to turn that smile upside down, chat?
To remember that as we enter these very dark and dangerous times in the next century. And I only hope that many of my peers and people who will be leading this country will appreciate the value and respect.
This is in the midst of the Iraq War. Instead of meaningfully opposing the hugest, most obvious foreign policy blunder in recent histories, this guy is talking about torturing people in Iraq, which we did, by the way, which we did.
The torture shows towards other cultures.
Okay, so that video is from 2003, and despite no visual evidence to back this up, he is only 17 years old there. He looks a year younger than he does right now. He has more hair. I'll give him that.
What are you wearing?
I didn't even notice the clothing.
He was wearing like a business button down on a school bus.
Yeah, because he's a goober.
He's
a sociopath goober. That's what he is and always has been. We'll return to the clothing, but here's the thing. If you just found a random video of a person who in 2025...
God, they got the same audio. I mean, look, it's good. It's good. I'm glad that you've got it optimized, but god damn it. Does it need to be this crunchy damage report?
Is cool, where they're joking about torture in the first year of a big war or whatever, when he's only 17 and people are laughing, I'd be like, yeah, kids suck and they don't really think about what they're saying, whatever. So he's talking.
And he'd be singing a different tune if you dropped in the middle of ISIS in the wake of the Iraq war, right? But then again, ISIS doesn't seem to be as, they don't seem to enjoy torture as much. They prefer beheadings. So, maybe he wouldn't, you know what I mean? He's not reaping what he's sowing there.
Talking about fingers, and he's talking about torture and all that. The issue is, it's not a thing that was true of him when he was 17 and now he's totally different. When he was 17, he was pining for more torture, and now that he's 39, he's giving us more torture. He hasn't changed. This isn't a thing where it's a gotcha, where like, well, I mean, I can't prove he's bad now, but he was. No. People are dying as a result of his baked in desire for fascism and hatred for diversity. And it also turns out that has been the culmination of a lifelong desire for those things. And let's just briefly mention, it seems even more ridiculous that journalist Terry, I believe it's Moran, is it Moran? Moran, was fired for tweeting that he's a world-class hater or whatever. When evidently he's been kind of a world-class hater his entire life. And so he put up this response to Jon Favreau saying that he's been a sociopath for most of his life, saying I wrote it because it's true, and it definitely is. But anyway, so Brett, since you've seen this video of him at 17.
I think there's like at least one more video. Hopefully, John shows it.
Does this require you to update his villain origin story of when, you know, a Hispanic teenager or whatever turned him down and that led him down this dark path? What do you think?
He's just a terrible guy.
Yeah.
You know, so here's the thing. It's a bit, right? It's obviously a bit. He's doing a bit. And the comedic premise is, oh, how can I, you know, a modest proposal myself into advocating for torture, right? How do I justify torture in
the real punchline though is when he has to take in just a tiny bit of what he dishes out, right? And you see him run. You see him hide. You see him scared, right? That's the real joke. And when Stephen Miller has got legitimate fear in his eyes, right? After so much shit being talked, right? After so many threats being delivered, he gets just a pittance of what he's dished out. That, chat, is the turn of the joke.
funny comedic way saying it's actually good for them. That would be funny if he, you know, ideally.
It's high noon, motherfucker.
Saying that he understands that what he's saying is ridiculous. And you would hope that he would use that power to realize how ridiculous the statements he would later make are, right? But instead, it's actually worse that it's a bit, because he's proving to us that he knows how terrible what he's saying and doing now are, and he knew that back when he was 17. It's just he's either an evil guy or an evil sociopath. The question being whether he really acknowledges how bad he's being, but it seems like he knows full well, because even when he was 17, he was telling jokes, which means you do understand the bad thing you're doing.
Yeah, no, he's just terrible. It's just like, it's like, now that I'm a father, I get so depressed sometimes when I think about, like, I look at my daughter and I imagine what possible life she could have, what she could become, what her personality could develop into, the interest she could have. And it just makes you think about that path and all the influences on kids and how much goes into them. You spend countless hours working to shape them. And all of what went into Stephen Miller just produced an absolute crap human. The world would objectively be better off if he had never existed in it.
Careful. I'm trying to make a decision here, chat. I don't know what the fuck to eat. I don't know. Like, it's hard. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I guess I can't. Like, I literally can't order food, like, while streaming. Like, I can't do the thing where you check out and just let the video play, and then, like, or, you know, actually decide what the fuck you want to eat, right? I'm having way too much trouble with that. Oh fuck, everything's broken. Not everything, but enough. Enough to give me trouble, enough to give me pause. Let's see what we can do. It's lucid. I think, yeah, looks like it's gonna be lucid. I'm sending my 26 viewers in to watch Lucid Fox. I don't know what I did to scare off the rest of the viewers, but that's okay. That's okay. They'll be back. I'm not usually streaming at this time. Wait, what did you say about pancakes? It's breakfast time. Corn patties or corn fritters? That sounds good. That sounds really good. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for being here. Let me also, yeah, everybody get in the raid if you're watching on Twitch. Let's send as many people as we can over to, wait. Oh, wait, no, there he is. Okay, we're good. We're good. I thought first I was like, wait, is he actually streaming? I like to thank my Patreons, even when my voice is cracking from overuse at the beginning and end of each stream. And as it is nearing the end of today's stream, it's a good time for me to thank the Patreons once again. So shouts out go to User, JMB, Brian, Emily French, Big Owl, Direful, Sarah, Izzymandius, Stephen Sayers, Animus, Oral Ellipsis, Nadia Yvette, Choki, Moe Noe, Funky Monkey, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Good for Gabby, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Buffy Geek, shouts out, and a fancy shout out to Rachel K, to Omega Star, to Crystal Saphira, and to Zera Xerix. Oh my god, chat, marathon stream. We are ending it now. I am sorry I couldn't give you more. There's a lot to talk about. And apparently I didn't finish the fucking Ethan shit. I didn't finish the Shotgate color thing. So maybe we'll be back with that tomorrow. I don't know if I'll also have to see how my voice is doing. I kind of fucked it up. I didn't realize, you know, how much I could get pissed at Sagar and Jetty, how much I could get pissed at the fucking criminal Trump regime. But yeah, that happened. So much love to everybody for being here to support me. Thank you to the Thumb Gang for helping get my video out there to more people. Thank you to the mods for keeping us safe. And thank you to the chatters, because you make this stream work. You make this thing happen. And I appreciate you. And just your presence is a meaningful contribution to this stream. Not just your presence, okay? But you going out and doing something. As a result. That's what I want. All right? Inspire courage in the scared. Inspire fear in the cruel. And keep yourself safe. It's a dangerous place out there. Much love, everybody. I'm going to try to either fall asleep or eat something. I don't know. I don't feel like eating. I was like hummus, you know, like, you know, I chose just like look, you know, I looked at this one place that had like falafel, but it scared me because like when they went like I looked at the falafel, I was like, oh yeah, falafel sounds good, yeah, chicken meat. That's what it says. Falafel is chicken meat. Since when is falafel chicken meat? Maybe that's the Thai twist on falafel. They're like, yeah, you know, it's good with chickpeas, but you know, it'd be even better. We put chicken meat in there. I don't know. I don't know what that's. I don't know why there's chicken meat in the falafel. I've literally never seen that before, but it totally undermined my, you know, like faith in anything that menu said was vegetarian. Like I've seen places with describe vegan dishes where you can like it's eggs. It's vegan eggs, and I don't mean vegan eggs as in it's an egg replacement. It's a fake egg. No, it's a real egg. They just I think they're confusing the term vegan with the term J, right? J food in Thailand can, although it usually doesn't, can include eggs. Vegan food does not. It's not vegan if it's got eggs. So. But yeah, I don't. What am I gonna do? Call it in Karen? Like, excuse me, excuse me. Actually, vegan is when it doesn't have any animal products at all. And you know, could you please? I don't know. I mean, they'll figure it out if they wanna make money from, you know, people that eat vegan, which, you know, is a growing, kind of a growing thing in Thailand now. Then you know, they'll figure out not to call their egg dishes vegan. Anyway, chat, isn't that just a meatball? That's what I thought. It sounds like a meatball. It sounds a lot like a meatball. But anyway, much love to everybody. Take care of yourself. Take care of each other. Stay safe out there, and kick some ass. I will see you when I see you. Possibly tomorrow, because yeah, like I didn't finish the fucking shot color content. or possibly I'll have to take a day off and rest my voice. We'll see what happens. I also owe you a video game stream. If you look up here, look, I owe you another Soul Hacker stream, so you might see one of those coming up soon. Maybe it'll be members only. I don't know. I still need to do something for members and Patreons that are it's exclusive. So maybe that video game streams. I don't know. Either way, chat, I gotta take care of myself now. So I'll see you when I